Am I the asshole for not telling my best friend the real reason I'm not at his wedding? Update. Y'all know the drill by now. Go down to the caption and the original story will be linked there. Hey everyone. Thanks for all the advice on my original post because I genuinely never expected it to go off like that and it's allowed me to rethink my actions. Anywho, I did promise to update after talking to my best friend, so here it is. After reading through all the comments and some private messages, I realized my approach was wrong and it wasn't fair to him or myself, to be honest. And it was honestly making me look like the worst motherfucker on the planet. So I ended up sending him a long text explaining the actual reasons why, starting from the kiss last weekend to his fiance asking me not to come because of it. I also very loosely mentioned that she didn't want me to tell him about it. After reading many comments, I did feel like I was for complying in the first place, but I don't know. I still felt guilty about it, even telling him that, and even just breaking her trust. I do understand that though, because OP says that him and his best friend have been friends. They've been tight. They have been friends their entire lives. But he's also known OP's girlfriend or now fiance since they were dating in high school. So he does have some sort of bond with her. So I do understand why he didn't want to break her trust. I just think it was the wrong decision at the time. He didn't text back for ages, but he called me almost immediately when he saw it. He wasn't yelling or anything, but I could tell that he was really emotional. First, he apologized like 10 times for the kiss. He said he thought it would just be a dumb laugh for the guys and he didn't realize how much it crossed a line for both me and his fiance. He also said that he never wanted me to feel uncomfortable. He admitted that he'd been drinking way too much that night. I told him I completely understood and I forgave him for that, at least on my end. Then, when I told him about his fiance's request, there was a long silence. He then just kept repeating, like, she didn't tell me that. She didn't tell me that. I swear she didn't tell me that. Then he said he wished she had talked to him directly instead of going around him, that he hated how everything looked. He also said he had been the one to give her my number. I had hers, but I never texted. He thought it was for some surprise plan or present that she was planning on surprising him with. After we talked, his fiance texted me apologizing for putting me in that position, but she still stood by that she personally didn't want me there. She said she didn't want to be thinking about that on her wedding day, and while she wasn't mad at me, she just needed the peace of mind. Of all the things that you're going to be worried about on your wedding day, this is going to stand at the forefront of your brain? Really? I feel like you have a bigger issue than that it just happened between these two people, because your fiance, your husband-to-be, wants his best friend there. His best friend made it clear that what happened between them made him uncomfortable. Your fiance has apologized for making him uncomfortable and doing what he did to him because he thought it was just for laughs. So it's clear this is not something either one of these two men are interested in pursuing. Why would this be something that would be at the forefront of your fucking brain on your wedding day? This is not the end of the situation. I know it's not. If OP ends up going to this fucking wedding, there's gonna be a problem. To cut a long conversation short, I'm going. My best friend told me that he wanted me there, but he also said he understood if I didn't want to push it with his fiance. But he repeatedly said that he wanted me there more than anything. I told him I loved him and I supported him and I'd go and that I was sorry for ever considering not going. He cried, I cried, like fucking babies, but it ended well enough. Our mutual friends, the other groomsmen, I'm guessing are still kind of salty with me because they don't know the real story. I'm not about to spread it around because it's not my relationship and not my drama to share, but it is. It is your drama to share. Your name is being dragged through the mud. These people, your mutual friends, are upset at you because they truly believe that you were choosing work over going to your best friend's wedding, all because your best friend's fiance didn't want to be the bad guy in this situation. This is your drama. It's directly linked to you. I'd be sharing it to everybody who was willing to listen. My best friend did tell me that he'll clear the air as soon as possible prior to the wedding. But until then, I'm just going to take the L on looking like a flaky fucking asshole. What's taking so long? One phone call between you and your best friend cleared the air up like that. So what's taking so long? A simple text message, a group text message can be sent out and the air can be cleared. What's taking so long? Don't worry about it, bro. I'm going to clear the air. In the time that it took him to tell you that, he could have sent out a text message. What's taking so fucking long? I want to very, 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 very fucking sincerely thank everyone that helped me change my mind. I'm honestly so glad that I put it on here because I could have very well been a fucking knob and have missed my best friend's wedding. It's this weekend. We have a pre-party, which I'm officially involved with once more. Listen, I'm glad things turned out the way that they did. I am, because I wanted you to have a conversation with your best friend. That's all I wanted you to do. I thought you were the asshole simply because you didn't have a conversation with your best friend. Neither here nor there. I'm glad that you were able to have a conversation. You were able to send that text message, which gave you an opening for you guys to talk and get down to the bottom of the situation. I love that. Absolutely. Mwah, chef's kiss is beautiful. I think this situation is far from being over. Far from being over, because his bride does not want you there. He wants you there. You're going to go anyway. She's going to feel some fucking type of way about it. I think this is nowhere near the end of this situation. I hope it is. I hope it is. But the reader in me and the nosy person that I am, no, I don't think this is the end. Not at all. But I love that you guys were able to talk. I love that he knows that he made you uncomfortable and he apologized for it, because that was not okay. It was not okay. But hey, keep us posted, bro. One last thing. What type of pre-party are y'all planning? Because I feel like for the sake of everybody involved, we should stay far away from alcohol. Bachelor walks in the park sound good. Hell, bachelor brunch with mimosas, hold the champagne. You could do a bachelor Bible study. Y'all need to do something other than fucking drink. So just keep that in mind when you planning this next one party.
Am I wrong for being upset that my boyfriend is subscribed to my best friend's only account? Storytime. Alright, so I need your guys' help here because my brain is literally fried. So one of my friends who are called Amy recently started an OnlyFans account. And I love this for her, like, get your bag, sis. And pretty soon after she launched it, it blew up. And she ended up needing someone to help her with admin little bits, replying to messages, etc. And I was in the market for like another little job, so I became her admin assistant. It's like my second job in. I log into her account to do some messages, and there was a massive backlog. I could see why she needed help. Let me tell you, some of the things that these men are writing are wild. Sir, does your wife know that you're typing these things with your thumbs? I'm scrolling, minding my own business, and then I see this username and my blood just runs cold. My whole body froze. And that is when I see my boyfriend's username. My guy is subscribed. He is an active follower. He's liking photos, even going as far as to send her tips. So I do a little bit more digging and I realise that this guy is also messaging her oddly specific things like, when are you posting again? Can't wait to see you in real life one day. Many things you probably shouldn't be saying to your girlfriend's best friend whilst paying her $12.99 a month. The way I nearly threw my laptop across the room. I had absolutely no idea what to do next. They didn't teach you how to deal with this situation in school. Do I confront him? Do I confront her? I could just cancel his subscription, but what is the HR protocol? So I immediately get on the phone to Amy. Amy was just as horrified as I was, which was great. She swore that she had never even realised it was him. She'd never engaged with him personally, which I do believe because his username is his childhood nickname that he wouldn't really want anyone else knowing. But his email was linked to the account. So after speaking with Amy, we both decided that it would be a good idea to confront him because she also felt uncomfortable. This man had the audacity to say, "Do you not want me to support your friend's business?" Which, you know, in a way, I guess he is supporting still. Amy has told me I can do with his account whatever I wish. Every time I bring it up with Steve, he just walks out. So what would you do in this situation?
My boyfriend has a girl best friend. If you've been listening to me for however long I've been doing this, you guys know exactly how I feel about this. Those two things do not correlate. You have a boyfriend, you do not have a guy best friend. You have a girlfriend, you do not have a girl best friend. But let's see what's going on and what relationship was ruined because of it. So my boyfriend has a girl best friend. I'm not entirely sure if she's lesbian or bisexual, but I know she has a girlfriend. Okay, maybe I was a little wrong, but let's see. My boyfriend once admitted to me that he had feelings for his best friend before, which already made me feel uncomfortable. Even if they don't hang out as often anymore, that fact stayed in my mind. Okay, why are you telling her you had feelings for this person regardless of them being lesbian or not? You're not going to want your significant other to hang out with them. It's like, you like them. One time, I opened his account and saw a message from his best friend's girlfriend asking him if they were drinking and hanging out. She even sent a screenshot of a Facebook Live video where they were together and I had no idea about. I ended up replying to the girlfriend myself asking where they were drinking. She was shocked that I was the one replying, but still told me where they were. I watched the live and saw the girl best friend literally pulling my boyfriend close, teasing him, calling him love, and saying things like, "Don't you love me anymore?" And "You're scared of your girlfriend, huh?" That made my blood boil. I messaged him right away and told him that we're done. The next day, he came to my house and explained everything. He told me he was willing to cut off the friendship for the sake of my peace of mind. I decided to forgive him. See, I don't like that right there, but You should do it because, hey, that friend crossed the line and I don't want my girlfriend to ever be disrespected. Not because for your peace of mind. It's like, no, that person did something wrong. Fast forward weeks later, he admitted that he talked to her again this time to ask if she could apologize to me. I was upset again and told him that she can say sorry if she wants, but I won't accept it. He agreed and again promised he wouldn't talk to her anymore. Then, just recently, he told me he was going to a birthday party of a workmate and assured me it was all guys. Later during the party, he messaged that he transferred to another group because his girl best friend showed up. I let it slide because he said he moved away from her. Then, on his way home, he told me he ran into his coach and was invited to drink again at the same party. Then again, he assured me he stayed away from where his best friend was. But I had this uneasy feeling, so I checked his account again and I saw his coworkers messaging him things like, "Tell her to go home already. Look at the time. Did you make it home? She's super drunk." That was the last straw. I don't think I deserve to keep fighting for someone who keeps putting me in situations where I have to question my worth or feel like a second option. I've done enough. I agree. You set a boundary, you gave him a chance, he failed. Get out of here, on to the next. Okay, I'm gonna read this top comment. So my husband has a girl best friend, has his entire life. At different points, they had crushes on each other, but never acted on it. She and I became really good friends when we started dating and remain so to this day. They never gave me a reason not to trust them. We do have an agreement with her that she can talk to either of us and we won't share that information with each other. This is not unique to her. We do this with all of our friends. The point is, I've never seen them flirt with each other. Her partners have never made any comments about it either. And at this point of our life, I can't even think about the last time they hung out alone together. To be fair, she's engaged to one of his best friends since high school. We all went to school together. The main point I'm trying to make is that he shouldn't be doing anything that would make you uncomfortable regardless of how she behaves. He should be setting and maintaining firm boundaries whether they are alone or public. This is on him entirely. There is a difference between having a girl best friend and having a long-term situationship with the girl. It wouldn't be a big deal that he had feelings for her at one point if it weren't completely obvious to everyone that he doesn't anymore. Yes, very worded welly. Very well worded.
Am I the arsehole for marrying for money and telling my husband that I don't really love him? Story time. So I'm 28 and I've been married to my 51-year-old husband, Steve, for the past 3 years. Now, before me and Steve met, I was living in absolute chaos. My life was a mess. I was living paycheck to paycheck. I had so much anxiety about the future. I had so much student loan I needed to pay off, just craving stability. And then one day I met this fantastic guy at a charity event through work. He was confident, successful. He was super charming and you could tell that he was just used to getting what he wanted. Now we got to talking and me and him pretty much started dating straight away. It was the biggest whirlwind romance. He would take me out on these expensive dates. He'd buy me anything I wanted and he even paid off my student loan. Honestly, my life completely did a 360. We were going on trips every single month, the most expensive restaurants in the best cars. And listen, I know exactly what this looked like. It was a rich older man with a young woman, but at the time, I was convinced that I really did love him, or at least I could grow to. Now, when Steve eventually proposed to me, my friends were completely split 50-50. Some of them thought it was a complete boss move and others thought I was just selling out. But honestly, guys, I was struggling so much. I just wanted stability, security, and peace, and Steve could offer that. So then a few years in, I can now admit that I really do not, nor never have loved Steve. Listen, I have love for him, I have respect for him, I admire him. I have so much appreciation for what he's done for me. Here's where I might be the arsehole here. Recently, we got into a massive argument and Steve accused me of using him. I got so defensive and I completely snapped. I said, well, at least I was honest about what I wanted. You weren't honest about just wanting a pretty wife to show off. So I guess we both got what we wanted. Steve looked genuinely heartbroken in this moment and he was so upset. Our friends are completely split, saying I was too cruel. But it's the thing, like, I haven't cheated, I haven't lied. Just felt like I had to stop pretending. And at the end of the day, I feel like we both knew what this marriage was from the start. So, am I the arsehole?
How do I break up with my girlfriend who's been nothing but good to me? I, 39 male, am having a hard time with getting the courage to break up with my girlfriend, 30 female, while hurting her feelings as little as possible. We've been dating just over a year. We started dating after I divorced my ex-wife. I've never done this before. When I've ended previous relationships, it was due to infidelity or abuse. There was a solid reason and my previous partners deserved to get dumped or divorced. This time it's different. My current girlfriend has been nothing but kind, loving, and supportive of me. She was there for me in the most difficult times of my divorce. She constantly tells me how much she loves me and I believe her. She wants to marry me. She has plans to move in with me and plans to live the rest of our lives together. I truly feel that she would have my back for life. We have the same taste in games, movies, music, and food. We've never really gotten into any arguments. We've never raised our voices at each other. She says how lucky she is to have me. I'm not trying to sound vain, but I am probably the best boyfriend she's ever had and possibly ever will have. She's never done anything bad or wrong to me. She hasn't done anything to deserve to get dumped. She's going to be heartbroken. She already struggles with depression, and I fear that dumping her will make it worse. She has made comments like, "You're stuck with me for the long haul now, and you'll know I'll never let you leave me, right?" Okay, get to the part where why you're dumping her, because this doesn't sound reasonable right now. All of my reasonings for wanting to break up seem like personal attacks. If she asks why I'm dumping her, I can't list the true reasons without feeling like I'm just being hurtful. The real reasons sound mean. Her house is filthy to the point I won't even go there. She doesn't clean up after herself. Her daughter doesn't clean up after herself either. When they come to my house, I feel like I'm constantly cleaning up after them. She gained about 80 pounds 2 years before we started dating. She showed me pictures of her before she gained the weight and said that she's going to diet and exercise back down to her previous weight. It's been over a year. Not only hasn't she lost any weight, I believe she's gained more. She's incredibly lazy, which could be due to her untreated depression. Also, poor personal hygiene. She asks me to help all the time with simple tasks that she should be able to do herself, such as making phone calls. She's willingly poor. She has had opportunities to get a better paying job at the company I work for that would quadruple her income, but she refuses to apply because she loses her Medicaid coverage and other public assistance. She actually said that she's going to live off the system as long as possible because she never has money. I end up paying for her and her daughter anytime we do activities. As it is right now, we live 30 miles apart. I will not let her move in with me because of her cleaning issues. We only see each other like 2 days a week, and I'm usually cleaning up after her or paying for her to do activities with me. I mean, that's kind of how dating works, right? Just paying... I'm just kidding. No, I don't want to talk about. She wants to get married. I absolutely do not. She's even said that she wants to have another child, and I'm absolutely opposed to any more children. I've already had a vasectomy. We're simply not compatible. I've given her an entire year to clean her house. She's not losing weight. She still hasn't seen a doctor about her ADHD or depression. She's not doing anything at all to better herself, and I don't want to be stuck in a relationship with someone who I don't live with and have no plans to live with until she works on herself, which she isn't doing at all. I do care about her and want her to have a good life, but I don't feel in love anymore after realizing that she's likely never going to improve her situation. Okay, this is a very valid take. I will take that because keyword, you're not compatible. These are things in your life you've been married for, just being with someone else in general. You want a clean person. You can't stand someone who's dirty. She's obviously unmotivated. She's not taking care of herself. Those are all acceptable reasons to break up. You made it sound like you guys were like this perfect couple. You're just not compatible. I think it's different too if you had the conversation before with her and saying, hey, like this is... I'm curious, like for you guys, right? If you know you're like a clean freak and the person you like isn't, is that something you have to accept? Or do you have to tell the other person like, hey, this really bothers me, like internally, like in my soul. I need you to be clean for us to want to get married or have a future together. But if like it's just like their... I don't like even saying it, but if it's like their personality to be dirty, do you just take that as is? I've always wondered that because I think cleanliness is one of those things where to a certain extent, right? Some people are clean freaks, but like I'm not a clean freak. I have like organized mess in my room, like organized chaos, like stuff's everywhere, but I know where it is. But once in a while, like I'll deep clean my room. I wouldn't say I'm dirty. I'm just messy, right? I think I'm clean. But if some people, like, if they're, like, too much where it's, like, one thing out of place and they, like, freak out, then I wouldn't be compatible. But I think you have to find some sort of middle ground here, which I think you've already come to a realization that you're not going to be doing that. So incompatibility isn't cruelty, right? I'd rather you let her go now than let her keep dreaming or thinking that you guys have a future together. The longer you wait, the more it's going to hurt. I'm just kind of scared a little bit of her reaction to it, but he doesn't have any updates for us. So that's it.
Hey guys, and welcome to me dragging your zodiac. Starting with, oh yes, Capricorns. Y'all are too dang stubborn. Literally to the point where you guys are making things way harder on yourself. People who love you see that you're struggling and want to help you, but you would rather die than have someone help. You also gotta stop ghosting people. Just because you don't want to deal with your reality doesn't mean you need to push people away. That stuff is still gonna be there when you come back, and it's gonna pile up. And then you wonder why you're so lonely. You want a relationship, but not the drama that comes with it. An Aquarius, get off your butt and go do something. You guys are so intelligent, and you can talk the talk, but you never walk the walk. Stop filling your life with comfort and validation from material items and other people. You have so many great ideas. So use them, because no one's gonna do it for you. Oh, okay, Pisces. Why do you guys have to be so nosy? You are always up in other people's business. On top of this, you are too trustworthy. You would go to the grave for someone who wouldn't go to the grave for you. Also, stop partying to escape your problems. That reality's still gonna be there when you come back. Know that I still love all you guys. Click the link in my bio and I'll do a part 2. Welcome back to me dragging your zodiac again. Now it's time for Aries. Y'all are always so quick to react to everything. Not everyone wants a fight. Can you even go one day without an argument? Y'all always make impulsive decisions that you literally know are gonna get you in trouble. Just take a breath. Everything's not that serious. Oh, Taurus. Y'all are an earth sign and you are so stubborn. You would rather learn the hard way than actually listen to your friends. I have watched you guys be in so many toxic relationships. Girlfriends, boyfriends, friends. Y'all are blind to it until it goes up in flames. So stop. This is not good for you. And Geminis. Y'all are so self-righteous, thinking that you're the chosen one. While you may be good at a lot of things, as long as Beyonce's on this earth, you ain't that special. Also, your mood is like a light switch. Pick one. Are you on or are you off? Also, the unnecessary shade. You try to be friends with everyone, but you always have a list of who you like and who you don't like. Okay, guys, like I said, this is all out of love. And if you guys want a part 3, give me a follow and share this video. Hey there, and welcome to me dragging your zodiac. Scorpios, aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of holding a grudge? Yes, people legitimately wrong you, but you don't have to come back at them 10 times harder. Someone can so much as flick you and you will turn around and deck them in the face. You don't play fair, you play dirty. And you can't win playing dirty. The only way to win is if you rise above it, but you guys can't seem to do that. Okay, Libra, I don't claim y'all today. You are literally so annoying when it comes to making up your freaking mind. You are wasting your life potential over small decisions. Also, stick to one argument. You'll defend something, but the minute it applies to someone you're close to, you'll switch up. And you make yourself look crazy doing it. Stop picking and choosing when someone is wrong. Just keep the same energy. Sagittarius, y'all are insane. I can't go anywhere with you without something going down. You can light up a room with how fun you are, but the second that you're mad, people think you're so innocent, but you're high-key brutal. I love having adventures with y'all, but you are the first ones in the horror movie to want to go in the basement. Sit your butt back down. I still love y'all. Follow and share, and I'll do a part 4. Hey, and welcome to me dragging your zodiac. Hello, my emotional cancers. Do you like to be hurt? Because you put yourself in situations that leave you messed up in the end. You know someone's a cheater. You know someone's toxic. But you didn't want to let go, so you forgave them anyways. And stop with the self-pity. You want everyone and their cousin to be held accountable for the things that they've done. But you can't keep that same energy for yourself. Leos, I'm sorry to tell you this, but not everything is about you. Put your ego aside. Y'all say stuff like, no one can bully my friends except me. But the things you say hurt. I know that you're coming from a good place in your heart, but your actions do not reflect what you're feeling. Although you're a leader and you're loyal and you want loyalty back, loyalty does not mean we all have to be a suck up to you. Virgo, you always have something to say when no one asked. Can you let people breathe? You better watch your step around a Virgo or they'll tell you you're walking wrong. Y'all will say the most awful thing and be like, what? I'm just being honest. Well, honestly, I think you're kind of rude. You may think you're doing everyone a favor, but you're not. Take a lesson from Hannah Montana. Nobody's perfect. Share and follow for more content.
Crime Fanatic Friday. The mother who claimed postpartum depression is why she killed her 5 children. Growing up, Andrea Kennedy Yates was a model student and citizen. She then later went on to become a registered nurse. When she met her husband, Rusty Yates, they quickly fell in love and spent most of their time in religious study and prayer. Within 8 years of marriage, they produced 5 children, 4 boys and 1 girl. Friends of the family said that Andrea became reclusive and isolated after her second pregnancy. In 1999, Andrea had a mental breakdown and the next day she was hospitalized for overdosing on pills. After this, she began self-mutilating and refused to feed her children, claiming they ate too much. She also started having hallucinations. She went to therapy and later in court, her therapist ranked her among the 5 sickest patients she had ever seen. After her second suicide attempt, she was put on antipsychotics and her condition improved greatly. Andrea was back to cooking, swimming, and socializing again. This all came to a halt when she fell pregnant again and stopped taking her medication. Her mental state also became regressed after her father's death. She started seeing her psychiatrist again and everyone was hopeful. However, on June 20th, 2001, no one could possibly know the terrifying actions Andrea would take. Part 2. The mother who claimed postpartum depression is why she killed her 5 children. Andrea's husband consistently pressured her into having more children, disregarding her deteriorating mental health after each pregnancy. She filled the tub with water and drowned her 3 youngest boys, then placed them on her bed and covered them. Her firstborn ran away from her after seeing his sister in the tub and asking his mother what was wrong. Andrea caught him and as he screamed, she forced him into the tub next to his sister's body. He fought desperately, but she outmatched his strength. She then brought her daughter to the bed along with the boys and laid her in their arms. She then called 911 and told them what she'd done. She was still completely drenched when arrested.
arrested. During her trial, Andrea explained her actions, stating that she was a bad mother and needed to be punished. In 2002, her controversial trial lasted 3 weeks and the jury found her guilty of capital murder, giving her life in prison. However, in 2006, she was given a retrial where the jury of 6 men and 6 women found her not guilty by reason of insanity. She was sent to a Texas hospital indefinitely and consistently waives a review of her status, which is the only way that she can be released. This leads to a question. Was she mentally ill and the system failed her, or should she have been held accountable for her actions?
Storytime about how my boyfriend was hiding his 2-year relationship from me. So a little background information. I was 18 and a senior in high school. And in the middle of the school year, I had a new student in my 4th period class who we're going to call Jose, and he was 17 years old and in 11th grade. Now, he wasn't technically new because I'd seen him around school and everything like that. But up until this point, neither of us knew that each other existed. So he gets introduced to the class, blah, blah, blah. He sits in the very back of the room. And I knew that this man was going to be my boyfriend. So when I got home that day, I was texting my friend about him. Thankfully, she gave me his Snapchat. Fast forward, we're talking and elevators get brought up. Now, in my school, you are not allowed to use the elevators unless you're injured or for some other reason. Well, he was talking about how he always used the elevators and nobody really cared. So I meet him at the elevator the next day and blah, blah, blah. We start flirting. And this led to him and I being super close. Like, we would FaceTime every day. We would always sit together at lunch, in class. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend was hiding his 2-year relationship from me. So like I said, every day after that, him and I were pretty much inseparable. We would FaceTime literally 24/7. We would always sit together during lunch, during class. Well, the one day I'm sitting in my homeroom and he comes in and he asked me to be his girlfriend. Of course I said yes. So fast forward to Halloween, my family was handing out candy and he was going trick-or-treating with his family because he had younger siblings. And this is where our families were supposed to meet, but he didn't end up coming to my neighborhood, which I was super happy about. Well, then fast forward to my birthday. Our families were supposed to meet again, but it didn't end up happening again. And I wasn't really sure if this was the reason why things got weird between him and I. The one night I was over at my friend's house and Jose's on FaceTime with me. And I was talking about how I could pick him up and him and I could hang out. And he literally just didn't even say anything. So I was like, okay, is that a no? So then he was like, I don't know, I might be busy, blah, 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 like for part 3. Part 3 about how my boyfriend was hiding his 2-year relationship from me. So like I said, him and I are on FaceTime. I'm asking him if he wants to hang out, and he's being super weird about it, being super standoffish. Well, fast forward a little bit, he seemed like he wasn't interested in me anymore, and it really hurt my feelings, obviously. So he didn't talk to me the rest of the day, and then he texted me the next day. And he was telling me how different we are and how we barely have anything in common and how we rushed into things. Pretty much a bunch of shitty excuses as to why he thinks that we should break up. Well, after that, him and I don't speak for a few days, and then I had a fake account on Instagram, and after our breakup, I viewed his story the one day. So then I look at his Instagram story, he posted a picture of another girl with a heart, and then I found her account, and she had pictures of them dating back from like 2 years ago. Now, still to this day, I don't know if he was cheating on her or if they were on a break or whatever, but I also thought that it was weird that they were dating because she was 19 and he was 17.
My paranormal activity story has been requested so many times, so here it is. So back in April of last year, I had went through a breakup after 5 years of dating, and I moved in with a friend who had just recently purchased a house. She worked night shift as a respiratory therapist, and when she would come home, she would often see shadows hanging over her. We kind of just thought she was tired, so we didn't really look into it. But a few weeks in, I started to get sleep paralysis, which I had never gotten before. I never saw anything during these episodes, but I could always hear a woman laying next to me, and I could physically feel her petting me. My friend began to get some night terrors, and we started to see some black spots on the ceiling. One night, I came home with a friend, and from the back, we both heard, "Hey baby, are there any people here?" We both just looked at each other, like, "Did you hear that?" "Yes." "Did you hear that?" "Yeah." So we immediately called my friend and she came home. We ended up having to get in contact with someone who could do a house cleansing. She warned us that we had both let something in and that there was a negative male presence around the house. She also said that the rotting of the house was about to get worse. Like and follow for part 2. Okay, so here I am with part 2 to my paranormal story. As you remember, the lady said that the rotting of the house was going to get a lot worse right after we got off the phone with her. Soon after this, the ex that I had went through a breakup with ended up stalking me and coming by the house, and we got into a massive fight. Literally, the next morning, the roof collapsed. I am inserting a picture now. So we were like, we need help now. When she came over to do a cleansing, she kind of gave us an idea of what she thought was going on. neither of us were in like super great areas of our lives. So whatever had just attached itself to the house was also feeding off of us too. The cleansing involved everything you can think of. Putting crystals on all the window seals, putting crosses above all the doors, lining the entire house in salt, throwing holy water on us, and telling whatever was there to leave us alone. I also forgot to mention that there was a creepy shed in the back that the people who had lived there before had put like religious quotes all over the wall. Things pretty much slowed down for the most part after the cleansing, but follow for more content.
You should watch out for the nice guy. When I was 20 years old, I moved from Washington to San Jose. I started working for a large retail company and met a coworker named Chris in passing. He was always friendly and smiling. You know, a nice guy. We would chat here and there, but we were acquaintances at best. One day, I came to the store on my day off to grab a few things. He approached me and began small talk, leading up to asking me what my plans were for the rest of the day. I told him I didn't have any, and he convinced me to take a day trip to San Francisco with him so he could show me the sights. I was hesitant at first, but decided to go because it was a beautiful day for an adventure. He offered to drive, so I left my car in the parking lot. The entire day was wonderful. We had great conversations, and I got to see a lot of new places. I thought I had made a new friend. However, the later it got, I felt myself wanting to go home. We started heading back at 10 p.m., but as soon as I got in the car, I felt an instant shift in energy. Chris wasn't talkative anymore, but I shrugged it off to him being tired. 15 minutes before we arrived back at the store, he asked me if I wanted to spend the night. I politely declined, but he kept insisting. After declining a few more times, his demeanor became aggressive. This is when I started to panic because I realized that he wasn't going to let me out of his car. Part 2. Why you should watch out for the nice guy. My mind was racing as I thought of how I could get out of this situation. I put my hand in my coat pocket and felt my keys. When we were a few minutes away from the store, he grabbed my arm and kept telling me, "It will be fine. I'll sleep on the couch and bring you to your car in the morning." My heart was racing, thinking of what he was going to do to me. His eyes had darkened and his smile had faded. His face was dead serious and it sent chills through me. Thinking fast, I replied, "Okay, I'll stay the night, but I need to grab a few things for my car. Is that okay?" He hesitated for a moment and then agreed. As he slowly pulled up to my car in the desolate parking lot, I jumped out before he could fully stop. I unlocked my car with the remote, jumped in and quickly locked it after me. That's when he jumped out and started banging against my window, trying to open the door. Shaking with adrenaline, I slammed my foot on the gas and almost ran him over. I went to my friend's house that night, but knew I would see him again. He approached me a few days later at work, putting his hand on my shoulder and asking me, "Are you okay? You left in a hurry the other night." I quickly jetted away, but he followed closely behind me. I lost him at some point and avoided him for the next month. One day I walked into the store to see him being escorted out by 2 officers in handcuffs. We never found out why he was arrested, and luckily I never saw him again.
This is probably my favorite story about my cheating ex. As many stories as I have on him, this one happened after we were broken up. He had left me for a girl that he was seeing on the side, and we hadn't spoken in months. We had both blocked each other on pretty much everything. But as most girls do, I do have my fake Instagram account, and he seemed pretty happy in his new relationship. I believed that until I got a DM from a girl. She sent me screenshots of messages and fake accounts that he had made to communicate to her. So he had literally been cheating on the girl that he was with now with her the whole time. I literally don't understand people sometimes. Both him and I were in the same friend group, mostly because we pretty much grew up together. So I talked to another member of the group about what we should do. Now, I believe in karma and that people get what they deserve, but who's to say that I'm not karma? So we decided to show up to his house with not only the girl he was cheating with, but all the girls he cheated on me with. And take care of this, I kid you not, game show style. Follow, share, interact, and I'll do a part 2. The thing that shocks me the most about men is the audacity. I don't know what the comments are going to be yet, but I want to clarify 1, that him and I were best friends for a long time before dating, so that's why we have the same friend group. 2, kind of bold to show up at someone's house, kind of also bold to cheat on someone, but we were neighbors. So we went in, microphone in hand, and announced each girl one by one. He was speechless. Like, he didn't even know what to say. If you've ever just seen someone like entangled in so many lies that he thinks that he's never gonna get caught for, all of a sudden get caught for all of them, that was it. When his friend went in, he was like, "Hey, do you have something you want to share with me? Like, what's been going on in your relationship?" He admitted to nothing. So that's why we announced girl number 1, girl number 2, girl number 3, until we were all there and he had no choice but to tell us the truth. So yeah, don't be a scumbag, don't cheat. And if you do, karma will happen eventually, even if it's years down the line.
Story time about my boyfriend's girl best friend. So a little background information, I was 15 and in 9th grade, and my boyfriend Jaden and I have been together for 2 years. In the beginning, everything was great, and then we went over to his best friend's house, which I didn't realize that his best friend was a girl. And at first I liked her. Her name was Anita, and she was super funny, super nice. Well, fast forward, it started to become a routine where he would drop me off at my house, and then I would call him, and he wouldn't pick up until like the 3rd time that I called him, and then he would be like, "What's up? I'm hanging out with Anita." And I felt super weird because while we were on the phone together, him and Anita were in the car just talking to each other, not even acknowledging me. So then the one day I asked him if him and I could hang out, and he said that he wasn't going to bring Anita. Well, he pulls up, and guess who's sitting in the back seat? Anita. And they were playing sexual songs, which made me feel super uncomfortable. And she didn't say one word to Jaden the whole time, but she had so much to say to him while we were on the phone. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my boyfriend's girl best friend. So, like I said, he said that he wasn't going to bring Anita with him, and then he pulls up, and guess who's in the car? So, fast forward 8 months, Jaden and I are doing super good, and the one day we're driving around, and he mentions that he has to pick someone up. Yep, Anita, and her friend. So, fast forward, we picked them up, and I was feeling super uncomfortable and pissed off, because Anita's, like, rubbing his shoulders and stuff like that, and then they dropped me off at my house. Well, not even 10 minutes later, they get into a car crash. Literally 10 minutes down the street from me, so the girls walk to my house. So we're sitting in the garage, and the girls are talking about how long they've known Jaden for, blah, 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 this and that, and how he drives super careful when Anita's in the car because he really cares about her. So I told Jaden that I'm not okay with him hanging out with Anita. And of course, when I text him, he's drinking with Anita. So then he starts calling me a bunch of names. Jaden and I are still together, and we have a 9-month-old daughter. He still hangs out with Anita, and I still feel weird about it, but I guess I'm just gonna have to try.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm in like a cranky fucking mood today, and the past couple days, I just have not been feeling good about my body. Like, don't get me wrong, I fucking love myself, kind of a little bit obsessed with myself. Some could look at it as narcissism, I don't give a fuck, right? Like, I don't know, I'm just like, my body dysmorphia is just like, my go-to whenever that happens is to just take a lot of photos of myself. No, for some reason I love taking photos of myself when I feel down, because then I look at the photos and I'm like, bitch, you're gorgeous. Stop. So that's what I did. I literally went and took photos of myself with one of my best friends today, because I was like, I need to get out of this rut. Like, I need to feel like that bad bitch that I know I am. So we're in Mercury retrograde right now, which, like, I told you guys about that man that I didn't know we were dating. Apparently we're fucking dating. Like, he broke up with me. Like, it was the weirdest thing ever. Like, that's been in my head, because I'm just like, am I a fuck girl? And now my light goes out. So my mom pissed me off yesterday because she called me and we're like laughing, having a good time, all is well, right? And she does this every fucking time. Then just tells me something so beyond depressing. Like, remember that man that you met one time that lived down the block from us? He has cancer. And I'm like, Mom, what the fuck? Like, who just does that to somebody on a Tuesday afternoon? She's like, isn't that horrible? I'm like, yeah, Mom, that is pretty fucking horrible. Like, oh my God. That's just like a vibe killer. I just don't get why she calls me to tell me like the most depressing fucking things ever. I'm like, Mom, what the hell? She does it to my sisters too. And I'm like, I'm gonna stop taking your phone calls, because like this is like really sad, and it's every single time. The light keeps turning off, so we're just gonna deal with that. Why is this like not looking right on my face? Oh my God, you guys, I convinced myself I did Molly. I totally forgot to tell you this. You guys know I don't do hard drugs because it just gives me anxiety. But over the weekend, I was like New Year's Eve. Some people that I don't even know, these people were rolling, and everyone started like kind of freaking out, and they were like drinking the water, like Molly water, I guess. And I just like somehow convinced myself that like I drank the Molly water too. Everyone was like, look at my eyeballs, aren't they dilated? And then everyone started to freak out. Okay, fuck this light. Then like I was looking in the mirror and I looked at my eyes and they were dilated, and I was like, oh, like I did Molly. Like I fucking did Molly. I just like fully convinced myself I drank the Molly water without knowing. I was like, Libby, how the fuck could you drink the Molly water? For like a good 5 minutes, I was like internally freaking out. I was like, I did Molly. But like I didn't. Like I did not do Molly. I don't think so. Like I did. I just, there's no way. Like I just didn't do it, but I fully convinced myself that I did Molly. Reminder to stay gorgeous and blessed.
Get ready with me to dump my stupid boyfriend. So basically last night he tells me he's going to go out with the boys, yeah? I'm at home with his sick kitten. How twisted is this? And I get a Snapchat from his mate. Thanks a lot. Real angel this guy is. And I see right in the background a sliver of my boyfriend's shoulder. Yeah, so I zoom in like a real fucking Sherlock Holmes. And guess what is on the shoulder? I can't even believe it! That's right, a lady's hand. How do I know that it's a lady's hand? Good question. Because it was all bejeweled and bedazzled in the fuggliest colour fuchsia pink. I go onto Instagram and I go onto the page of the girl he told me not to worry about. I check her Instagram story. Yeah. Just 2 hours ago, she got her nails done. And you'll never guess the colour she picked out for her beautiful nails. Fugly fuchsia pink. So, of course, I put 2 and 2 together, and like something in my gut is just like not feeling good. So I go on to his iPad. So I type in her name, in his messages, nothing comes up. But then I go to the friend's name, the guy who sent me the Snapchat, and in their messages, it's all like, oh, did you know that skinnamarink dinky dink? I go, I don't need to worry about, it's gonna be there tonight. And my boyfriend's like, oh my God, can't wait to get with her. I know you're probably thinking, oh, that's so nice, the best mate, to like send you a Snapchat outing his friends. No, he wasn't doing that. I could tell he was trying to cover for him because he says he's just stupid enough. He doesn't see his best friend in the back. He says, oh, we're not having any fun without you. No lashes though, it's a good day. I don't really think he needs the satisfaction of knowing that I know. So I'm not going to tell him that I know. No, I'm just going to go over there and say, I just don't feel it anymore. And that I lost the spark, and that's it. Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Me, obviously. I'll probably cry after making this video, but...
Story time about how it literally used to be a dream to be where I am today when I was around 11 or 12. So at this age, I was starting secondary school because obviously I'm from the UK and I used to always, and I mean always, break up and get back together with my then boyfriend. And my best friend knew how much I loved my makeup, and at this point I would non-stop be buying it. So we would legit do bets where she would say, if you get back with your ex, then you have to give me all your makeup. Obviously I was young, so I'd play along with these games, but no matter what, I would always get back with him. And no matter what the bet was, because I was so naive and I would legit fall at his feet, I would lose all my makeup, and that's how often we would break up. It legit turned it into a game. Mainly for her benefit and not mine, but also it should have been for my benefit as well, because I shouldn't have kept going back to him, and maybe she did that to try and persuade me to not get back with him. It was so toxic, but she knew I loved my makeup. And I would dream of owning the biggest makeup collection, but I would lose the bet. So not only was I wasting money giving all my dream makeup away, but I was also in a toxic relationship. So go to part 2. This is part 2 of how my best friend would legit take all of my makeup because I would lose the bet of getting back with my ex-boyfriend, and how I would literally dream about being where I am today. So like I was saying, not only was I wasting money giving all of my dream makeup away, but I was also in the most toxic relationship ever. And to top it off, my mum would legit throw away my makeup because she did not like me wearing it. She said that it would ruin my skin and that I did not need to wear it. But I did not see it like that. Makeup has always been a form of creativity for me and to express myself, and I never wore it for the wrong reasons. Until this day, I still see it as a form of creativity and an art. It has always had the biggest place in my heart, so the fact that today I can wear it as a 19-year-old and use it for my content and my full-time job is the best feeling in the world. So when I was younger and this was all happening, it was like everything I had been taken away from me. It's so crazy to see down the line where I am today, because I would legit dream of this moment. And now I have drawers full of my dream makeup products. I've obviously come to my senses a lot more now to not let toxic relationships take over your life, but also to not bet away your things when you're not strong enough to battle for the bet, and how your dreams will become your reality.
So this is the story about a time I dated a sociopath. I went to a friend of mine's birthday party and met this guy. He was really cute, we made great conversation, and he also had a job at a really well-known store. However, I was flirting with his friend a lot more, which I think actually is what attracted him to me. With each bar we went to, he kept trying to get closer and closer to me, and by the end of the night, he asked for my number. I said sure, and a few days later, he called me and asked me out on a date. We decided to go for a hike, and this is where the weird interactions start. He brought up the fact that I'm going into counseling, and that's what attracted him to me because he feels like no one can figure him out. He talked about how sales is the best job for him because he can always temporarily put on masks for people and be whatever a person wants him to be. But it only lasts for so long. He could never keep a relationship for more than 3 months. He said he couldn't keep up the act of what the other girls wanted him to be. Not long after this, I got a call from his cousin who I'd never spoken to before telling me to get out. Follow, share, and I'll do a part 2. Alright, this is part 2 to the sociopath story. So that was extremely sus of a cousin to be calling whenever I hadn't even met him before. He expressed that this was a pattern for him. To find girls, date them for a while, infiltrate their life, and then leave them and have no guilt. He also expressed on multiple occasions that he's never felt heartbreak before, even though he's had multiple breakups. The girl that he was with before me had multiple kids. He came into her life, pretended to be a dad figure for a little bit, and then left her. I didn't know that story till later, but I was horrified. I continued to go on a few more dates with him, and he told me everything I wanted to hear. He would talk about spending holidays, meeting my family, potentially buying a house for us, and I just got sucked right into it like probably everyone else was. Then a few hours after we had a really good date, he called to say he was confused if this was the right timing for us or not. I just kind of accepted it and was like, okay. However, a day later, he started dating my best friend's little sister, who was freshly out of high school, and this man's 27. And that's just what he does. He just gets off to the heartbreak because he emotionally can't understand it. Follow from our story times.
This is why you shouldn't play around with dark magic. When I was in high school, I started getting into witchcraft. It started with simple things like making myself feel better, charms, etc. I had a best friend who ignored me when she got into a relationship with her boyfriend. I was jealous of the relationship and I wanted my friend back. One day I did a spell to break them up. I didn't think much of it at first, but then a week later they actually broke up. When I saw that it worked, I became more confident and I wanted to dive deeper. I bought this really old ritual book from a sketchy website online. There was a spell in the book that was an incantation to summon the dead, and I was curious. I got a brass bowl and filled it with water, a pentagram, and a knife. The only thing I forgot was to protect myself with a salt line. I did the incantation, and to seal the spell, I had to cut my hand and spill my blood into the bowl. As the blood dropped into the bowl, I remember an overwhelming feeling of grief. Lastly, I poured the mixture on my chest. When I laid back, I felt the pressure on my chest as if someone was stepping on it. Then the lights flickered and I felt off. After a few minutes, nothing happened, so I thought the spell was a dud. I cleaned off and went to bed. However, all night, I felt like something was in the room with me. Things only went downhill from here. Part 2 of why you shouldn't play around with dark magic. Over the next few weeks, I was feeling really off. I had virtually no appetite, I was extremely weak, and I was losing time. I would find myself zoned out for small periods of time and then realize what was going on a few minutes later. Another thing was that the cut on my hand wasn't healing. I ended up texting my best friend whose dad is a pastor. I explained what I did and how I was feeling. They lived in the mountains and he told me to immediately go visit them. When I arrived, they both instantly noticed that I looked depressed and there was something off about my usually pleasant demeanor. Since our families are religious, they were pretty upset with me for what I had done. They ended up having to do an exorcism on me that very night. Apparently, the ritual I had done was summoning a spirit to come inhabit my body and I had willingly gave it permission. The moment they cast it out, I gasped for air and felt a weight off my shoulders. It was like taking a deep breath after an uphill hike. I had a crystal that I used as protection. They used it as a vessel to bind whatever was inside me to it. The crystal was light in color prior to the exorcism, but afterwards it was a smoky gray. They drove me to a cliff in a secluded area and I threw the crystal over the edge. Over the next few days, my appetite slowly returned and I felt normal again. I've stayed clear of witchcraft ever since.
Storytime about how my cat got me grounded. And yes, I mean my literal pet cat got me grounded. So a little background information. I was 16 and I was a freshman in high school and my parents were extremely strict. Now, of course, there was the usual no hanging out with boys, no hanging out with anybody on the weekdays. Well, my parents took it a step further. Actually, no, they took it like 10 miles further. I got my phone taken every night at 6 o'clock. Even on the weekends, and my friends were only allowed to come over for 8 hours exactly on the weekends. And they had to have a ride to and from my house. Well, usually my friend group and I were never invited to any kind of parties, but this one girl who had just moved to our school, she was throwing a huge party and she invited everybody, not just the popular kids. So obviously my friends begged me to go. They were like, please, like we can sneak over there. Your parents go to bed early anyways. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my cat got me grounded, and yes, I am talking about my pet cat. So like I said, my best friends are begging me to come out of the house. They're like, listen, like do whatever you have to come to this party. This is the first and probably only party that we will ever be invited to in our entire lives. So at this point, I start planning to sneak out of my house. So my parents usually go to sleep at around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and they usually wake up at 5:30 in the morning. But since this party was on a Friday, obviously my parents aren't going to wake up at that time. They'll usually wake up around like maybe 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. So this gave me a perfect amount of time to do what I needed to do, come back and not get caught. But just in case, I made sure to turn off any alarms on their phone. But I also had to make sure that I had a foolproof plan to get out of the house and get back in. Now, of course, I couldn't go through any of the doors in the house because of the stupid Ring doorbell. But there was one thing that did work in my favor. So my dad had been slowly but surely installing the window security alarms, but he hadn't made it to my room yet, so I was good to sneak out of my window. And thankfully, my window was on the first floor. Like for part 3. Part 3 about how my cat got me grounded, and yes, I am talking about my pet cat. Like I said, I had a foolproof plan to escape, okay? I was going to get out the window, and I was going to just crawl back in and act like nothing ever happened. But there was an issue with this, okay? My dad was supposed to fix my window because I somehow broke it. I don't even know how. But anytime that I go to put my window up, it just literally falls. And not only does it fall, it locks when it falls. And obviously, you can guess what will happen if it does fall. I won't be able to get back in the house, and I will somehow have to get in the house without my parents knowing, which is literally impossible. So I will be grounded for the rest of my life. So I was going to put a book between the window and the windowsill, but I didn't want it falling and making a lot of noise. So I decided to put a pillow there. So I snuck out of my house at 11 o'clock and I had the best time of my life. Probably because that's the first and only time that I will ever be invited to any party. But fast forward, I go and I run to the side of the house to get into my window. And of course the pillow is missing. And I'm looking around to see where the pillow went in my room. And of course my cat is laying on it on the floor. So I tried messing with the window and then all of a sudden my parents walked in my room and saw me.
Here is the story time of how we found out Tim's boyfriend was 65.
He wasn't.
So Tim was seeing this man, and by seeing I mean...
You know what seeing means.
sex. But like we always called him Tim's boyfriend because like there's just so many that I'm like, this one's just Tim's boyfriend. Okay, not so many. Now when I do the same thing where we like say the guys in our lives like their nicknames, like I don't know this man's real name. I just know him as like a restaurant that we call him. And like,
and you will not know the name of the restaurant.
And you will not, because it'll give it away. But like we do that thing. So you were seeing, let's call him Steven. So Tim and Steven had been seeing each other for like a while now, and we were in Chicago with my sister and one of like my other best friends. And I think Sissy asked like, how old is Steven?
And I was like,
Did what like anybody would do in that situation.
Stalked his Instagram.
We could have just Googled him, but Tim did not know Steven's last name.
Okay.
So you can't Google someone if you don't know their last. Guasha. Okay, just Guasha. It's a rose quartz wine, and Tim's using it so he can actually get a boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh my
I have
god.
the same
Fuck!
one.
I just got a text. I didn't want that text to come through because Tim thinks I should stop talking to men. And it was a man.
I do, don't you? Like she's going through it. Like she needs to focus on.
I'm
her
going
career.
through a breakup. You're
and
right.
Talk to your therapist first.
Okay. Anyways, I'm like, okay, wait. We'll find out his age by like when he graduated college. We're scrolling down Steven's Instagram, and like it's going from like 20 far.
We're getting far
Down there. It's like 2016, 2017, 2015. Like we're deep in his Instagram. No signs of any graduation photos. He did have a Soho House If you do that again, I swear to fucking God. Did he have a Soho House membership? I feel like he did.
He posted a picture at Soho House, yeah.
So that was hot.
Yeah.
Not that hot to be 65. Anyways, at this point, Tim's getting pretty mad. He's like, he probably just like didn't post graduation photos. Like he just didn't post them because we're scrolling deep
in the pits, like giving tectonic plate.
Yeah, like where I don't know what that is.
You know, like the little plates in hell.
In hell?
The little like plates. Like you learned about this in science.
Yeah, but why would I? Okay,
It's like the Earth's crusty. Like the crust.
Okay, yeah. So we find a photo, right? And he's like, this has to be a high school graduation photo because it's like 2014. Like it's deep in the trenches. And he's like, it has to be.
He looked like a kid. He looks like really young.
He looked 50. No, he didn't look that old. So Tim and I are fighting at this point.
Because I didn't want you to be right.
Yeah, I'm like, he's old as fuck, and he's like, this is a high school. I'm like, it's a college graduation.
Okay, have any of you ever been with someone who you didn't know the age? Come on.
No, not me. Okay. Tim and I were fighting, and we're fighting with my sister too. So it's just all of us like screaming at each other in front of my poor friend Sarah, who like literally was your first time meeting you, and honestly, we're like screaming about this man, and we're like, it's a college fucking graduation photo, and you're like, they're clearly in high school. Also, guys, Tim is one of my mom's aborted sons, so like we're genuinely, we're just siblings. So it's like that's how we fight. I will never forget this moment when Tim goes, oh my god, and we go, what is it? And he's like, I zoomed in like on the metal. You zoom in on the metal. College. It was a college thing. So he's like 37, right?
No, he's 32.
Okay, basically.
Which is a good age.
It's a good age, but to be fair,
and he's rich. Come on.
Okay, but both of my ex-boyfriends, Frenchie and the coworker, are both 32. That's not a positive.
Okay, well, I guess that's true.
That's how we found out Tim's boyfriend was 65 years old. Just kidding, he's like 33 or whatever, but like they're not dating anymore.
Still don't know his last name.
Don't know his last name, and that's okay.
Story time. So when I was like 7 or 8, I used to always steal my mum's makeup. She would get so mad because I would legit steal it and not return it. So when she'd be looking for it, I would hide it just so she couldn't take it off of me. But she would soon find it stuffed in like this teddy bear that I had, and it had a little zip in it so you could hide things in there. Concealers, mascaras, and I even stole her skincare. I now understand the feeling of losing your favorite skincare because what you find works and nothing replaces that. But at the time I had no idea, and she would get so mad at me. So soon when I got a job, I started to buy my own makeup. But even then, not only did now my mum get mad at me for taking her makeup, she hated me buying it, so she would legit throw it away. She did not want me to wear it at all. But these makeup products were my genuine favourite, although I do believe they would break me out, and my skin would always look so dry and dull, and it's because I didn't know how to use my skincare properly. So one day I was walking down the street wondering how to get my glow back on. Wait, I'm running out of time. Go to part 2. This is part 2 on how my mum would legit throw away my makeup and my skincare. So like I was saying, not only did my mum hate me stealing her skincare makeup, but she also hated me wearing it. And I never understood how to actually look after my skin either, so I'd get the most clogged up pores. And one day I was walking down the street wondering how to get my glow back on because my skin looked so crusty and dry. And then I discovered how to use my skincare. Let me tell you now, double cleansing your skin, and applying a serum before you apply your moisturizer gives you that glow that your skin needs. I'm now 19 and I understand the importance now, and investing into your skincare matters. So not only now do I understand why my mum would get so mad at me for stealing her products, but it also taught me the importance of looking after your skin and deep cleaning your skin. So I honestly think she didn't like me wearing it because she knew it would ruin my skin if I did not use it properly. And you honestly need to find the right products for you. So don't lose your glow, use your skincare. So maybe my mum was right. It taught me a lesson, to say the least.
This is one of the biggest lies I ever told to get myself out of trouble. So back in high school, I used to run on the cross country team, but by no means was I competitive or athletic at all. I was honestly just there for the social aspect of it. All throughout my freshman year of high school, I would literally run to Cold Stone Creamery to get ice cream and bring it back to everyone on my bus. I don't know if that tells you what kind of athlete I was, but yeah. Somehow I still didn't get caught for doing this stuff, and by later in high school, my friends and I decided to pretty much never go. I mean, we would show up to practice, but we would wait until everyone was ahead of us and then turn the opposite direction and sprint to Starbucks. We literally did this almost every single day. And then we would call cute boys from other schools to come meet us over there. We would literally get coffee with them, go shopping, and then once we saw the team getting close again, we would just run back to school and pretend like we did the workout. Until one day, I was called down to the principals. They said it had to do with my cross-country attendance. Follow Share and I'll tell you what happened next. So for starters, hopefully this makeup suits you a little bit better than the Tide Pod look did. But I'd also like to say that I've never gotten caught for anything before. At least, like, not school-wise. But I guess somewhere in this, the coaches started to take attendance mid-run. Sneaky. So I obviously had some absences. However, it was just me and one other girl that was called down to the office. So when I went in to talk to her, the only thing that could come to my mind to explain the absences was that I had an injury and I wasn't included in the workouts, so I just left and the coaches must have forgotten. And she bought it. However, rip my friend. They actually had camera footage of her leaving, so it wasn't like there was anything I could do to get her out of it. She got 3 days of detention, I believe, and I just went back the next day like nothing was wrong. But I ended up getting into a lot more trouble that I didn't actually get caught for, and that'll be next. Also, if you like these contacts, they're from TTDI. I got an adorable packaging today, and you can use code MiniCooperLiz for 10% off. Follow for more story times.
Story time about how a girl used me for her OnlyFans content. My boyfriend and I decided we wanted to spice things up and bring another girl in. I've always been attracted to girls, so it was actually my idea, and of course my boyfriend didn't object. We made a profile on a dating app saying what we were looking for. I didn't think too many girls would be down for this sort of thing, but I was so wrong. To my surprise, we got a ton of matches and messages from cute girls. One girl named Becca messaged us and I was really interested because she was so beautiful, like an Instagram model. We started messaging back and forth for a few days, and then we decided to meet up downtown at a club on the weekend to get drinks and have a fun night out. I asked her for her Instagram to make sure she was legit and her profile checked out. The night came to meet up and she looked just like her pictures, a total baddie. We got drinks and started talking and she seemed really cool. A few drinks later we were dancing, and a drink after that we were all making out. We were having so much fun and we stayed until the club closed at 2 a.m. We were planning on going home, but Becca insisted we come to her place for a drink and hang out some more. She hyped us up and we agreed. We got an Uber and caught a ride together to her place. This is when things got wild. Part 2 of how a girl used me for her OnlyFans content. We pulled up to her place and hopped out of the Uber. She showed us in and made us a really good drink that kept our buzz going. One thing led to another and we ended up in her bedroom. She asked if we wanted to hook up and we agreed. In the middle of the action, she asked if we wanted to make some videos for fun. I was a little hesitant, but she insisted and said that it would be exciting. I agreed, but only if they were recorded on my phone, which she agreed with. I started recording and got some really good content. The next morning, I woke up with a text from Becca saying how much fun she had and asking me to send her the videos we made. I sent them over and she immediately blocked me on everything after receiving them. I was shocked. I told my boyfriend that she blocked me and grabbed his phone to see if he was blocked as well. I checked her Instagram and saw that she posted a story update 2 minutes ago. The story said, "New threesome videos on sale on my OnlyFans. DM me for the link." A few minutes later, my boyfriend was blocked on her account as well. I couldn't believe she used us for OnlyFans content and was profiting off of our goods. Luckily, our faces and tattoos weren't in any of the videos we sent her. Looking back on it now, it's kind of funny, but to this day, I still think I deserve half of the money she made off of those videos. Crime Fanatic Friday, how I narrowly escaped being killed by my creepy coworker. It was a little after I turned 18. I was working at a Denny's restaurant as a waitress in a small town in North Carolina. I love my job, even though I worked overnight shifts from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and the manager left at 2 a.m., leaving only me and the cook to hold on the restaurant. One day, they hired a man named Willie George. He instantly grew a liking to me and would sit at the bar near the server station for hours after his shift ended just trying to talk to me. One night, all the coworkers decided to meet up for karaoke night at a bar called Lorelei's. My coworker Olivia picked me up, and Willie was also riding with us. He seemed nice and kept trying to speak to me, but at some point, he started recording me on his phone. He asked me weird questions the whole time while filming me. On the way home, he begged Olivia to drop me off first, but I had a bad feeling in my gut and told Olivia to drop him off first. The next day, he kept calling me, even though I never gave him my number. He had taken it off the employee call-in sheet from work. He told me he recently got out of prison, but didn't tell me why. I started ignoring his calls, but I couldn't ignore him at work. He would stay from when his shift ended at 10 p.m. until mine ended at 6 a.m. Little did I know, it was about to get terrifyingly worse. Part 2, how I narrowly escaped being killed by my creepy coworker. One night when he wasn't even on the schedule, he came in at 1 a.m. in his uniform. Willie began talking crazy, saying, "We need to get out of here, they're after us." He threw a wooden bar menu at me and came behind the counter to grab me. I was terrified, but I knew I had to play along. I told him, "You're right, we need to go now. Let me use the restroom and we'll leave." He waited outside for me as I locked myself in the bathroom and called the police. Unfortunately, he left before they got there. I thought it scared him away, but I was so wrong. My manager changed my schedule to evenings after this, even though she thought I was overreacting. Willie came in the following week looking for me. Olivia told him I didn't work that shift anymore and she wouldn't tell him what shift I did work. He became furious, slamming chairs and flipping tables. He left angry, and on his way home, he did the unthinkable. He murdered 2 people, a 17-year-old boy and a 72-year-old man. He beat them to death on the side of the road. Olivia called me the next day telling me to check the news. I was filled with relief and sadness at the same time. They had him in custody and I'd never have to see him again, but in the process, he had killed 2 people. He took a plea deal and has to serve 32 to 43 years for his crimes. Thinking about him still haunts me to this day.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of just fucking hate TikTok right now. They took down my video, my curb stomp video, they took the sound off of it, you can see it. And I'm like, what the fuck? I literally came on this app and been like, I'm gonna put 8 dicks in my mouth, but that's gonna fly TikTok. But as soon as I say I'm gonna curb stomp someone, you're like, pull the fucking brakes, take that down. Are we serious? It really is such a little dumb problem, but it really just has me a little bit fucking irritated. That's about it, a little fucking irritated. You hear the Zen music in the background because I'd be a fucking cunt without it. I don't know why. I don't know. That music just does something to me every single time. I'm getting ready because I'm going to get tea at the plaza. Tea at the plaza. I'm so excited. Plaza's gonna be wonderful. Livy's orange as fuck today. Yes, I am. You guys always ask me what this is. It's the LA Girl Lip Plumper. I have every single thing that I use in my Amazon storefront, but I always get everyone's like, oh my god, this is spicy. I'm not fucking around with this, okay? I want my lips to look like they are freshly Juvederm injected, you know what I mean? So of course this is gonna be top tier. So if you get it and you're like, my lips are burning, bitch. Oh my god, I forgot to tell you guys. Well, since my newfound hatred for TikTok, which I'm kidding, it's not that deep. I am going to post the story time everybody wants to know, but I'm posting it on YouTube. It's probably going to be a 30-minute long video, but just think about what story time you guys all want to know, and that's going on YouTube this week. So subscribe to my YouTube channel, love, so you're not fucking missing that whatsoever. And I'll upload the curb stomping video to, oh my god, that sounds like I was in a fight. I'm going to upload that to Instagram, so follow my Instagram, loves. If Instagram takes it down, I was about to say something that was extremely inappropriate. About to FaceTime my mom right now. Let's see how much my mood changes from now. I'm feeling good, and let's see what it is when I come back. Okay, she talked about Jesus a lot, but she did not piss me off, and she did not talk about any dead people, so we're making strides in the world, people. I also think I'm gonna do my little makeup thing on Instagram and just give you all the products and stuff. I feel I just want to launch a little new Instagram series. Can you tell I'm a little bit still annoyed with fucking TikTok? But it's I love you in TikTok, but at the same time, come on! I only scream like that when my roommate is not home. I think that would genuinely worry her. She'd be like, why the fuck is Livy screaming at her phone? Gorgeous. I honestly am so fucking excited for Tea at the Plaza. We are spending a lot of money for Tea at the Plaza, but it's Tea at the Plaza, Tea at the fucking Plaza. Kylie put her whole soul into this lip kit. I love this.
Story time about how my best friend made my whole school hate me. So a little background information, I was 13 and in 8th grade, and so was my best friend, who we are going to call Layla. And we met at a birthday party of a mutual friend during that summer. And all 3 of us started to hang out every day. And then when school started back up, the trio fell apart. Because our other friend Alice went to a different school, so she couldn't really hang out with us as much. When we first started school, there was this boy that I met, and I really liked him, and we started dating. But Layla and I had our own little friend group. There were 5 of us. Then there was this girl named Ivy. She had 4 people in her group, and our friend groups did not like each other at all. There was maybe one person from both groups that hung out with the other group, but that was it. And the only reason why none of us were friends was because the main girls, like the leaders of the group, used to be best friends. But then Ivy went behind Layla's back and started talking to this boy that Layla liked, and that's literally why they're not friends anymore. Well, all of us in the friend group were friends, but I was Layla's best friend. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my best friend made my whole school hate me. So like I said, we were all friends in the group, but I was Layla's best friend. So her and I would pretty much boss everybody else around. One day Layla tells one of our friends, Nova, to go and listen to what Ivy and her friends were talking about during lunch, because Nova had friends who sat at the same lunch tables as them. Well, I guess Ivy was talking about how she was going to try to talk to every guy that Layla talked to just to make her mad. And that started a whole war. Layla and I have a sleepover that same night, and she's like, we should make an Instagram account and expose her. Now, Ivy was notorious for sending out explicit pictures to guys. Like, even if she didn't know them, she loved the attention from guys. So Layla told me that we were going to make a fake Snapchat account and try to get her to send pictures. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of sad. She literally sent them within 5 minutes of Layla texting her pretending to be some guy. After that, we both made Instagram accounts that were named Exposing Ivy or something along those lines. And we made 2 accounts just so that way, if one got taken down, hopefully the other one would stay up. We posted the pictures on there and a lot of people saw them, like for part 3. Part 3 about how my best friend made my entire school hate me. So like I said, Ivy sent the pictures and everybody saw them. And I'm talking even the people in high school. The next day, Ivy and Layla are in the same science class together. And none of their friends were there that day, so they ended up working on a group assignment together. And just like that, they were best friends again. Well, I get thrown under the bus, the teachers come and pull me out of my class, and they search my phone, and they find the Instagram account on my phone. Then when I told them it was also on Layla's phone, they went on her phone, and they didn't find anything, of course. I get suspended, and Layla and Ivy tell everybody that I was the one who made the fake Snapchat account and the Instagram accounts. And the whole week that I was suspended, I was getting messages from a lot of people that I went to school with and people that I didn't even know from high school. I was getting tagged in stuff on Instagram of people saying how much of a weirdo I am. Well, a few days into my suspension, Layla and Ivy talked my boyfriend into breaking up with me. They faked text messages between each other and made it look like I was talking to another guy. And then they faked another conversation between Layla and I, like for part 4. Part 4 about how my best friend made my entire school hate me. So like I said, Layla and Ivy talked my boyfriend into breaking up with me the week that I was suspended. They showed him fake text messages between me and some guy that doesn't even exist. And then they also faked a conversation between Layla and I, and it's me saying, OMG, this guy's so hot, I'm gonna leave my boyfriend for him. And I was getting called a cheater, and when I went back to school the next week on Monday, it was terrible. People would whisper and laugh at me when I was walking in the hallway. I would be in the bathroom and there would be girls talking about how weird and disgusting I was loud enough so I could hear them. Every lunch table that I sat at, Layla and Ivy would sit at the other end with all their friends and just talk about me the entire time. Well, after this situation, I finally decided that I was going to do online school for the next 2 months and then hopefully have a fresh start in high school. All the girls and I were changing in the locker room, and we went to gym class. Ivy asked if she could go to the bathroom, which of course was in the locker room. After gym class, I get changed into my clothes.
Whoops, didn't realize it was in slow motion.
And yes, I did try telling my teachers about this stuff that was going on, because we all should know by now, schools are notorious for not doing shit to help students that are being bullied.
Story time about the girl who left me unconscious in the girls' bathroom. So a little background information. I was pretty young at the time. I was in 7th grade and I was 11 years old. And there was this girl who we're gonna call Jenna. Jenna hated me for absolutely no fucking reason. She would bully me because I had red hair, and she would text me literally every day at the same time, telling me to off myself, and how I was weird and how nobody liked me. One day she randomly started being nice to me. She sat with me at lunch and her water bottle was empty, and she asked if I needed mine filled up too. Stupidly, I said yes. Well, she ended up putting drugs in my water bottle. After like 20 minutes, I started feeling sick, so I went to the bathroom, and I was kneeling over the toilet when everything went black. Well, when I didn't come back from the bathroom, my teacher got worried, so she sent security looking for me. They were banging on my stall. Obviously, I was fucking unconscious, so I didn't answer. So then they called the fire department, the police, the ambulance were all there. Like for part 2. Story time about my extremely creepy neighbors. So a little background information, I was 12 years old and I was in 6th grade. And my family and I lived in a really small town where everyone knew everyone. But our new neighbors had been building their house next to us for the past 4 years. And finally, when they were done with the house, this house was huge. I mean, probably because there were like 8 people moving into the house. There was the mom, the dad, 4 kids, and their grandparents. So like 8 people.
But I was super excited because I was like, okay, this is awesome. I get to meet some new friends. But after 2 weeks of not seeing anybody playing in the backyard or anybody on the school bus, I started to think that their family was super fucking weird. And everyone in our neighborhood liked to gossip, and everyone was saying how they barely see the people who had just moved in. So my mom decided to take one for the team and make some brownies, take them over to the house, and I ended up going with her. So we go up to the house, we knock on the door, and one of the kids came and opened the door, but the dad ran over and grabbed him. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my extremely creepy neighbors. So like I said, my mom and I took some brownies over there, and one of the kids opened the door, and when he opened the door, he had a bunch of bruises all over his body. The dad came running over and ripped his son from the door and slammed the door in our faces, and all you could hear was him screaming at his son. So my mom and I went to walk away before the door opened, and he was like, sorry, my son knows better than to open the door to strangers. He took the brownies, and then I asked him if I could have a sleepover with one of his daughters, and he was super hesitant at first, but he said that I could only have a sleepover with her if it was at my house and not theirs, which my mom was completely fine with anyways, because she thought that it was a little bit weird that his son had bruises covering his whole body. So that night when she came over to sleep over my house, I asked her how her brother got all those bruises all over his body, and she said that he just fell down some stairs. But after that, we became best friends, and we would literally hang out like 5 times a week, until the one day I knocked on their door to ask if she wanted to come over, and her dad answered the door and said that she was gone. Like for part 3.
Story time about how I got a bloody nose on a Tinder date. I met a cute guy on Tinder who was 7 years older than me. He wanted all the same things I did in a relationship, so we decided to meet up. He was sweet at first, but then he started drinking and his friends started to wish me good luck. Let me just say that I'm 110 pounds and he was a 230-pound bodybuilder. He started to get super sexual, touchy, and aggressive. He would grip my leg so hard that it bruised and bite my neck hard enough to where it turned red and had teeth marks. It all really hurt, but I'm kind of into that stuff, so I rolled with it. Then when we went to the bar, he snorted some stuff and it escalated. He dragged me into the bathroom at the bar, even though I said no. He pinned me to the wall by my throat and smacked me across the face, asking me if I liked it. I felt something drip from my nose and my face stung, so I shoved him off of me and checked the mirror. I had a handprint on my face and a bloody nose. He followed right behind me and grabbed me, but thankfully stopped when he saw the blood. He started to apologize profusely, but I told him that I had to go home and I left. He reached out again to apologize, but I ignored him and never talked to him again. I can still feel the slap to this day and it hurts like hell when I think about it. Story time about how my roommate tried to steal my boyfriend. When I was 18, my parents told me that I had to move out. I found a really nice apartment that was pretty spacious, but I definitely couldn't make rent on my own. I put out an ad for a roommate and found a girl named Jenny who seemed really put together. When Jenny moved in, everything was fine. We got along well, but didn't overstep any boundaries. When the pandemic hit, my boyfriend started staying over more. Jenny didn't have a problem with this, as we had plenty of room and didn't bother her. Over time, I started noticing little things Jenny would say and do. Whenever my boyfriend came over, she made it a point to wear as little clothing as possible, but when he wasn't there, she would be in full-on PJs. My boyfriend and I had date nights a couple times a week at home. She would invite herself to our date nights and solely focus on talking to my boyfriend the whole time, laughing a little too hard at his jokes. I'm not easily intimidated, so I didn't read much into it, and didn't think that she'd ever actually try anything. One weekend when I was sleeping in, my boyfriend woke me up. He had gone for a jog and was making his post-workout smoothie in the kitchen, and that's when Jenny approached him. Apparently, she told him that he should stay and hang out with her when I went to work instead of leaving when I leave like he usually does. She only got more flirty with him from here. Part 2 of how my roommate tried to steal my boyfriend. My roommate Jenny continued passively flirting with him. One morning, she came into the kitchen wearing one of his t-shirts that we put in the wash the previous night. When I asked her about it, she said she didn't know that it was his and she found it in her laundry basket. She changed and threw the shirt at him with a smile. A few nights later, she sent him a picture on Instagram in her bra and immediately apologized, saying she sent it to him on accident. He quickly sent me the screenshots of the messages. The final straw was when she tried to make a move on my boyfriend one night when I was running late from work. He was waiting for me in my room when she barged in intoxicated. She tried to straddle him and kiss him, but he quickly pushed her off. When I got home and confronted her, she flipped out and started cursing me out. She locked herself in her bedroom the rest of the night and wouldn't come out to talk to me. The next morning, I told her that she needed to move out. The following month she did, but that didn't stop her from taking a final shot at my boyfriend. She messaged him on Instagram and asked him to come over to her new place. She said she would keep it a secret and would do anything he wanted. Obviously he showed me and I posted the screenshots of her thirsty ass and tagged her. She got flooded with messages about being a homewrecker and she deleted her social media accounts. Luckily I haven't heard from her since.
Sometimes things aren't always as they seem. On the 11th of March in 2011, a Lululemon manager came in for her shift in the morning when she noticed the store was unlocked. Frightened, she went to the line at the Apple store and asked a guy who had been standing in the line for a couple of hours if he had seen anything. He said that he had seen nothing, but he offered to walk into the Lululemon with her. As they walked in, it looked as though there was a robbery. Receipts everywhere and cash registers open. However, the closer that they got to the back, the more things seemed out of place. And then they saw one bloody footprint after another. When she finally got to the back, she found her coworkers who had shifts the night before. They were covered in blood and completely unresponsive. She thought they were both dead. The police and ambulances arrived immediately. One of the girls in the back, named Jana Murray, sustained 331 wounds. This was done between 5 different weapons. This killing obviously seemed personal. They went to go attend to the other girl, Brittany Norwood, and they noticed that she was still breathing. She was tied up by zip ties and had superficial wounds all over her body. Follow, share, and add me on Instagram for part 2. So this is part 2 to the Lululemon murderer. After one murder and an attempted murder, the police had to take action immediately. They started interviewing so many people that were around the Lululemon at the time and Brittany Norwood herself. They also took note at the state of the place when they found it. The alarm was turned off with the key, the tools were out everywhere, and the size of the footprint was a US 14 shoe, which is fairly big. The story was that 2 masked men broke in, beat, and assaulted the 2 girls. Police looked for weeks for 2 men that fit their description to walk by. When they finally found men that fit the description, they interrogated them and found no proof. They did find that the randomness of such a cruel act was really odd, so they went back from the beginning and interviewed Brittany again. This time, her story wasn't adding up. Once eyes turned to Brittany, a whole history of hers popped up, specifically a history of stealing things. Recently, Jana had accused Brittany of attempting to steal a pair of yoga pants, so the police found their motive. My Instagram is below, part 3 will be next. Hey guys, and welcome back for part 3 of the Lululemon murderer. The store manager that had found them specifically found everything to be odd, considering that she actually had called Jana after she had locked up the store the night before and was leaving on her way home. So why did she go back? Brittany had actually called her and stated that she had left her Metro card inside of the Lululemon, so Jana came back to let her in. The moment that Jana walked in, Brittany confronted her for going to management after she saw her steal the leggings. The argument turned to a brutal attack. Then Brittany staged the scene to look like they had both been attacked and assaulted. Then she put on a pair of size 14 shoes and left a trail of bloody footprints to make it appear as though a large man had been there. She put the superficial wounds on herself and bound her own ankles and wrists. While the police originally believed the story of the masked intruders, it did not take long for them to see through the lies. She was now the sole suspect. A nearby store then reported that they heard 2 women arguing the night of the murder. That's when they knew for sure that they had the right person. In January of 2012, Brittany was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I am so fucking annoyed and cranky today, and it all starts with the man at the gym. This man at the gym comes up to me while I'm on the fucking machine, and I've been there for at least 5 minutes, okay? And he's like, I'm using this machine, as I'm using it. So I looked at him and I said, how the fuck are you using the machine? Well, clearly I'm fucking using this machine. I didn't say that, okay? But I wish I did. I was just kind of more like, oh, okay. Why the fuck did he say he was using that machine when he wasn't using it? And then he went and was like bench pressing. So I was like, you weren't fucking using this machine. Today I had such a fun little video plan for you guys where I was gonna be like, what would Livy do? And give like my real life, how the fuck I would act in a situation is what I wanted to say. I feel like if I made that video today of like, what would Livy do if she found her boyfriend cheating on her? Livy would throw him out a fucking window. Like, that's what I would do. I would be, and you guys would be like, why is she being so weirdly aggressive about this video? And it just wouldn't come across well whatsoever. But I'm just in such a cranky mood. But my day gets even weirder. As I'm walking home from the gym, already in like this bitchy mood that I'm in currently, I see a man wearing a mask. And it's like a creepy fucking mask. I feel like if it was a normal day, I'd be absolutely terrified. It was a clown mask and he was headed directly towards me. Normally I would be like freaking the fuck out. No, I was like, I hope a motherfucker tries me today. I hope he does. Like, why are you so starved for attention that you need to wear a clown mask in the middle of the day in New York City on the street? Like, why? I was ready to fight him. I don't know why, I just was. I know I sound like a ranty, annoying little bitch, but like, I can't be anything else right now. And you guys claim to love me like you say you do. You'll love every part of me. That's funny, Livy, and that's rude, fucking mean, Livy, and that's where I'm at right now. Why I think I'm in this mood, besides that dumb fucking man at the gym, is because my sister and I got in, like, she just pissed me off this morning about my taxes. We were talking about my taxes, and I was like, well, I'm gonna TurboTax this bitch this year. Like, I always TurboTax it, so, like, I'm just gonna TurboTax it. And this is not a fucking ad for TurboTax, okay? Like, fuck you, TurboTax. Not actually, I just, like, I can't use you. My sister's like, you need to get an accountant that specializes in, like, what you do. And I go, you already know I want a financial advisor. And she goes, you know those are 2 different things, right? Like, no. I didn't fucking know. I don't know anything about finances, obviously. And she's like, oh my God, like, you don't know what an accountant is? Like, that's so embarrassing. I'm like, fuck off. Like, fuck off. Like, I've told you I've only TurboTaxed it. Like, I only understand what TurboTax is. And honestly, if I'm being so fucking honest, and I shouldn't say this, I don't even think I'm doing that correctly. I don't really understand anything about taxes. Like, I'm not proud of that. Like, I'm gonna hire the fucking accountant because, like, I don't know how to do them. Hearing my sister be like, oh my, you don't know what taxes is, you don't know what an accountant is. I literally wanted to jump through the phone and punch her. So fighting with her about taxes, like, just really sent me over the edge today. I was like, I cannot keep doing this. Like, I'm so fucking angry, but like, I just want to cry. And I don't know why. I don't really have even a valid reason to fucking cry right now, okay? Because, like, the man at the gym is not an excuse to be bawling my eyes out. I am hiring an accountant, though, so if you're an accountant, hit me up, okay? After that phone call with my sister, I'm probably going to have to hire a financial advisor as well, okay? So just hit me up. I can't even imagine if I had to film a brand deal today. I would literally be like, buy fucking Maybelline, and I would send that to my managers, and they would be like, Olivia, take it back a notch. What the fuck was that? I'm just in a bitchy mood, and this is my truth, and this is my fucking truth. You already know I'm about to get my period, so this is definitely probably why I'm in like the worst mood ever. Let me know if I'm the only one that does this, because the whole time at the gym, I just kept thinking of things I would have said to that man if he approached me again. I would have been like, why don't you just shut the fuck up? You know, why don't you just shut the fuck up? This white eyeliner is going to give me a mental breakdown. I already fucking feel it coming. But to make myself feel better, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I lied. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I'm going to drink my milk tea in the fridge, and I'm going to run around Soho. And Kylie really put her whole bodicious into this, okay? And I'll say that every damn day. My roommate is in like corporate meetings, and I'm screaming about Kylie's bodicious. Like, what the fuck?
I caught my dad and my best friend making out. Ew. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, it's not me on Instagram. As my bestie and I were planning our dual birthday party, my dad started insisting on getting us caterers and a full-on bar. This meant thousands of dollars. But I know my dad has money, so we accepted. But this meant that he started spending more time with us. He was always coming around to my mom's house, which is where we were gonna have the party. Him and my bestie actually started meeting alone because they were gonna plan some things while I was in school. One day, my best friend and I are watching a movie together, and that's when I see a text message from my dad come in through her phone. I asked her, what does my dad want? And that's when she lied. She said, oh yeah, that's not your dad. And I said, it says bestie's dad. This time she said, oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. Must be something about the party, I'll check it later. How could it cross my mind that something was going on with my dad and my bestie? After 3 weeks of planning our birthday, it's finally arrived. We had 70 of our friends' family showing up. We even decided to match outfits. She wore pink and I wore green. As the party starts, my boyfriend comes up to me and says, I think I just saw your bestie hugging your dad in the kitchen. Run over there and I find them passionately making out on top of the counter. And he had his hand up her skirt. Part 3 is up. I caught my dad and my best friend making out. Disclaimer, is not my story time, it's not me on Instagram. By the way, my dad has known my bestie since I was 4 years old. My bestie and I both just turned 21, and everything happened at our birthday party. But here's a little background. My mom and dad got divorced when I was 15, and this hit me really hard, and my best friend was always there for me. And I mean, she was there for me. I would call her any time of the day to complain and cry. We live close to each other, so sometimes I would just run over to her house at 2 in the morning and sleep with her. My parents were always fighting, and I just needed to leave my house. After this, her and I just became even closer. Finally, when my parents got divorced, there was peace in the house. My dad moved into an apartment not far away, and things were pretty much okay. I did not resent my dad for leaving. I knew he was really unhappy with my mom, and she was unhappy with him. So the divorce needed to happen. Okay, back to the present. For our 21st birthday, we decided to celebrate it together. Our birthdays are 2 weeks apart, so we just wanted to have one big party. When I told my parents, for some reason my dad really wanted to get involved. He wanted to hire caterers, and he even hired a full-on bar, which meant him and my bestie started spending more time together. It gets worse. Go to part 2.
My friend didn't get me.
My partner has been cheating on me for most of our relationship. I'm not sure if it was my rose-colored glasses, but at the start of the relationship, he was my dream guy and more. Very sweet and caring. Fast forward to now, a few issues have come up. I've always noticed he's been particularly addicted to his Snapchat. To be specific, every single person he talks to on the app is female. He's even begun tilting his phone away from me, and naturally, I get a bit sus.
Oh, the phone tilt.
Yeah, it's not on.
A classic.
I'm not proud of what I'm about to admit, but curiosity got the better of me. One night after he fell asleep, I went through his phone. I found multiple texts from him to other girls. He was entertaining them and flirting, and there were saved nudes and vice versa. I brought it up to him and he got defensive, but overall we both decided we could work through it together. Now there was one girl in particular I questioned him about. After continuously bringing her up, he decided to block her on all socials. All was fine until I received a message from her on Facebook. The message read, Hey girl, are you Nate's girlfriend?
It always fucking starts with, hey girl. Oh, those two words. Hey girl.
Hey girly.
Don't.
No.
Are you Nate's girlfriend that he calls his roommate?
Oh my god.
All of this drama finally came to the point where I decided to go home for a few days. One of the nights I was away, he had footy training and was being a bit dry with texting back. He called me before he got home and said he was tired and was going straight to bed, so I let him be. When I arrived home, I found a girl's hairbrush on the bathroom bench. My gut was right. He'd taken her home and slept with her. I was completely heartbroken. I tried to leave that night, however it was late, so I slept in the spare room instead. The next morning we talked it out some more. He openly admitted he had issues he needed to work on and that I was a person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. So we both signed up for couples therapy. It was during a session together that he came clean and admitted this was, in fact, the third girl he'd slept with over the course of our relationship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ultimately, I really do love him and believe he is my person. However, I'm wondering if he will commit to changing or if he'll just fall back into his bad habits. I worry that he will, as the Snapchat habit is starting again.
Oh, again? How old is him? I can't.
How old is him?
Delete the fucking app.
Cut to last week. I've just found out that I'm pregnant. It's a very odd feeling after finding out my partner has been cheating on me with 3 separate women. It was a shock to us both. However, since finding out, he's been more reassuring than ever. He tells me he's always wanted to be a dad and will fix everything before the baby is born so we can have a healthy, loving family. So my question to you both, Annabelle and Louie, is, do I stay with my partner after everything is done and might still do, or do I leave him and raise this baby on my own? Kelly. Things are getting a bit weird. I met my boyfriend Joe on a dating app during COVID, and we've been together ever since. He's always struggled with insecurity and anxiety, and I've always supported him. But there have been times when it's crossed a line. For example, in the early days of our relationship, I caught him going through my messages between my friends and I. I confronted him about this, and he said it wasn't because he didn't trust me, but because he was bored and wanted to hear some drama.
Nah.
No.
Nah.
I asserted my boundaries and said that I would happily share drama that I was comfortable sharing with him freely. There was no need for him to go through my phone. A few months later, he accidentally let slip that he had read some of my old diaries in my apartment.
Oh, what? He would have had to rummage for those.
Dear diary.
Again, I didn't really mind that he wanted to read them, but I did find it weird that he read them without asking me first and that he kept it a secret from me. I asserted my boundaries again. A year has passed and there have been no other weird incidents. Until recently, he was trying to find a photo to show me on his phone. We were both looking at his phone screen and he continued to scroll way before we had even met. And I saw that he had photos of me on his phone from when I was 18. I hadn't posted these photos on my social media accounts. They were from my phone.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's so weird.
So concerning.
He played it off and made a joke out of it, but admitted he had airdropped the photos of me to his phone while I was sleeping because he liked looking at pictures of me. At that moment, I told him I found it really weird. I knew it was crossing a boundary, but I still let it go. I feel good about the relationship for the most part. We have things we need to work on.
Oh, yeah.
But we've been able to overcome each obstacle together. Although I haven't told him that I still think about the airdrop incident from time to time. I don't want to make him feel even more embarrassed or shame him for it. Or is this something he should be ashamed about?
Yeah.
I just can't help but worry that this recent airdrop incident could be symptomatic of something deeper. An obsession? I don't think this is something I'd break up with him over, but it's weird. I don't really know what to do about it or how to even react. Help, Lucy.
Am I wrong for refusing to help my brother after his wife blabbed about my financial situation? A few years ago, I won a lottery and became set for many lives over. Even though my name and winnings were public record, I worked really hard to keep it a secret. And for the most part, it worked. After verifying my winnings and setting up a trust, I told my family. My plan was to basically help each of my 3 brothers and my parents, depending on their needs. My brother Chris and his wife Alice had 3 kids, and I offered to pay for the down payment on whatever house they wanted. As crazy as it sounds, I was more broke the first year of winning than the year before I won, due to me helping my family out. I had one rule for anyone who took money from me, and that was don't tell anyone about my money. Well, Chris and Alice did for clout, and that unleashed a whole lot of people bombarding me with money requests. These were friends of theirs, friends of friends of theirs. Like my brother's brother-in-law, he asked me to pay for a wedding in St. Luca because his fiance wanted one. And I only met this guy twice in like 9 years. Even though this happened in 2021, people still bother me constantly for money. I was pissed and cut my brother off. This led to a rift in the family, and I largely became estranged from them. And it was unfortunate because I was really close with my nephews and I wanted to spoil them. Last week, my other brother emailed me and let me know that Chris had been sick all year and was bedridden and gets specialized care, something to do with breathing. I let him know that was sad. And he told me that Chris hadn't been working and they were on the verge of losing their house. They have 4 kids from the ages of 4 to 15. I told him if he had something to say, to just say it. He asked me if I'd help them out by paying their outstanding bills until they can get back on their feet. I said no, the money wasn't the issue, it was my privacy. I have no idea if they will keep their mouth shut about me helping them. I get painted as a nice rich guy and then I have 10 people bothering me with their problems. If you help them once, they'll keep coming back. It's funny how people have financial emergencies when you're helping others out. My other problem is that if my brother does pass, I don't want Alice to get a house that I paid 20% for. She and I don't get along, and she is the one that put my business out there. She was so certain that I'd take care of them that she didn't even bother to say thanks for the down payment on our dream home. How bad is their financial situation, you might ask? It's bad. And I'd offer to help in any other way that I can, but beggars want to be choosers and negotiate their charity. I'm not setting up any sort of loan settlement with my brother and his wife. They don't have the means to pay me back, and they would see it as a sign of weakness. Ironically, the only other person who's against giving them money is my financial advisor. I gave them $420,000 to buy a house, and they still managed to fuck that up. They live in a nicer house than I do. I don't live fancy, I don't own a Rolex, and the majority of the clothes that I have holes in them. I even bought my furniture from Big Lots. My other reason for not helping is that I know if the situations were reversed, my sister-in-law would not help me. She would be a lot less nice about it. I love my nephews, but I won't be blackmailed over them. When they come of age and reach out to me, then I'll be there for them. So am I wrong for not helping out?
Am I overreacting after I asked my boyfriend why he won't take me on dates anymore and he listed a bunch of things that he doesn't like about me? My boyfriend, 27 male, and I, female 28, have been together for almost 5 years. We have a pretty good relationship and we genuinely enjoy each other's company. No major problems at all this entire time. For the past year or so, however, he is not taking me out on a real date. He only ever just wants to do something simple like walk around the mall or order food and watch movies at home. I've been making date night or trip suggestions for months and he never shoots them down, but he just kind of moves past it without taking it seriously. Well, I finally became a bit upset and asked him why he doesn't ever make plans for dates or want to do anything romantic with me. It's really been making me question the relationship and hurt my self-esteem. He became pretty frustrated and basically listed out a bunch of things that he doesn't like about me. This was the gist of it. I don't try to dress nice when we go out, even though I dress up to go out with my friends. I don't ever wear makeup or do anything with my hair when I'm with him. I don't watch my weight. I don't clean up around our apartment. I have been neglecting him sexually. I sleep all day. I never cook for him. I force him to do all of the chores. I never want to try to do any of the stuff that he likes to do with him. And the last one, which really pissed me off, it's not like I'm going to come home and get my D sucked afterwards anyway. His words. We haven't been speaking very much since. I feel so hurt, especially about the weight comment. I've been struggling with my weight, and I'm about 40 pounds heavier than when we started dating. During this relationship, he's gained much more weight than me, like 100 pounds. But he started working out 2 years ago, and now he's in great shape. This has been an insecurity of mine for a while, but this is the first time that he's ever made a comment about my weight before. Everything he said just feels so shallow, and like he only cares about my looks and my body. I just need some advice, please. After a lifetime of abuse and neglect, I finally snapped and beat my cousin to a pulp. This happened yesterday. I'm 23 male, and my parents adopted my cousin 19 female when she was 2 and I was 6. Her parents gave her up immediately and went no contact with my parents. My parents truly see my cousin as their daughter. I refuse to call her that, and to me, she's nothing more than my mother's sister's child, and someone who made things very tough for me growing up. It was always that my parents favored my cousin over me, but only because she was a girl, and she was the younger sibling. She doesn't have any medical issues that require extra care or anything, and on some level, they just don't consider me my own person with my own autonomy like they'd consider her. My parents made it clear to her that she was special and rules didn't apply to her. She was allowed to use physical violence against me whenever things didn't go her way. When I was 14, I asked my mother to buy me a box of pastries from the grocery store that I really liked, and I even offered to pay for it with my pocket money to convince her. A few days later, I ate the last pastry, which my cousin apparently decided was hers. She got so mad that I ate her pastry that she threw a large plastic doll's house at me, which left a nasty cut on my hand. My father then physically grabbed me and yelled at me for trying to attack her. Once we went on holiday to New York when I was 10. We were walking in the street and passed by a homeless person, and for some reason he decided to whack me with his cane. Not hard, I didn't cry or anything, but hard enough that it was definitely intentional. My father didn't say a word. A few years later, in a similar situation, a homeless guy spat on me and my father didn't say anything. But once, when my cousin was 10, we were walking in the street and she wasn't looking where she was going, looking behind while we were walking forward, and slammed into some guy who was standing still. My father started shouting at him for bumping into my cousin and nearly attacked the guy who was just standing still minding his own business. There are so many more incidents like this that happen over the years, but they've blended together at this point. But it was also apparent in our day-to-day interactions that my parents favored her over me. The way they would just constantly fawn over her and compliment her, the way they tell her that she's special and deserves special treatment, but also the way that they would get mad at me whenever someone did something bad or unfair to me. In their eyes, I didn't have the right to feel like somebody wronged me. I confronted my parents about all of this treatment many times, and after years of laughing it off, they finally admitted to me that she deserved special treatment because she was a girl younger than me. But even beyond our interactions, she's just in general a nasty, entitled person. Every word out of her mouth is either putting someone else down or is a brag about herself or someone she knows. I've never heard her say anything positive or even neutral. She just finds a way to laugh at people and make them feel small. Even when she talks with others, she constantly makes jabs and then insults at them. She is the most vile person that I've ever met. I'm now 23 and she's 19. She's home from college for a summer break, and I took a week off of work to come visit my parents and film me in the area. A few hours ago, we were at home alone when she decided to make about how if only I was as pretty as she was, I wouldn't be so ugly and need plastic surgery or something. Well, this was the last straw. Years of anger and resentment at the way that she and my own parents treated me erupted. I walked up to her and just began punching her as hard as I could in the face. I also grabbed her wrist and broke several of her fingers on her hand. I saw red. I just wanted to hurt her for all the hurt that she caused me. I know that at the end, she was still alive and conscious because she was screaming loudly. I immediately grabbed some belongings from my room, packed up as quickly as I could, and got the F out of the house. Walked down the street a few blocks and called an Uber to a hotel where I'm staying now. I'm trying to get my flight rescheduled so I can fly back today before a police warrant goes out or something. I know that what I did was very wrong and I could be in a lot of trouble for this. But on the other hand, it felt incredible to release 20 years of neglect and unfair treatment and abuse like that. Will the police put out a warrant for something like this? Will they catch me at the airport? I live out of state. Or extradite me to where my family lives? I understand that my relationship with my family is over and that my parents will try to get me extradited and prosecuted in the state where they live. But I don't know what's going to happen.
Long-time listener, first-time poster. Always wanted to say that, lol. I love your show, and after my return flight from Europe, my husband suggested I post my experience here. So buckle up and settle in. I'm actually going to give a trigger warning for this. Public indecency.
Oh, okay.
I recently went to Europe for a week for work. It was my first time on a commercial flight and my first time leaving the States. Little did I know how many more firsts I would experience on this journey. First off, I missed my initial flight to Europe because of turbulence from Hurricane Beryl. So this led to me being 24 hours later than expected for my arrival. I had to talk to customer service, and they were amazing and got me taken care of. Then that flight was delayed an hour due to maintenance. Once I was finally at my destination, I had the best time. It was amazing visiting another country, and I feel like it sparked a need to travel more often. Anyways, fast forward to my last day there. I head to the airport, wait on my flight, grab breakfast. Everything is great. I board the plane, and my seatmate and I have an empty seat between us. We start dreaming about being able to stretch our legs on this long flight and how amazing it would be if no one shows up. Those hopes were dashed when a guy hurriedly boarded the plane and sat in between the two of us in the last few minutes of boarding. Not the worst thing, right? As I had done on my other flights, I made small talk with my new seatmate. I mean, we were going to be sharing space for nearly 10 hours, right? He told me how he was traveling for work and was very excited to be going to the States. Seemed like a nice guy. The plane took off, no turbulence. Not long into the flight, he requested to go to the toilet. No big deal. When he got back to his seat, he began picking his nose, his scalp, his skin. It grossed me out. But hey, I'll watch a movie and stare at the window. So that's what I did for the rest of the flight. Until there were about 2 hours left, and I happened to look at my left and noticed that my seatmate had decided to entertain himself, if you know what I mean. I was appalled. He had a blanket on his lap, hand underneath, and while he was trying to be discreet about it, it was extremely clear what was going on. Now, I am an anxious person who hates confrontation. I immediately turned back to the window, noise-canceling headphones still on, and tried to calm myself down. I was shaking. I pressed the call button for the flight attendant, and he immediately took his hand out from under the blanket and began scratching his leg. While I was waiting for the flight attendant, I removed my headphones, turned toward him, and said, "You know, that was really obvious what you were doing, right?" Of course, he acted all confused and said, "What do you mean?" I looked him straight in the face. "You were clearly jerking off," and I motioned towards the blanket on his lap. He immediately apologized and saying he is sorry if it looked like he was, but maybe he was just scratching his leg, etc. And he said he was sorry if he offended me. Not really the reaction of an innocent party, in my opinion. The flight attendant finally got to our row, and I asked if I could switch seats. She asked what happened, and I just couldn't make myself to say it out loud. So she asked if I would go to the back of the plane to talk to her, but my bags would have to stay in my seat, and I didn't want to risk the guy finding out who I was or something. She mentioned that we only had about 2 hours till landing, and I said fine, and turned back to the window, which is the position I stayed in for the remainder of the flight. He kept sighing heavily throughout the rest of the flight. At one point, our other seatmate got up to use the toilet. I took off my headphones and turned to him and said that we were almost to our destination, and I just wanted to be off the plane and not discuss it any further. He said, "Thank you, I'm sorry if I offended you. I wouldn't do that." And I said, "That's exactly what it looked like." He responded, "I think that's disgusting." And I said, "Oh, I agree. It is disgusting." And I turned back to the window until time to deplane. Meanwhile, he kept his blanket on his lap the entire remainder of the flight. When he got up to get his bags from his overhead bin, he wadded up his blanket and left it in the seat, and I noticed he had severe sweat marks under his arms. So he was burning up and still kept the blanket on his lap. The last thing he said before he left was, "Safe travels," and I just nodded in response. Then I waited for as long as I could to ensure he had gotten far away from the gate before I left the plane. The flight attendant did stop me on the way out, and I told her what had happened. She was apologetic and said she wished she would have known, and she would have told the guy to switch seats with me. I explained that I didn't go to the back of the plane for fear of leaving my stuff and having to go past the guy to get out. The flight attendant was very sweet, and I'm grateful that she cared enough to check on me. Also, I have no idea why our seatmate didn't notice all of this. I don't know if she was sleeping or what, but in hindsight, I wish I would have been louder. Picture that viral video a year or two ago. That motherfucker is not real. Hopefully that experience is a first that will never have a second.
Yeah, that's gross.
That's fucked up.
Ew.
I don't know what I would have done.
Oh my gosh.
I have to tell y'all what happened in Walmart today. So I get in the store, and the first thing I see is my cousin's hateful ass wife. Now, me and this heifer have had problems for years. We have had beef since before they got married. But when I see her, because he's my family, I keep it classy and I speak. And usually she speaks back. Well, today in Walmart, I walk up to her, "Hey girl, how you doing? How's the kids doing?" Usually she talks my head off. But today, oh no, today, I'm in a hurry. I'll see you later. I immediately knew something was up. I said, "Are you okay? What's going on?" No, I'm just in a hurry to get out of here. I gotta hurry up and get home. Go pick the kids up. I'm like, okay, love y'all, bye. So as I'm looking at her, she doesn't go to the exit. She heads towards the back of the store. I thought to myself, wait a minute, she just said she had to go pick the kids up. She's in a hurry. Why is she going to the back of the store? So I make a U-ey and squall the tires on my buggy, and I follow behind her. And when we get towards the back of the store, I'm talking tall, probably 6'4", shaved head, tattoos from his neck down, long beard, muscly dude comes out the bathroom, meets her. He walked straight up to her, put his arms around her, and planted a big kiss right on her lips. I thought to myself, you damn Jezebel, that ain't my cousin. So I keep creeping along behind them. And as they're walking, they got their arms in each other's back pockets, hugged up, kissing. So they're in the men's department, and they're loading the buggy down with men's stuff. I'm like, oh, she must have got her tax check. Maybe she's buying my cousin some clothes or something. No, that's when I seen the big burly guy go in the dressing room and he's trying the clothes on. So the stuff is for him. So after about 35 minutes, they finally get to self-checkout, and that's where I see her swipe her card, and she pays for everything in that buggy. Now, she has owed me like $250 for the past 6 months and keeps telling me, when I get my taxes, I'll pay you back. So while I'm standing there watching them check out, I send her a text. Hey, do you happen to have that $250 yet? Because I need it really bad. I said, you promised when you got your tax money you would go ahead and pay me back because you know I'm struggling right now. And I watch her type on her phone, no, sorry, I haven't got my tax money yet. I don't even know how I'm going to buy the kids any clothes, milk, diapers. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to go take out a loan just so I can get food tonight. She gets over $950 a month in food stamps but never has food in the house because you know what she does with them. Anyways, after she texts me back that she don't have the money, I decide to walk up to her. So I walk right up beside them and say, hey girl, how you doing? Where's the kids at? And she actually tries to like step away from the dudes so they don't look so close together, and then puts her hand up like a second grade teacher and starts talking to me in secret. I said, dang, you got a lot of stuff in that buggy. She said, girl, I'm struggling so bad right now I had to call my mama's boyfriend to come down and pay for my stuff. I said, that looks like a lot of men's stuff. She said, yeah, that's a lot of his stuff too. I said, oh, so that's your mama's boyfriend? She said, yeah, they're thinking about getting married. I said, oh, so that's going to be your stepdaddy then, huh? She's like, yeah, they'll be getting married in a couple of months. I said, oh, really? Are you going to be kissing him at the wedding like you kissed him today? She was like, what? I have not kissed him. Am I wrong for lying to my mom about my dad? Story time. My parents hate each other. I go to events with my dad, and to avoid my mom being pissy to me, I don't tell her who I'm going with. She finds out and gets even more pissed. So my parents really despise each other. They can't be in the same room together, or it's a miserable experience for everyone involved. Yet they're still together living in the same house. I mean, literally, they can't sit at the same table to eat dinner. It's been this way for as long as I can remember. My entire childhood filled with horrible tension, waiting for them to blow up at each other every day without fail. Even worse, our house is very small, so there's nowhere to escape to. My entire life, I have acted as a mediator. My older siblings went the escape route, staying at a friend's house often and leaving as soon as they could, so I was left behind dealing with them. My parents actually forced me to be in the room when they have an unavoidable conversation so I can manage them. I feel like my entire life I have been an unpaid counselor. They both spend so much of our time together complaining about the other one, it's so uncomfortable. When they're arguing, they refuse to do their housework, so I have to do it. However, I will say that my dad tries to keep me out of it while my mom calls me over to complain. She also forces me into a lot of, so you like him better than me situations. I share taste in music with my dad, so sometimes I go to concerts with him. My mom always gets snippy about it. I guess because she feels left out, even though she doesn't like the music. Once, one of these concerts was the day before Mother's Day, and she blew up at me saying that it was so great that me and my dad were going out as husband and wife. It was a really horrible comment that made me really upset. After that, I started avoiding telling her when I was going to concerts with him, saying that I was going out with friends. My dad goes out most nights down to the local pub just to get out of the house, so that wasn't any different. It worked well for a while, but I mean, I was just putting off the inevitable, really. She found out and got really angry with me and was really upset. She said she feels really left out because of me and implied again that I love my dad more than her. When I said I only lied to avoid having her angry at me over nothing, she said it wasn't over nothing and that I was leaving her out. Now the house is even more tense than usual and I'm so sick of it. I do feel bad for lying to her and she did really seem upset. And I know feeling excluded is horrible, but I just want interacting with my parents to not be such a massive deal every single time. I feel like every conversation is a battle and I'm so tired of it, but I also know lying to her made a bad situation even worse. Am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole, and your parents should be absolutely ashamed for dragging you into their problems. It is not fair to make your kids choose between the two parents. Hell, in my opinion, no parent should even talk bad about the other parent to their children. It's not fair to the child, because children and teens cannot comprehend adult situations. It takes a very selfish person to intentionally drag their child into their relationship problems. Y'all know damn well kids have no business being in that situation.
Am I the bridezilla for choosing what my sister-in-law wears to my wedding? I am a 27 female, and my sister-in-law, my brother's wife, is a 24 female who has a unique style. It is very preppy, old-fashioned. Think Jackie Kennedy's pillbox hats, a flight attendant's twilly scarves, sweaters tied over her shoulders rather than around her waist, and all that. Her casual style is coveralls, rompers, and the occasional plain t-shirt and skinny jeans. Even her hobbies are old-fashioned, like knitting, gardening. Her and my brother never miss a Sunday at church. She is a, quote, housewife. That is in quotes because she does run a successful animal sanctuary and shelter on their property. Anyways, the point is she is a very pretty person and is very confident in her fashion. Whenever she comes to family gatherings, she is covered in compliments about her style. Everyone loves to ask her questions, and it causes my grandparents to reflect on their childhoods. This is fine for some events, but not at my wedding. I didn't have a dress code that I put on my invitations, but I would like to issue a dress code for her. I want to just buy her a dress and tell her to wear it so that she doesn't steal the attention from me on my wedding night. My brother says that she has a more modern dress picked out, but I just worry a lot. I told him that her fashion just wasn't for me, and I honestly didn't think she looked all that pretty in what she wears, and he got all offended and said it was my opinion, but I wasn't to tell that to my sister-in-law. So, would I be the bridezilla or the asshole if I made my sister-in-law wear a certain dress to my wedding? Am I the asshole for not giving the bride my Venmo login info? So I am the maid of honor for my best friend's wedding. My husband is a groomsman in the same wedding. There's only one other bridesmaid, so for the bachelorette, it was just her and I planning. The bridesmaid didn't really want much to do with paying for planning and whatnot, which was whatever. The bride insisted that it be a Jack and Jill party where the groom and bride's bachelorette parties are combined together. I was okay with that because I wanted her to be happy. She also insisted that we invite some of her friends that aren't in the bridal party. Again, it was whatever. I have been planning and paying for the bachelorette weekend for months alone, setting up reservations, planning activities, booking the Airbnb, buying party favors for everyone, etc. The very first idea I had before even coming up with a theme was to do that trendy Venmo idea where strangers buy the bride and groom a drink. I changed my personal Venmo tag to a tag name that would be related to the bachelorette theme. I had pins made for everyone to wear and bought chalk marker to write on the card. As soon as I receive any funds, I would have it transferred to my card immediately to buy the bride and groom a drink or dinner or whatever for the weekend, since traditionally the bride and groom aren't supposed to pay for anything for their bachelorette. The bachelorette weekend starts tomorrow. I get a text from the bride a couple hours ago asking for the Venmo login. I explain nicely no, she can't have it, and that the other bridesmaid and I came up with a plan to use the funds a certain way for the weekend. Side note, the bridesmaid and I agreed that if there were any leftover money, we would send it to the bride and groom for them to keep. This was gonna be a surprise for them if there was even any leftover. She proceeded to tell me that her and her fiance are uncomfortable and that I'm not respecting that boundary. I am very confused because it's my actual Venmo account with my bank info in it. She was saying she wanted the funds to go directly to her bank account. I tried explaining how the Venmo is for the whole bachelorette weekend to help cover expenses for the bridesmaid and I to cover the bride and groom. I told her even though I wanted it to be a surprise that any leftover would be going straight to them, and she is upset with me. I'm not sure what I did, and we have never gotten into an argument before she got engaged. Ever since she started wedding planning, she became a completely different person. Am I the asshole for rejecting my cousin's bridesmaid's proposal? I, 17 female, and my cousin 26 female were never very close, mainly due to the age difference, but also just because I felt like she was very jealous of me during childhood because she was married into the family with her mom and my uncle, while I was the only biological niece, nephew, and grandchild. I always tried to get along with her and made sure to never treat her as if she wasn't my family, but it just didn't work out. She recently got engaged and began planning her wedding. She asked to meet up a few weeks ago and she asked me to be her bridesmaid. I said yes at first and thought this was her way of telling me that she was ready to get closer to me. But unfortunately, after discussing her criteria for the bridesmaids, I had to decline. I had 3 main reasons, of which was 1, she wanted me to spend over $7,000 on dresses and jewelry for just the ceremony, and another $1,000 for the reception. 2, she asked if she could borrow our grandmother's necklace that she left for me before she passed. It's worth just a little under $1,000 and is very important to me. This request was not that bad, but my cousin is notorious for losing priceless items that could never be recovered. And 3, she wanted me to cover my hair during the ceremony because she thought that my hair had always looked so much healthier. I was okay with that, not a big deal, but she added on that I could pretend to be a hijabi so that people wouldn't ask why my hair was covered. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's disrespecting a religion and culture. She got mad at me and said that she even cut down the cost from $11,000 to just $8,000. I told her I was sorry and left. When I got home, I was met with my aunt, her mother, who began yelling at me, saying that my cousin had called her crying because I was her last resort as a bridesmaid because the only 2 friends she had rejected due to some of the same reasons as I. So am I the asshole for rejecting her proposal?
Am I the asshole for not attending my sister's wedding since my husband is not invited? Let me start by saying I do understand my husband's behavior is inappropriate, but like all of us, he's not perfect, and I took vows to him to stand by him and accept him as a whole person, including his flaws.
Wow, she's really leading it up.
Yeah.
So my husband has for urinating on himself in public. I think
No.
I think it's the humiliation aspect. So sometimes, not every time, we get together with my family, he will pee his pants. But overall, it's not really that disruptive. He just stands up and says something like, quote, "Oh no, I've peed myself." Then he goes to the bathroom and changes. I always bring a change of pants and underwear for him in case this happens. And when he gets back, we just move on and don't talk about it. So we've told my family he has a medical condition that causes him to not have full control of his bladder. I told them the reason he doesn't wear adult diapers is that he's ashamed of needing diapers at his age, so he's basically in denial that he needs them and refuses to wear them. Well, now my sister's getting married, and she says my husband can't come because she doesn't want him disrupting the wedding by peeing his pants. I told him it was unfair to exclude him over a medical condition he can't help, which is true as far as she knows, but she said it's his own choice to refuse to wear adult diapers, so it is his fault. I told her it's her wedding and she can invite who she wants, but if my husband isn't invited, I'm not coming. He loves my family, and I know it really hurts him to be excluded from the wedding just because of a he can't help having. He's been crying, but he can't control himself, and now my family doesn't even want him around. He told me it's my choice to go if I want, and that he won't be mad, but I know he'd be really sad if I went. I love my sister and family, but my husband is my life partner. So I told my sister I won't make it to the wedding, and now she's extremely angry with me, saying I'm a bad sister because I won't be there to support her. She's marrying a woman, so she also said it makes it look like I'm a homophobe if I don't show up to support their union. I told her I'd love to come if my husband is invited, but she said she can't stand the thought of him disrupting the ceremony or reception by peeing his pants and announcing it. I told her how much it hurts my husband that he's excluded, but she doesn't care. I said, fine, but that means I can't come.
He can't control it? Like, he couldn't be like, I'll take the wedding day off? You know what I mean, Dustin?
That is a good question and not one I am qualified to answer. I don't know. I think, like, if you get to a certain point of that, like, maybe, like, once you're so far gone in, like...
How are you guys so chill about this? This is fucking weird, dude.
My girlfriend, 30 female, overheard my 35 male family talking badly about her. Last week, I went to my parents' house for dinner. We get together as a family a few times a month. It's been a tradition with us for years now. Sammy usually joins us for these dinners, but had work obligations. Halfway through dinner, I got up to go to the bathroom, and Sammy texted me that she was outside. She got off work early and came over to hang out. She would have normally walked in, which is normal, but she needed help bringing in some gifts. My brother and sister, twins, have their birthday next week, and my girlfriend had gifts for them. At this point, my family had no idea Sammy was there. We walked inside and headed to the kitchen, and we overheard my family talking. My sister was saying that she was glad my girlfriend was gone because she couldn't stand a family night being ruined by my girlfriend being annoying. My brother and other sister agreed about how annoying and awful my girlfriend is. My dad made a comment about how they should be nice to Sammy, and my mom chimed in with, Sammy is nice and all, but I can't believe family sucks throwaway likes how fat she is. He can do so much better.
Wow.
My family, even my dad, agreed, and my sister piped up that I was dating down because I'm still rebounding from my last girlfriend, which was 5 years ago.
Okay.
I was floored. My family has always been so nice to Sammy, and I've never heard them talk badly about her. I've never heard my family say mean things about anyone, to be honest. Sammy walked into the kitchen and dumped the presents on the counter. She was crying and mumbled something about happy birthday and then took off out the door. My family looked shocked and a bit embarrassed. I asked my family what the fuck was wrong with them and didn't stick around for an answer. I went after Sammy. She was in her car crying. Now, Sammy is usually tough, but family is super important to her. She has no family, aside from an alcoholic dad that she doesn't have any contact with. My family was like her surrogate family, and something she always wanted. She was overjoyed when my family welcomed her and invited her to family events. I have no idea what they mean about her being annoying. The thing that makes this even worse is I was planning on proposing to her in the next few months. Now, Sammy hasn't said much about it and hasn't talked to me about this incident. She has always wanted a family, and she doesn't understand why my family doesn't like her or what she's done wrong. I don't want to lose her over this. I would take her over my family. At this point, I have no idea if I even want them in my life. All of them have reached out to me with weak apologies full of justifications. I asked my mom if she had apologized to Sammy, and my mom said I could pass on the apology. What do? I don't want to get rid of my family, but Sammy matters more to me at this point. I want Sammy to know I'm fully in her corner and don't want her to feel guilty if I have to cut out my family.
Am I the asshole for getting my daughter her own room? I, 38 male, married my wife Eliza, 36 female, 2 years ago. I have one daughter from a previous relationship, Tasha, 16, and Eliza has two daughters, Kaylee, 16, and Kenzie, 17. Me and my wife have had full custody of the kids since their other parents aren't in the picture. From the start, I noticed Kaylee and Kenzie didn't like Tasha, but I assumed it was because the situation was new. It's important to mention that my daughter is half black and could pass for full black. I'm fully white and so is my current wife and her children. Okay. So my daughter needs specific and expensive hair products that range from $20 to $30. My wife complained that I was spending too much, and her daughters believed it was unfair that I paid so much for her hair. Okay. I shut it down immediately and explained that her hair products are a necessity. That night, the girls made a comment about Tasha having horsehair weave and that white girls didn't need that. Okay. Wait, first of all, it is 2023. I thought we stopped making that joke in the early 2000s. Like, first of all, bitch, if you're gonna try to hurt my feelings, you gotta come with new material. I've never heard Tasha get so upset, and by the time me and my wife made it to the girls' room, Kenzie was laid on the floor with a broken nose, while Tasha had Kaylee by her hair, punching her repeatedly. Wait. Okay, so I was about to lie and say I don't condone violence. Fuck that. Beat they ass, Tasha. Whoop they ass. Because, bitch, you can keep being slick about your mouth. You better be ready to take a punch. Like, bitch, I hope your face can catch a fist. My wife was able to pull Kaylee away and was visibly upset with Tasha and yelled. I told her not to yell at my child and explained that if anything like this ever happened again, her daughters will be sent to live with their dad. This house was mine before they moved in, and the girls didn't like living with their dad because he's an alcoholic. So ever since then, I haven't seen anything happen. That was 2 years ago, and the girls did really well in school this year, and we decided that a vacation was well-deserved for each. So everyone put the name of the place that they wanted to go. In Japan, Tasha's choice was pulled. The other girls complained because they wanted to go to Greece, but their mother told them to shut it. I think they harbored some resentment to Tasha because of the location. I got 2 bedrooms, one with the queen-size bed and one with 2 beds and a couch for the girls. We ended up getting in late, so instead of doing any sightseeing, we just walked the streets of Tokyo. Kaylee and Kenzie were talking about a cute guy, and he walked over, so they assumed he wanted to talk to them. But instead, he wanted to talk to Tasha. He complimented her and her huge bouncy afro and her style. It's a Y2K style, and asked for a picture. That's how it was for the rest of the night. She was like a celebrity. It was honestly amazing. We get to the hotel rooms, and right before we get ready for bed, I get a call from Tasha, who was upset, saying that she had nowhere to sleep. Their room was right next door, so I go over and look at the 2 girls protecting each bed. I ask what's the problem. Tasha explains that she doesn't even care about a bed and was willing to take the couch, but the girls wouldn't move their stuff so that she could sleep. I asked them to move their stuff, and they asked me where they're going to put it. Bitch, the floor. On the fucking floor. Or in the goddamn bed with you. Or hear me out. The goddamn closet. Options, look at you. Pick one. Fucking pick one. I explained that we were here for a week and to place them in the drawers and closets. They tell me no, so I call my wife and she says, just tell Tasha to put some covers on the floor to sleep. Oh, bitch. The way I would have left them in Tokyo. The way I would have packed my daughter up and left these bitches in Tokyo and shipped all they shit to the girl's daddy's house. No. Because, sir, you're an asshole for allowing your daughter to be treated this way. What are you doing? Why are you allowing them to treat your baby like this? Why? The coochie can't be that good. I hang up and leave and come back with the key for Tasha. They realize that I got her a room, and Kenzie was upset because she's the oldest. Bitch, you're the oldest, yet you're acting like a fucking toddler. You can't move your clothes so the girls can sleep on the motherfucking couch. You won't sleep in the bed with your sister so the bitch can sleep in the fucking bed. Yet you have the nerve and audacity to want to whine because you're not getting your own room? Are you kidding? Where the fuck was she supposed to sleep? In the goddamn tub? Like, no. No. That little bitch needs to get over herself. Why you didn't send them in the room with their mama? These girls are too fucking old to be acting like this. Hell no. I told her to get over herself. By the time I walked Tasha to her room and got back, my wife yelled at me for playing favorites. I said I wasn't going to have Tasha sleeping on the floor. She called Tasha a brat for causing problems with the vacation and family like she always does. I asked her what that was supposed to mean. She sighed in frustration and said forget it, but sleeping on the floor wouldn't hurt nobody, and Tasha needs to stop acting like a brat. I told her if she believes it's no big deal, why won't she sleep on the floor tonight then? I laid diagonally, taking up the entire bed, and she began yelling at me that I couldn't be serious. I told her to stop acting like a brat. When she realized that I wasn't moving, she left to the girls' room and slept there. I don't feel bad about getting Tasha her own room, but maybe I could have talked to my wife better. Am I the asshole? Okay, so I'm going to answer your question. No, you're not the asshole for getting your daughter her own room. Dad went all around for that because who the fuck wouldn't have? I'm not about to fight with you little bitches. Y'all want to be stupid? I'm going to get my baby her own room. Now we ain't got to worry about the fight no more at all. That you're a win for that one. But, and a big but, you are absolutely the asshole for pretending that you do not know that your wife and her daughters are racist. Like, I don't understand why you're allowing your daughter to be mistreated in her home. You said that house is yours. They moved into your house. That is her home. And you are allowing her to be mistreated and abused in the one place we are supposed to be safe from that shit. At home, that is our safe zone. And she doesn't even have one. You are a massive asshole for making her go through this. I hope you're able to fix this before she ages out and leaves you and never comes back. Your daughter is still being mistreated by her step-siblings and her stepmom. This is a clear example that they are finding ways to mistreat your daughter that's not as obvious as the comments that they were making before so that you don't notice it. It's still fucking happening and you're letting it happen. I need you to do better. Do better.
Am I the asshole for getting up and walking out of dinner when my boyfriend said that he forgot his credit card? I, female 32, have been dating my boyfriend, male 36, for 9 months. He has 2 kids who love going out to eat. We go out once a week and each time he happens to forget his credit card to make a payment. I obviously end up paying since we have the kids with us. But honestly, it left me broke this month and the month before. I just received my payment for my second part-time job that I have. We agreed to go out together with the kids and I even sent him a text reminding him not to forget his credit card. He just laughed it off. At the restaurant, he had ordered dinner and he let the kids order lots of new stuff on the menu, which was a lot of money. Before we started eating, I mentioned his credit card just to make sure he didn't forget it. He looked at me shocked and then started searching his pockets for a while. He then looked at me in a sorry way and said, I guess I forgot it in the other pair of jeans that I thought I was going to wear, then asked me to foot the bill just this time. He then looked at me in a sorry way and said, guess I forgot it in the other pair of jeans that I thought I was going to wear, then asked me to foot the bill just this time. The food was on the table, but I didn't even get a bite of it. I grabbed my stuff and got up. He freaked out asking where I was going. I told him I wouldn't be paying this time again and to enjoy his dinner with his kids, then I walked out. He called me later and absolutely lost it on me. He said that he couldn't believe I would walk out and leave him and the kids in the situation. I said I wasn't going to pay for him and the kids' food every single time. It's not fair. He said he forgot and that I didn't show sympathy for him and the kids and he had to cancel and go home with the kids hungry since he couldn't pay right then and there. We got into an argument and he's been mad at me about it since then, saying things like how he needs to take a look at how I'm treating the kids specifically and how I was willing to let them go hungry with my selfishness. So am I the asshole?
My boyfriend of a year got invited on a trip for the winter break. He asked if I would like to join him, but I said no because I was going to pick up extra shifts during the winter break to make more money for school.
Mood.
He first said he wouldn't go if I wasn't able to come with him, but I insisted as it wouldn't be fair to deprive him of an experience purely because I was unable to make it. That's fair.
It sounds like a issue you and I would have.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So far, pretty relatable.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward to a week later, he's already gotten back from the trip. I had asked him about it, but he just gave me vague answers like, it was alright, or it was nothing special. I didn't think much of it, and life continued as normal. Till one day, I got a phone call from a mutual friend who had heard from his friends that he had hooked up with a girl while on the trip.
All right, this is not an issue that me and Josh have.
Yeah, we did. This is no longer relatable.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah. I immediately confronted him about this, and he apologized profusely, saying he was ridiculously drunk and regretted it seconds after it had happened. Being obviously mad at the time, I broke up with him, and that was that. I ignored all the calls and texts and was just determined to move on with my life. Here's where it gets tricky. I was close to his sister and used to babysit quite often for her. She has a 7-year-old and 10-month-old. About 2 to 3 weeks after our breakup, she reached out to me explaining how she was put in a really difficult position and had to go back from maternity leave early and was wondering what my class work schedule was and if there was any availability to babysit.
Oh, honey.
I said yes, and we agreed that I would begin to babysit for her every Monday night.
Or, I mean, I guess if that's what you want to do, I guess it's fine. Huh.
Though he didn't make this known to him, we weren't trying to hide it either. I'm not exactly sure how he found out that I was still in contact with his sister, but he did and lost it. I guess he went off on her and sent me a long text message about ignoring him but having them time for his family, and that he and his family are a package deal. He followed it up with a text message a couple hours later and said that he had feelings for me and would like to meet up and talk to try and sort out this whole situation.
That's not how anything works.
That's not how this works at all, no.
Yeah.
I'm just very conflicted about everything right now. I get the whole trip fiasco was a stupid mistake, but I'm having a hard time letting go of knowing that if it was me in that hotel, that would have never happened regardless of circumstance.
Yeah.
And I'd be lying if I said I didn't understand his point of view of him not wanting me around his family if I'm not with him.
That doesn't make any sense.
But I love his sister and her kids. He would hate to leave her out to dry. What are your thoughts?
I think he's a manipulative piece of shit, dude.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for telling my parents I'm not going to help them out ever again and they're on their own now? I'm the oldest in my family. I had 2 siblings. My sister died when she was 6 in a sudden infant death syndrome. I was 5 at the time. When I was 6, they had my brother. From a young age, my brother showed concerning behavior, and over the years, it only got worse. He's very destructive and angry and has been in and out of our local children's hospital for psych evaluations and behavioral assessments since he was 4 years old. The police have been called to our house many times before to help get him under control. He's never been formally diagnosed, but he was medicated a few times to sedate him and try to curb his outburst. My life was on hold because of all of this. I was not allowed to have friends over. I was not allowed to attend birthday parties until I was old enough to walk there myself. Money was tight and it meant sacrificing a lot. I was 9 years old when I last celebrated my birthday with my family, and once I hit 9 years old, there was nothing again until I was 13. And even when I turned 13, I had to ask for no gifts because anything I had was broken by my brother. It was a nightmare. My parents would often leave me in charge so they could get a break, and then my life was hell. Once I was 12, I was considered old enough to watch him while my mom got groceries, even though I was not old enough to hang out with my friends. By age 14, it was hours at night and a few times overnight. I was not prepared and our house was destroyed every time. I moved out as soon as I could, and I have distanced myself from my family. My parents have tried to keep in touch, but I'm bitter towards them for my childhood. They have made excuses for why they made certain decisions, and now they need my help. My brother has gotten worse and they haven't had a break in 7 months. They want me to babysit for a few hours or a night so they can get a break. I told them no, and they said they need my help. That's when I said that I would never help them again and they were on their own. They told me I was being unfair. They asked me how I could do this to them.
Am I the asshole for blackmailing my cousins into not telling an embarrassing story at my little sister's wedding? My 35 male little sister was born when I was 10. My parents expected me to help with her, and I tried my best. When she was about 3 months old, I was told to change her diaper. I tried, but I ended up puking on the poor baby. Oh, wow. It was so gross. My older cousin, 38, was there, and he loves to tell the story. Well, we are talking about my sister's wedding, and he says that he is going to tell the story. I say it's gross and not appropriate, and that it is embarrassing to me and my sister. He said it's a part of the family legend, and everyone will think it's funny. So, fine, I agree. Then I mentioned the time that he almost threw his baby son over a picnic table. He was holding his son and making himself a sandwich when he noticed that he had mustard on his arm, so he licked it off. It wasn't mustard. Baby poop is weird. I had to take the baby because he literally was looking like he was going to chuck the kid. Then he went over to a tree and threw up for about 5 minutes. We told everyone there that it was food poisoning. He started yelling and saying that it wasn't the same and that I am an ass for threatening to bring that up. And that lots of people don't know. Yeah, lots of people don't know because I kept my mouth shut. So, am I the asshole for threatening reciprocity? I fucked up. My 20 female girlfriend of 2 years told me the music that I, 25 male, play during sex is weird and a major turnoff. A little backstory. When I first started having sex, I researched into ways to be better, as I was a little stiff and pretty much had no idea what I was doing. I read online that you can play music and match the rhythm in order to put on a better performance. I searched love-making songs and started slowly creating a playlist in which I was comfortable matching the rhythm. There are a few songs to my playlist, however, there's one song in particular which actually happens to be my favorite, that my girlfriend hates and says turns her off in a major way. I don't understand why it has taken her 2 years to tell me she hates that song. It's a good love-making song with good rhythm. I feel the way I fucked up is I could have possibly asked her previously if she likes the playlist or any songs she'd like to add or change. But to leave it for 2 years thinking our sex life is great, but in her eyes has just been ruined by my music, has left the whole situation feeling awkward, and I'm a bit annoyed. I pretty much played this tune every single time, so the amount of times she must have not been enjoying it, when I thought the complete opposite, is annoying, but also embarrassing in ways. Not to mention my previous partners. However, they never complained about the song, so maybe it's just her. It's fucked up the relationship, to be honest, because sex feels awkward now. The other day we were having sex with no music, but I was still thrusting to the tune playing in my head. She recognized this and asked me to stop. I thought this song was perfect, and I always thrust along with the tune and feel it gives me the perfect rhythm for doing the deed too. I usually bust to the song and find it devastating she hates the song. Are you ready to hear it? Can you imagine thrusting to that?
Am I the asshole for telling my family that if I can't bring my newborn to my father's birthday, then they won't see my family again? I, 24 female, and my husband, 32, recently just welcomed our daughter into the world 4 months ago. My daughter was supposed to have a cousin that was a month older than her, but my brother, 30, and his wife, 31, unfortunately had a stillborn at 7 months. This was very hard for my brother and his wife because she had many miscarriages, and everyone thought this would be their rainbow baby. After the loss, they both grieved so much to the point my brother lost his job, and they ended up moving in with our parents. It was now expected of me to never talk about my pregnancy when I visited, and I was also expected to wear baggy clothes to hide my belly, which didn't do much because my brother and his wife were very cold to me whenever I visited. No, you're not the asshole. Absolutely the fuck not. Like, I understand that this is a very, very, very difficult time, and you guys are going through a heartbreak that people should never, ever have to deal with. But that does not mean I have to stop enjoying my pregnancy. The world is going to continue to spin. Time is going to continue to go on. If it is affecting you to the point that you hate every pregnant woman that you see, you need to go seek fucking help. How has it become everyone else's problem that you guys are suffering because of your loss? No, that is not how it works. This became worse when I gave birth, and my husband decided to post a typical photo of the baby's hand wrapped around the father's finger. It was adorable, and honestly, we were just stuck in the moment of finally having our daughter with us. My parents didn't come see my daughter at all because they were busy consoling my brother's wife after they saw my husband's post. Are you fucking kidding? Get rid of him. Get rid of him. It did hurt, but I was lucky to have my husband and his whole family by my side. That is the only family you need to consider. That's it. That being said, my family hasn't seen my daughter, not once since she was born. Whenever they host dinners, it's expected that I leave my baby at home, and I'm banned from talking about her or the challenges that I face every day. I've been fed up with this arrangement since it started. Your daughter is 4 months old. 4 months. I mean, they've had damn near half a year to get used to the fact that this baby is here. She's fucking here. How long do they plan on pretending that the baby don't exist? She gonna be fucking 15 years old and they still gonna be banning you from family dinners? Girl, they've already made the decision for you. They have already made the decision that they don't want your baby in the family because it upsets some other sensitive motherfuckers. Go ahead and put your block list together, change that phone number, and just raise your baby and enjoy being a mom. Like, fuck them. My father's birthday is coming up and everyone was talking about it in our family group chat. I decided to ask if I could bring my daughter. I wouldn't have asked shit. I would have just walked in the house with the baby on my motherfucking hip and walked like everything was normal, holding her like she was a motherfucking purse. Like, what y'all gonna do? What you gonna do? Tell me to get out? Okay, that's fine. Just know this is the last time you'll ever see my face. I wouldn't have told nobody shit. I'm not asking for permission to bring my child to her grandfather's birthday party. Maybe I'm just disrespectful like that, but definitely wouldn't have been asking nobody. I asked if I could bring my daughter because my husband wouldn't be able to watch her on that day because of work. I was, of course, hit with how they weren't ready, and I was selfish to bring it up, especially since they are still grieving. I calmly told them that it was hard that I can't talk to my own family about something so life-changing, and I was just expected to hide it, which resulted in me saying that they were the selfish ones. I ended up saying that I was done, and if my daughter wasn't allowed, then they would no longer be hearing from me because I was tired of accommodating them and getting nothing but loneliness in return. Now I've been getting messages from my parents that I was stressing my brother and his wife out and I should be more mature, but they didn't seem to care when I was struggling. So am I the asshole? Y'all get one chance to guess who you think the favorite child is. Anybody? Girl, absolutely not. Like, you lasted about 5 months longer than I would have, because the moment they told me that I needed to cover my 6-month pregnant belly, I immediately would have cut contact, because it's not my fault that you guys are going through a really tough time. And I am so sorry that you guys are going through this type of heartbreak. But that does not change the fact that I'm experiencing something for the first time and I have the right, I am entitled to enjoy it. You don't get to take that away from me. Like, what the fuck are they planning to do? Get mad at every pregnant bitch they see? It's the summertime. Come fucking September, all these hoes out here gonna be pregnant. What y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do? Be mad at every pregnant bitch you see? Like, no. No, your family needs fucking help. Your brother and his wife need therapy. They need help. They do. And your family cuddling them and making accommodations for them that are not healthy, they're not fucking helping. So you're better off without them. You really are. I would suggest that they get your brother and his wife some help and then change my number and not look back.
Am I the asshole for leaving my serial cheating husband after he lost his job? My 50 female husband, 51 male, has slept with an assistant of his. He has a one-night stand at work conferences regularly, goes to the strip clubs with clients and coworkers. For the last 2 years, he's been paying the rent for a then college student and now sometimes photographer who was 24. My 50 female husband, 51 male, has slept with an assistant of his. He has had one-night stands at work conferences and regularly goes to the strip club with clients and coworkers. For the last 2 years, he has been paying the rent for a then college student and now sometimes photographer who is now 24. Over our 13-year marriage, he has gone from a generous, empathetic man who was always ambitious and smart to a sadistic who couldn't say no. His affairs and short-term slip-ups over the years were revealed to me first via hints dropped by female coworkers of his. Then, once I stopped talking to his coworkers, I found out through him telling me that I could accept him going to strip clubs or else leave, and then accept that he'd be enforcing the prenup. Flings that got off by messaging me pictures, and finally his current mistress posting TikToks about being with a rich man and barely bothers hiding my husband's face. My husband was a non-traditional college student, came from a poor background with addict parents. He networked so hard and got a job in investment banking in New York City. He was the golden child. So he didn't do well with impulse control and was always emotionally spoiled. Meanwhile, I was regulated to a house in Montclair with our children, 13 male, 12 female, 10 male, 8 female. I'll also admit, seeing my husband rise in a high-powered job was thrilling. I admired him, thought he was brilliant. When my husband said I was lucky, I believed it. I got used to thinking anything priced under $200 at the mall was dirt cheap. My other friends married to bankers convinced me I was better than the woman who would be hidden and discarded. I was the one he kept around. and the fact that my husband was still affectionate and generous to me and the kids pacified me. Then my husband was, as they say, made redundant. He got a generous enough severance, but with private school and other expenses and debt we were on the hook for, we began to bleed money. I woke up one day and realized that my husband was no longer the strong and sharp guy I loved for so long. He's become a depressed, resentful baby. He, for all of his foolish behavior, was always the rock in the marriage. When something bad happened, he anticipated it or had a solution. Now I realize that this bravado he projected, the intelligence, was all cheap and fake. The worst part is, I know he's faithful to me now, but I'm too numb to even be happy about it. And while many wives still admire their husbands post-job loss, they do it because there's still that respect. I realized that I didn't have that respect for him, and there's just not one factor that caused it. The other day, I told my husband that this marriage was over. He was angry and said, "So the moment you see a bank balance number you don't like, you leave." He said he'd bounce back and I'll regret it. I told him we were selling the house anyway, so maybe it's time to part ways here. Am I the asshole for pulling the plug now because I don't want to support a cheater in this way? Honestly, I don't think you're the asshole. I think you had it coming. The only reason you stuck around was for the money and the kids. Now there's no money. You really don't want to stick around for the kids because what are the kids going to get out of this? No, take the money and run. I would. You're just mad because now you're not going to have somebody else there for you. But where are the women that you were cheating with? Are you mad that they left you too? I don't think so because you understood.
Am I wrong for refusing to shave my hair for a client who is a cancer patient? I, 21 male, currently own a barbershop and have found myself in a very weird situation. So I was scheduled an appointment by a father of a cancer patient who's currently undergoing chemotherapy. Feeling very saddened by the situation, I decided to refuse any payment and give the girl her haircut for free. However, that's not the problem. The issue is, once they arrived, I helped the father pull the daughter out of the wheelchair and onto the chair. But then I saw him go outside to his car only to arrive with camera equipment. So I asked what all that was and what he was doing, and he leaned into my ear and whispered. That's when he told me he wants to record the whole thing and how I'll shave my hair for the video. That way, when it's done, they can publish it onto their Instagram page. I refused and calmly explained that I wasn't informed about this during the scheduling, and I wasn't going to shave my hair off for a video. I refused and calmly explained that I wasn't informed about this during scheduling and I wasn't going to shave my hair for some stupid video. The father then got visibly angry towards me and yelled at me, explaining how I don't get it and how much work he went through to even get to my shop. That's when he called me a rich piece of poop that feeds off the poor and constantly degraded me. That's when I told him to get out and take his daughter because I don't tolerate disrespect. They did leave, but he looked at me with a disgusted facial expression as if I did anything wrong. Top comment says, definitely not wrong, the father is exploiting the daughter to get video likes. Another says, this is giving me the act vibes because what parent would publicize their child suffering for ratings? My opinion is he knows good and dang well they did not talk about that during scheduling, and he just tried to get him to do it in front of the daughter to guilt him and again get views. Terrible.
How should I, male 45, deal with my wife, 47 female, who would prefer working for minimum wage instead of using her law degree? For some important background, my wife has a chronic fatigue syndrome. She worked full-time for a few years after we got married. She's an attorney and was earning $75,000 a year. In 2010, however, her illness became too much to manage while also holding down a job, and for the next 9 years, I was the sole breadwinner in our family. We've paid roughly $500 each year for her to maintain her law license, even though she's not been using it. This has been an incredible strain, particularly once we added a couple kids. But during that time, I never pushed her to go back to work because I understood that it might be just too much for her to deal with. But 4 years ago, a mutual friend of ours asked my wife to occasionally spend a few hours per week helping out in a clerical role for minimum wage, and she agreed. This gradually turned into my wife working 15 to 20 hours a week and occasionally working as much as 35 hours in a week. She would come home utterly exhausted and would sleep through most of the following weekends. After a few months of this, I pointed out to her that she can physically manage regularly working in an office for that amount of time. Perhaps she should consider doing much more lucrative legal work instead. I noted that she could work from home, no need to get dressed up or deal with the commute, and that if she billed 5 hours per week, 1 hour per weekday, she could roughly double our household income. Even so, I only offered this as a consideration. I did not insist. Several opportunities have presented themselves over the past few years for her to resume work as a lawyer. Although she sometimes expressed minimal interest, she did not actually pursue any of them. When our friends ask, she continues to do clerical work at minimum wage. Last December, after a year of particularly acute financial stress, I finally put my foot down. I told my wife that the family needed her to start earning more money. A small wills and trust practice would be a low-pressure approach that would give her all the scheduling flexibility she could possibly need. I reiterated that I was only asking her to do work from home for 5 hours each week, and I offered to help her get started. I also started setting deadlines by which I would ask her for a report progress toward the goal of starting a new law practice. Over the first 6 months of this year, I know she has grudgingly made some effort to move in this direction, but still does not seem inclined to actually start doing legal work. I've about reached my wit's end. I love my wife and divorce is absolutely not an option, but I'm starting to really resent her unwillingness to take steps necessary to help carry the family's financial burden. I've used every gentle approach that I can think of to tell her how important this is to me. A couple weeks ago, I was literally about 10 minutes away from demanding that she find a marriage counselor for us to talk to, but I ended up pulling back last minute because I don't think that she would take that well, and then I also felt like that's one of those bridges that, once crossed, can never be uncrossed. So I'm asking for advice.
Am I the arsehole for returning my boyfriend's birthday present when I found out what his girl best friend said about me? Story time. This happened last night and my phone is still blowing up. So I recently dipped into my savings to buy my boyfriend Steve a PS5. So for some background, when I was 18, I was involved with a guy called Alan. We ended shortly after that, and then I moved on to a guy called Dave. And me and Dave worked together. I found out months later that Dave and Alan were actually really close friends, but I wasn't dating Alan long enough to meet his friends, so I had no idea. So upon finding this out, I took some time away from dating because I'm not gonna lie, it kind of scared me a bit. And then 3 years later, I met Steve, my boyfriend. And when I met Steve, I was completely upfront about what happened and that the fact that I'd been involved with friends in the past. But he said he understood and that my past didn't bother him. So last night at the party, I showed up with the PS5 that I'd bought him. And he and his friends were screaming with joy about it. I was like, I have gained some real girlfriend points here. But then his best friend Amy laughed at me and said, I wish I was a thought so I could afford a PS5. Girl, the way I would have chose violence. I looked at her with like an excuse me face and she just said, never mind, and walked away. So I confronted Steve about this and he said, and I quote, she's just messing with you, why can't you take a joke? I pushed even further and I was like, why is this girl even calling me names? And my boyfriend turned to me and said, well, everybody knows you're a bit of a slag before you got with me. So I was like, all right, let's unpack this. What makes you think I was a slag? And he said, because you messed with best friends. He then patted me on the shoulder and said, but it's okay, babe, because we know you're a completely different person to who you were back then. He then turned around and said that if he could get past my thought mentality and colourful past, I could get past the comments that Amy had said. He said he gave me another chance, so I should give Amy another chance. I didn't say anything. I just got up, took the PS5 from the gift table and walked out. Safe to say he was pissed. I took that PS5 straight back to the shop that I got it from, and they happily refunded the price for me. Steve started blowing up my phone, telling me that I can drop the petty act now. Amy's messaging me telling me that I'm a bad girlfriend for not being able to take a joke. And the final straw was when Steve texted me and said that I'd brought all this on by making bad choices in my past. I responded and said that he obviously deserved better than me and to find somebody that wasn't a thought and that would buy him a PS5 instead. I suggested even dating Amy. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole here? Am I the arsehole for wearing sexy clothes around my roommate's boyfriend? Story time. So I live in the city and I share my apartment with 2 other girls. I work 2 jobs and when I get home I'm usually absolutely exhausted. So when I come home I'll normally just make tea, have a shower and go straight to bed. All of this was absolutely fine until one of my roommate's boyfriends started to stay over more often. This did not bother me at all. Last Sunday morning I was in the kitchen just making myself some coffee and Amy's boyfriend Steve came in and asked if he could have some coffee as well. And from this we just got chatting. After about 15 minutes, Amy came in and she looked visibly annoyed. So I asked her what was up and she was just like, nothing, and then walked out. When Steve left, she came into my room and asked if she could talk to me about something. She told me that my boobs were distracting. She told me to consider wearing a bra or even a thick hoodie when I'm in the common areas of our flat. And then she went as far as to suggest that I just buy takeout so I don't need to use the kitchen when her and their boyfriends are in the house. Thing is, when I was making coffee that day, I was wearing a grey t-shirt and grey tracksuit bottoms. And Steve, the boyfriend, was just in his boxers. And she was wearing this silk little cute night dress from Victoria's Secret. For some context, Amy is 6 foot tall, she's stunning, she's modelled in the past. So I'm 5'6", and even though I'm happy with myself and how I look, I just don't compare to her. Like, I would never be classed as a threat to a girl like her. So
I obviously thought all of this was a joke, so I laughed. And then she started to cry, which was kind of awkward, and told me that her boyfriend had started to talk about my boobs all the time. I was so grossed out. So all of this week, I've been buying takeout every night and staying in my room. So yesterday, I came home at 6 p.m. with a pizza, and my roommates and all of their boyfriends were already in the kitchen and in the living room. So I just kept my head down and walked straight through and went straight to my room. That was when I heard Amy shout pizza again. If you keep eating like that, you're never gonna fit through your bedroom door.
Am I wrong when my wife, 30 female, is pregnant and I, 30 male, literally do everything? My wife is generally physically lazy before she was pregnant, but now it's on a whole other level where if I don't feed her every meal, she won't eat food. She'll wait till I'm home to feed her something and will eat out whenever she wants to eat out, and I'll cook her food. Not like gourmet food, but I still make sure she's fed without asking. I also cut up fruit and give her sour stuff because it does help with the nausea. I also do groceries, all the laundry, and all the dishes, including hers and mine. And on top of that, I walk the dog every single day, and the list goes on. The point is, I do almost everything, and I'm starting to feel burnt out. I came back from basketball late at night and I'm exhausted and didn't eat anything and she didn't either. Even though we had leftover food, but she didn't want to eat it because she was tired of it. So I cut up strawberries for her and go shower. I ask her to take out stuff so I can cook dinner for myself. She ends up actually cooking it for me, and when I come down, I thank her. That's when she turns around and asks me, "Can you cook more?" I was so thrown off, so I said, "What?" in a pissy way because I was pissed she had the audacity to ask me, when I literally feed her almost every meal she eats and do like every chore. She got extremely angry and slammed the door upstairs and said, "I wish you knew how it feels to be pregnant," and I'm in disbelief. I did try apologizing and communicating for how I said it and rubbed her back and kissed her head. But the second I tried to explain myself, she yelled at me saying, "I don't want to talk about this right now, I'm pregnant and cranky," then started crying. She said that I get so defensive and I just left the room thinking, what am I supposed to do? I can't even say my feelings.
Am I wrong for selling out on my grandma's secret recipe? My grandma was a wonderful baker and had a secret cake recipe that she had created herself. They used some very uncommon spice combinations in the cake and frosting that produced a very unique but delicious cake. She would always make it for our big family gatherings, and it was always the most popular dessert. When she got sick a couple of years ago, she decided to share the recipe so that it wouldn't die with her, and offered to give it to any of her kids or grandkids who wanted it. I was the only one who asked for it before she died. I don't know why no one else did, as there were several other bakers in the family. After she passed, I took over bringing the cake to family gatherings, and everyone was happy to still be able to enjoy it. I also started making cakes for friends and family, and then for others by word of mouth to make some extra cash on the side. My business was really starting to pick up around the time the pandemic hit, as people who had my cake recommended me to their own friends and family. It soon became too much to keep up with my tiny home kitchen, so I reached out to a friend who had a catering business with a professional kitchen. Since her business took a big hit with COVID, I made a deal to use her kitchen to make my cakes and help supplement the takeout business she just started to get by. My cousin Jane recently found out that Grandma's recipe was one of my best sellers and said that I had no right to sell out Grandma's recipe, especially after keeping it all to myself. She had asked for it late last year, but I said no. I told her that since she had the chance to get it from Grandma before she died and didn't seem to care enough to bother then. Since Jane had lost her job, she decided to try selling cakes too, which I think is why she had asked for the recipe. Unfortunately for her, it's not going well. The reviews on her cakes have not been good, and no one has been recommending her. Jane said that the only reason my business was doing well was because of Grandma's cake, which she wanted to sell too, and my access to a professional kitchen. That's kind of how a business works. Yeah, she's doing well because she has the means for it. You don't. Bye. The kitchen does help with being able to work on multiple orders at once, but my business is doing well because I actually make good cakes. Jane is a good cook, but not a good baker. She doesn't follow measurements properly and instead does everything to taste, which works for cooking but not baking. Using too much or too little of any ingredients like flour, eggs, or butter, or even their starting temperature will not give you the results you want. Jane is demanding that I either stop selling Grandma's cake or teach her the recipe so that she can make it too. I refused and said that she was a hypocrite for wanting to sell the cake herself after getting angry at me for doing so. When she gave me the recipe, Grandma said that her biggest regret was not opening a bakery like she had dreamed. My ultimate dream now too. I think she loved so many people enjoying her cake. So, am I the asshole? Okay guys, we have an update. Firstly, I opened my bakery. I found a great spot near my city's office park / main commuter route for the big city of a caterer takeout deli that closed. We've been open since June and business has been great with all the morning and evening traffic and the lunch crowd from the business park. We sell cakes, pastries, bread, buns, etc. Typical bakery stuff. I also have a cook who comes in for a few hours in the morning to do eggs and stuff for breakfast sandwiches and wraps for the office folks. A few weeks after I opened, Jane stopped by. She apologized and confirmed what I and others had suspected. She only cared about the cake recipe because she was jealous of my success with my custom cake business. She always wanted to work in food but hated the idea of losing her evenings and working in a high-pressure kitchen. So when I suddenly started doing so well, she thought she could do the same but didn't know how to start her own catering business. I apologized too for not wanting to share the recipe, but I was afraid that she would either ruin my business by putting out bad cakes and no one would want to buy it from me either. I then offered to have her come in 3 days a week to offer a soup/stew of the day during the lunch rush. I had the extra kitchen space for him, and soups and stews really do suit her style of cooking to taste. She loved the idea and they were an instant hit. She had complete freedom to create whatever 2 kinds of soup she wanted each day, just adding things on a whim, and they were always delicious. They got very popular with the office folks since there aren't many other takeout options nearby without driving an extra 5 to 10 minutes. We soon expanded to her coming in every weekday and then making a cold soup option on Fridays and Saturdays lunch. Close Sundays. It's been a great arrangement since she keeps her evenings and weekends and gets the creative control. In the last couple of weeks, we've also started doing take-home heat and serve dishes too, like lasagna, chicken, steak taco, or sub kits, etc. I'll do the pasta and bread, and she does other prep and sauces. So far, they've been very popular. She's tried her hand at baking a time or 2 again, and has decided that she just doesn't have the patience for it, and hasn't asked for the recipe again, nor has any other family member. P.S. For those wondering, Grandma had a standing offer for over a year before she died when she wasn't sick enough to stop baking for anyone to come over, and she'd personally walk them through the recipe. She was very sad and disappointed that I was the only one who did so. The other bakers would always make excuses about time or say later. Shortly before she died, she said that since I was the only one who bothered, the recipe was mine now. It's still my best-selling cake.
Am I in the wrong for telling my wife that I don't care about her dreams? My wife wants to be an influencer on TikTok and YouTube. She's been creating mommy content and content about her day-to-day life. When she told me this is something that she wanted to do, I didn't have a problem with it. I only said that I don't want our children, 4 male and 2 female, in any of her content. I didn't monitor her channel because it really didn't seem necessary. I recently watched her channel because I thought it would be cute to see what she does in her day-to-day life. I found our children's faces in almost all of her content. I told her straight up that she needs to remove all of her content. She said that she knew I wouldn't agree, but she doesn't think this is a big deal. I don't like children content. I feel like a lot of the time when you see the children make a profit, they become less of your kids and more of a product, and your interactions become more performative, and I can see the same thing has happened in her because she posted a video of her getting our 2-year-old out of a tantrum and how she deals with it. But how is your first instinct to record and hold the camera whilst our baby is crying? She started crying, saying that she built this up and this is her dream and deleting her content will ruin it, and I simply said that I don't give a fuck. If you don't delete it, I will consider divorce. I know a lot of people have children on their social media, and I don't mind an Instagram or Facebook post, but to make videos seem too intimate to share. She told her friends and even hinted on her social media accounts that she has an over-controlling and narcissistic husband that doesn't want her to do social media. So right now I'm currently being ridiculed by her friends. Am I being over-controlling or narcissistic? Also, someone asked what kind of content. The content isn't really harmful, just her feeding them and playing with them, but the 2 types of videos I have problems with is her recording our children's tantrums and our 2-year-old still doesn't like clothes. We're trying to get her to wear them more, but our house can be so hot that she's in a diaper a lot. I don't like the videos of our daughter in her diapers. Am I in the wrong for not wanting my autistic cousin at my child-free wedding? Next spring, I'm getting married to the love of my life. We have decided that we don't want children at our wedding. Not many of our friends and family have young children, and the ones that do are fine with getting a sitter for the weekend since we gave them a lot of notice. The only ones to put up a fight are my aunt and uncle who have a daughter with autism. She's 20, but will be 21 by the time that my wedding comes around. She is what they call high functioning, which means that she can talk and wash and dress herself, and she has some friends. She graduated from high school a couple years ago and is currently living with her parents while working at a grocery store. Despite her being technically an adult, I just don't see her as such. Every time I talk to her at a family gathering, it's like talking to a child. She's obsessed with toy ponies and Barbie dolls and brings them up at every opportunity. She draws in her notebook constantly and never makes eye contact when talking to me. She doesn't have loud meltdowns like other special needs kids that I've met before, but I really don't want to risk her ruining my special day. I told my aunt and uncle that I didn't want her there, and they became very upset. They said that she already saw the invite and knew it was child-free, but because she's an adult, she thought that she's still included. My aunt tried to guilt me by saying that she'd already picked out a dress and gift, but I didn't want to hear it. My fiance says that I'm being an a-hole and that we should let her attend because she's attended other weddings before with no issue. Everyone is making me feel horrible for not treating her like an adult when she doesn't act like one. So, am I in the wrong?
Am I wrong for not giving a wedding present I promised because I was uninvited? I, 32 male, was invited to a wedding of an acquaintance of mine named Molly a few months ago. I'm not super close to her or her fiance, but I love weddings, so I said, yeah, I'll go. Now, the relevant part here is that I have a very good career and make an excellent living. Plus, I love giving gifts and splurging a bit. So I spoke with Molly and her fiance and promised them a custom-made gaming PC since they game together. They were very happy and thanked me a lot. The price of the PC would come out to be a little over $1,500, not counting the monitor I was willing to throw in. This is a gift for an acquaintance? What do you get for like your close family and friends? That's what I want to know. 2 months ago, Molly told me that unfortunately I had to be uninvited to the wedding as part of a cost-cutting measure. She apologized but assured me it was only because of cost. I was upset but let it go. Then I found out a week or so later that a mutual acquaintance that was still going, that Molly told her she had to cut people because she needed the invites for some of the groom's family who decided to come. I was pissed, so I decided to not give Molly the PC I promised. Molly's wedding happened 2 weeks ago, and from what I can tell, it was a nice ceremony. Afterwards, she actually texted me asking if we could talk about when the PC would arrive. I asked if we could call. She said yes. I told her that since I didn't go to the wedding, that I wasn't going to get her a gift. I don't see anything wrong with that. Why would I? That's so weird. Like, hey, you can't come to my wedding anymore, but please feel free to still give me the $1,500 gift that you were going to get me. We had a long argument where I said I was being petty and that I was holding it against her that I couldn't come and that I made a promise. I didn't tell her that I knew because I wanted to protect the person who told me. She called me a petty asshole and complained to our friend. I explained to a few select people the whole story. Most agreed with me, but some said that weddings cause people to make very tough decisions that aren't personal. Now I'm doubting myself. Maybe it wasn't personal and I'm just being petty. But she did lie to me and uninvited me while still expecting an expensive gift from me. So, am I the asshole? Am I wrong for telling my dad's wife that I own the house she lives in? My 29 female dad married a woman named Maria a year ago after dating for 4 years. My dad wanted to buy a larger house for them to live in, but couldn't afford it without selling the home he lived in at the time, which is a unique property that he dearly loves. Although I now live abroad, I like the area he lives in, and my husband offered to buy a house there that my dad and Maria could live in. My dad agreed to this on the provision that we not tell Maria that it wasn't him who paid for the house. This made no difference to me, so I agreed, and the house they live in is in my name, and they live there. I never planned to tell her. Recently, I went back to my home country and decided to stay with my dad for half my time there. The whole time, Maria made it clear I was an inconvenience and that me doing things with my dad was annoying to her, but I'm not a confrontational person and I don't react much, so I let it go. However, 2 days before I was due to leave, she came into my room and saw that I had my dad's dog on the bed. Now, this is a dog that my dad has had since before he met Maria and that I raised. Maria doesn't allow him on her bed, which is fine, but I've always had him sleep on mine. She flipped out saying that this was the final straw and that she'd had enough of me disrespecting her in her own home and I had to leave. I tried to de-escalate the situation, saying we should just wait for my dad and sit down and talk this out, but she was adamant that I had to leave and that she had the authority to make me. After several minutes of me trying to explain to her that it was absurd for her to try and kick me out of my dad's house without talking to him, she said that what she said went, and since she married my dad, this is technically her house. I just chuckled and said, since my name is on the deed, it's technically my house, but there's no need to get technical and we should just wait for my dad. She was shocked and left the room. When my dad came back, I told him what happened and he went to speak to her. There was a shouting match and she didn't speak to either of us until I left 2 days later. My dad is mad I told her, which I get, but since then, I've also got texts from her kids saying that I was the asshole for telling her and making her feel like a guest in the house. This isn't the case. She isn't a guest, she's a tenant, but so is my dad. And the only point I was trying to make was that she didn't have a business trying to kick me out of my father's house, let alone my own property. I didn't take it there until she did. That said, maybe I should have just left the ownership out and let my dad handle it. For everyone talking about Maria being a tenant and tenants' rights, she doesn't pay rent. So I don't know if that makes her a tenant technically. If it does, then as a landlord, I'm pretty sure I have legal recourse over the remodeling she did without notifying me or my approval. And anyways, I wasn't there as a landlord. I was there as a guest of another tenant, and actually she did have several weeks notice I was coming in any case. I'm sure it's a legal rabbit hole, but the only reason I use the word tenant is to say that since she lives there, she isn't a guest in the home.
So this is the update posted by the original poster of this story. Am I the asshole for telling my husband he cared more about his own bathroom time than his own kid? Where we left it was basically that the husband spends about 3 hours a night in the bathroom by himself rather than with his family. And then his wife kind of just said, you spend hours in the bathroom rather than with your family. You don't get to complain about not spending time with your kids. There is a mega update to this story, you guys. Okay, so this is my update. I asked my husband if I could please check through the history on his iPad and his phone. I explained to him about this post and how sorry I was, but I was having doubts about his bathroom time. He left. He is at his parents' house. He left his phone and iPad on the counter. All contents have been deleted and the items are factory restored. He called the stepdaughter's mother, told her we are getting divorced, and asked her to come pick up stepdaughter from me, and I haven't been able to talk to my husband or stepdaughter in almost 24 hours. My husband has told me he will file for divorce first thing next week and his lawyer will be in contact. My son and I are heartbroken. We miss our family. I don't see how I can ever be happy without stepdaughter here, and I do love my husband and I miss him terribly. The house feels so empty. Yet at the same time, I feel completely and totally numb. I'm reading and replying here and I feel like I'm just watching a TV show. Not sure how I can explain it. I really screwed up. Whilst I feel really sorry for the original poster of this story, I do kind of think that her husband has something going on that he's not telling her about, and that there doesn't seem to be some kind of medical reason why he's spending hours in the bathroom. In the comments section, it's basically there's nothing wrong with him other than the fact that he locks himself in the bathroom. There might be more to this story, but is it really bad that when I first read this story, I thought he might be spending time in the bathroom because he just liked the smell of his own poo? Am I the asshole for giving my son's new bike away after the prank he pulled on a girl he was friends with? So recently I found out my son Jacob, 15, did an incredibly cruel prank on one of the girls I'll call Ashley that's in his friend group. I know this girl. She's been to our house and even attended Jacob's birthday party a month ago. She seemed incredibly sweet, if not a bit shy. So when my oldest son Mark, 17, came to me and told me Jacob had asked Ashley out on a date as a prank, I was stunned. I of course asked how he could know this, hoping as any mother would that it wasn't true. But Mark showed me the family tablet we all use, but mostly my sons do, and it seems Jacob forgot to log out of his chatting app, Discord. I read the long series of messages between Jacob and his friends as they mocked Ashley all through this heartless prank. I was speechless, and that's not even getting into how he was talking, like he was some thug and not a 15-year-old living in a gated community. At first I couldn't figure out what to do or how to proceed. I'll admit that I never once imagined either of my boys being the type of person to do something like that. But there was no way in hell I was going to let this go. So, after a day of thought, I decided what was going to happen. First things first, he was grounded. For how long, I'm not sure. Secondly, I had gotten Jacob a bike for his birthday, but it hadn't arrived until the day previous, and I planned to give it to him when my parents came to visit, since they'd been unable to make his party. But instead of that, I showed him I knew about the prank and told him he was grounded. Then I made him carry the new bike out of my bedroom closet and to the car before driving to Ashley's house, him crying the whole way. I'd called her parents earlier and explained everything, and so once we got there, I had him cart it to their front porch and ring the bell. Then, in front of Ashley, her parents, me, and God, I had him give a sincere apology and gift her the bike. Even I apologised to her, saying I didn't raise my boy this way, and what he did was unforgivable. I also called the parents of the other boys who were all a part of this little stunt, and they all seemed rightfully horrified by their son's involvement. I felt I'd handled this as best as I could, and my friends agreed. Though once my parents found out that I'd made Jacob give his birthday gift away, they said what I did went too far. I still feel like what I did was right, but having my parents more or less dogpile on me like this actually made me wonder if how I handled it was too extreme. Am I the asshole here? No, you did the right thing. You taught your boy a good lesson. Well done, Mum.
I messaged my boyfriend's coworker because I think my boyfriend wants to cheat on me with her. Is that okay? I visited my boyfriend's office because I had an appointment nearby his office, and as I was approaching the building about to walk in, I saw him with a coworker. He pretended like he didn't see me, but we met each other's eyes, and I thought that this was just like a work meeting, like a walking meeting where you walk and discuss things, so I really didn't think much of it at the time. I asked him who he was with, and he said it was his new work friend, Addie, and I remember an Addie popping up on his Instagram notifications a little bit ago, so I asked him why he'd never told me about this new friend of his, especially because we know each other's friends, like we know all each other's friends. He told me to chill and that if I'm thinking of something malicious, then I just need to know that she's not his type. I asked if I could see what they were chatting on Instagram with her about, and he said that I was being toxic and that I was trying to invade his privacy. I said that if it's nothing, then why can't he just show it to me? And then he repeatedly called me toxic until I asked him to stop. He told me that he needs some time alone, so I need to stay at my parents' house, and we live together, by the way. I told him no, I'm not staying at my parents' house, but he said that he needs to think, and being by himself makes him think more clearly. I messaged my boyfriend's coworker because I think my boyfriend wants to cheat on me with her. Is that okay? Fast forward to today, 2 weeks from the incident, and we went to a party together, and he got so drunk that I had to walk him from the car to our bed. As I was getting ready to get myself in bed, I saw on his phone that a notification popped up and it said, "You up?" And it was from the same girl named Addie. I read all the messages, and it turns out that they saw each other to see the city lights, see a movie, and play mini golf on the night that he asked me to stay at my parents' house. The messages also indicated that he picked her up from her place that night, and I don't think she knows that we're together because from her profile, she seems like pretty religious and like she has good morals and she's set on her values. I messaged her and I told her that was my boyfriend, and I even sent her pictures with timestamps on them of us together. I also told her that I knew they went out and when they went out together, and I asked her to not message my boyfriend until I figure everything out. She never responded to me, but a few minutes later she removed my boyfriend from her followers. I'm scared about what could happen because if and when he finds out about what I did, we might break up. I don't even know if he's cheating. He downplayed it last time when we talked about it, saying, "You can have guy work friends, but I can't." I just don't know what to believe, really, and I need help. I now kind of regret messaging Addie about it, and I don't really know what he's gonna do when he finds out.
Am I wrong for not telling our friends that I'm rich? She was snooping around and found documentation about my trust fund, my investments, and more. When she came out, she was mad. I thought it was just because of the call, so I left her alone and continued cooking. But then she started telling everybody that I was actually rich. Proceeding to show them one of my documents she took from the office. That is wild. My husband took it off her and told her it was none of her business, as he should. At dinner, she kept going on about me masquerading as poor because I thrift, have a cheap car, travel in economy, and don't offer to cover the bill when we go out. That is not your friend. Our other friends were upset because we never offered money when they were struggling. So we ended up cutting dinner short and asking everyone to leave. Since then, I've received messages from mostly the women being angry that I never told them, and also even had a couple requests for money. Literally $50,000 to cover their student loans.
Get ready with me while I tell you how my situationship is trying to ruin my life because he says I cheated on him. Yeah, my situationship, like the man who does not want to date me. I met my situationship, let's call him Seth, about 2 years ago on a dating app. Of course I met him on a dating app, okay? Are you surprised? It's where we all meet our situationships. And we went out to dinner, and I was like, this man is my husband, like, obsessed with him. And Seth was a grade A, top tier love bomber. He would always tell me exactly what I wanted to hear, when I wanted to hear it. And I mean, I haven't had the best luck with men, so I was like, can I really trust this? It seems too good to be true. He's literally being so kind to me, just being like the best guy ever. Yeah, that's right. I couldn't trust him. I couldn't. I was right to follow my instincts. I mean, this man was telling me he could see himself marrying me. He's never felt this way about anybody. And then the next day, he's like, you know, I just don't think I'm in the place in my life to have a girlfriend, but I really care about you. That's what they said. Okay, they're going to be like, you're so special, but just like, it's me. You know, I don't want to go. No. Okay, absolutely not. But at this point, I'm like 3.5, 4 months in, and I'm down bad, okay? And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for me, but I really was like, you know what? I can change his mind. Like, I'm just gonna give him some time and he'll come to his senses. What was I thinking? Then a few months later, out of absolutely nowhere, he tells me he's moving the next week. You have to know for a while that you're moving. Like, you don't just make this decision out of nowhere. But yeah, he just kind of failed to mention that. Even though we were practically dating, we acted like we were dating just without the label. Yeah, he was gonna move like 7 hours away. And obviously, now that he's moving, he can say all these things like, I wish I wasn't moving. I realized lately that I do want to be with you, and I don't know, I've been so stupid. Yeah, of course he's saying that now. When he has an out. When he's driving that getaway car 7 hours away. And I'm absolutely devastated after he moves. Like, I am in my sad girl era because I didn't want to do long distance with the situationship, okay? Even though I was so head over heels for this man, I just knew that I could not do that to myself. But one day, out of nowhere, he's been gone for like 2-3 months at this point. I get a little knock on my door, and who's there? With flowers at my doorstep. Yeah, it's Seth. The man drove 7 hours in the middle of the night to come see me because he missed me so much. He couldn't stop thinking about me. And, okay, I know y'all are all rolling your eyes, but, like, I was like, oh my God, it's so romantic. Ew. He's so in love with me. No, he just wasn't getting attention from any women in the city he lives in now. So, yeah, came back to me. I realize that now, okay? Now. So we spend the weekend together, and honestly, it's the most romantic weekend we've ever had. Normally, we just do really casual things, but Seth was taking me out to really nice dinners, like actually treating me like his real girlfriend, and I was like, wow, absence makes the heart grow fonder. He realized what he's missing, and he's back. He's in love with me. I get it. I was wrong. At the end of that weekend, he leaves and he gives me a kiss and tells me what an amazing time he had and that he's missed me so much and that seeing me was exactly what he needed and he wishes he would have done it sooner, XYZ. Yeah, then I don't hear from him. But he was posting on social media. Like, I knew he was out and about and doing fine. Like, he was out getting drinks with his friends. Like, there were always girls that, I don't know. But when I would text him, no response. Literally ghosted. And I go through my sad girl times because, honestly, I just felt so dumb. This man already did me so dirty. And I let him back into my life. And he just hurt me again. But I started living my best life, really started focusing on myself, and slowly I started to get over him. Until 6 months later when I get another knock on my door. Okay, you can send a text. You can literally call me. You can text me like, why are you showing up at my door? But it's because Seth knows that I wasn't going to pick up the phone for him at this point. So the only way to get what he wanted was to literally show up and force me to talk to him. So I open the door. There Seth is with another bouquet of flowers. Like, okay, you don't even know me because I don't want flowers. I want foods. I want like an edible arrangement or something. And he's there and he starts groveling. He told me that he knows he messed up and that he realized how in love with me he was over that weekend, and it was just so hard, and he didn't think that he could be in a long-distance relationship, and he got scared, and what? And, like, I get it. It sounds so dumb now, but, like, when you're in that moment, and you have the person who you were so in love with telling you everything you wanted to hear, it's nice, okay? It's really nice. And he tells me he actually moved back to our city. His job relocated him again, sent him right back. And here he was. And he's like, I realized that now long distance isn't an issue. Let's really try to make this work. And I told him that I didn't know. Like, it had been at this point, I think a year and a half we had known each other. And I don't know, it was always just the same cycle with us. But he told me that he was going to prove that he could be the man that I deserved. And honestly, the love bombing came back. He really stepped it up. We were hanging out all the time. He was so kind to me, treating me like his girlfriend, kept being like, I'm just trying to think of a creative way to ask you to be my girlfriend. Like, if a man says that, run. Literally run. It's because they're stalling. That's why. Finally, one day, I have enough. And I'm like, okay, Seth, what are you doing? Are we going to date? Are we not going to date? And that is when he reverts again. And he's like, I don't know. This is a lot for me being in a relationship. And I am just like, you've got to be kidding. You have actually got to be kidding me. And at that point, I don't know. There was some kind of shift in me that I realized I could not keep doing this. I loved him so much as a person and as a friend, but I could not keep pursuing this in the way I was, and I just couldn't have in my mind that I was going to end up with this man. It just wasn't going to happen, and it wasn't healthy for me. I decided it was time to get back on the dating apps, which I literally had not done since Seth. He just emotionally drained me in every way. I had no time for any other men in my life because he took up all of the capacity. So now that I was putting him in a different bucket in my mind, I was like, you know what? Let's find my man's. How did Seth find out I was on dating apps? Yeah, he saw my profile because he was on dating apps and he saw me on dating apps. But I don't know. That make sense to me because I get the most angry, aggressive call that he thinks it's disgusting that I am on dating apps and he can't believe that I would betray him like that and I'm cheating on him and all these things. I was like, cheating on who? I was like, Seth, you're also on dating apps. And he's like, but it's different because you know where I stand and I just don't want a relationship right now. But you always tell me that you want to be with me and you want me to be your boyfriend. So shouldn't you be showing that you're loyal to me? Like, you've made that clear that that's what you want. So that's how you should be acting and you're not. I was like, you know what, Seth? I also would love to be in a committed relationship and loyal to Harry Styles, but you don't see me not dating anybody else because that's never going to happen for me. That's absolutely the most delusional thing in the world. Just because I want to date you and you don't want to date me means that you can date other people and I can't. I just have to sit around and wait for you. And he's like, yeah, you should. If you really care about me and you really want to be with me, you should wait for me. And I was like, be so for real with me. This man said the most horrendous, hateful, hurtful things to me and said he never wanted to see me ever again. And I was like, okay, actually, bye. Yeah, that's good. Goodbye. Goodbye. Do not show up at my door anymore. And I thought that was going to be it. But no, because he had to make this terrible for me. Seth really took it upon himself to be a little FBI agent and go on to Instagram, go to my tagged photos, my friends' tagged photos, their friends' tagged photos, and put together a little web of my friend group, my core friend group, you know, friends of friends, acquaintances, things like that. And he started going on dates with all of them. Not the ones that overlap, not the ones that know each other, so that they wouldn't talk about him, but all ones that were, somehow in my life. Not people that are so much in my life that they would know about me and Seth, like they're, friends of friends of friends, maybe like 2-3 degrees of separation, but people that I go to a lot of the same social events as, and I see out and about. This way he started guaranteeing that if I'm invited to a social event, he'll also be there. The man also started taking my neighbor on dates, my next door neighbor, so that I would have to see him in the comfort of my own home. This just can't be a coincidence. I'm seeing this man everywhere, and every single girl he's going on a date with or talking to, yet they know me, okay? We're somehow connected. That cannot be a coincidence, okay? The man is crazy. But he doesn't even know that he's met his match. For the past 2 years, I've been very sweet, very level-headed, but if he wants to play that kind of game, I can play it better.
I just found out that my husband's girl best friend has been secretly feeding my child. Story time. So when I gave birth to our daughter, I unfortunately couldn't feed her straight away. I had to go straight to bottle feeding, and this isn't what I wanted. However, I was completely out of control and would have really, really harmed me if I did. Now, my delightful husband, let's call him Mark, knew how much this upset me and just how much I've dreamed of having a child and feeding my own and just that whole process. He just knew how upset I was about this situation. Now, on the surface, he did. He took our little girl and fed her all the time, and he let me nap and rest whilst he was doing this because obviously I didn't need to be there. Whenever he would leave the house, he would always take her with him so I could have peace and quiet and recover. Like, in my head, this man was being the best husband possible. But little did I know there was actually an underlying reason he was doing this the whole time. So my husband has a girl best friend, but not in that way. They've been best friends literally since they were children. Their mums are best friends. She has never overstepped before. She's always been really, really welcoming to me. To be honest, me and her got on really, really, so that has never been an issue to us. However, of course, that has all changed when I found out she has been feeding my child. And when I say this, obviously I mean naturally, something that I couldn't do. And what makes this worse is that is where my husband has been going. He wasn't taking her out the house to give me peace and quiet. He was taking our child out of the house so it could be fed by another woman. Now, obviously, this broke my heart. Like, not only did I feel not worthy to be a mother, Mark completely broke my trust. I honestly don't know what to do. Obviously, I've been stabbed in the back, but I'm also worried for my baby's health. This is just wrong on so many levels.
Am I wrong for being rude to my boyfriend after he withheld salt from me? Me, female 27, and my boyfriend, male 30, are currently on vacation with his family. I have volunteered to cook most nights because I love to cook and am the best in the group at it. So this evening, I was making a dish for everyone and asked my boyfriend to please get me an array of seasonings for this specific dish. MSG, soy sauce, pepper, and salt. He then said, if you're using MSG, do you really need salt? To which I explained that MSG is not salty. It has 1/3 of sodium content to regular salt, and that dishes, if they are using MSG, will typically require salt. I was cooking outside on a griddle, and the dish comes together quickly, so I wasn't able to go grab any seasonings. I realized shortly afterward that he had not included the salt, just 3 of the things I requested. And when I questioned it, he said I didn't need it. But the food was bland.
Sorry for the late update, but finding a way to tell everyone your wedding is canceled takes a good amount of time. If you haven't seen part 1 to this story time, go watch that and then come back here. But to catch everybody up, my wedding was 1 month away, and my fiance told me that I needed to kick out one of my bridesmaids so that we could make room for his little sister, which I said was absolutely not happening. Looking back now, maybe this wasn't the right choice, but I decided not to tell any of my bridesmaids this was happening. There was just so much drama surrounding this, and honestly, like, they were already doing so much for me, helping me plan this wedding. I just didn't think it was worth adding this drama to their plate. It was something between me and my fiance that I was gonna figure it out. There was just no point to me to get them involved. Honestly, I think a part of me didn't want to tell them because I was embarrassed that I was marrying a man that would treat my friends like that. A few days ago, I wake up to 3 missed calls and a super long text message from one of my best friends in the whole world. She was actually the second person I asked to be my bridesmaid right after my maid of honor. So I was kind of confused why she was sending me this text. Because it started with, I have no idea why you're doing this and I'm beyond hurt. I was like, what did I do? Literally, me racking my brain like, what did I do? What did I do? My best friend text goes on to tell me that my fiance gave her a little ring-a-ding-ding call to tell her that even though we really appreciate all of her help so far in planning the wedding and we would love for her to be there to support us, she no longer will be a part of the wedding party. I'm sorry, who made that decision? Because I know it wasn't me. I immediately give my best friend a call and explain to her the entire situation about what's been going on with my fiance and apologize for not informing her sooner. And I told her that I had no idea that he would do this and that I had no part in it whatsoever. And I had told him that none of my friends were being kicked out of the wedding party. So the fact that he would go behind my back and do this, like, disgusting. Actually disgusting. My best friend asks the question that honestly I would have been asking as well, which is why me? Out of all of the bridesmaids, why did he choose that specific one of my friends to kick out of the wedding? And that's when we realized she was the one who was closest in size to his little sister. He was just thinking about which dress was gonna fit. Oh my. Immediately, I packed up all of the stuff I had that was his at my apartment and drove right to his apartment. I knocked on the door, and when he opened it, he was surprised to see me. But then he looked to see what I was holding and realized what was happening. He's immediately coming up with the most insane excuses that to him really do make sense. He told me that when his little sister was 12 years old, and he was in high school, they were literal children, he promised her that she could be a bridesmaid in his future wedding. That's it. That's it. And because of that promise that he made when they were literal children, she thought she was entitled to being a bridesmaid, even though she's not nice to me and we're not close. And he thought that he had the right to go behind my back and sabotage my friendships and disrespect me and the things that are important to me in the wedding. I told him at the end of the day, I'm not going to be with a liar. And that's what you did. You literally sent my best friend a text message lying to her, which hurt her, hurt me, could have potentially impacted our friendship forever. And for what? So that you could get what you wanted? That's disgusting and selfish. Thank God I found out these qualities about you before I spent the rest of my life with you. And for whatever poor girl gets swindled into marrying him next, I hope her bridesmaids' dresses have rush ordering because we don't want to run into this issue again.
Am I wrong for not telling our friends that I'm rich? Sorry, you guys. I took like a week without posting. I just had my wisdom teeth removed on my right side, so I'm still talking a little different, but I feel good enough to post. I, 25 female, do not like money talk. I keep it private because growing up, I've seen the things people will do for money, and it absolutely destroyed my brothers. My parents died when I was little, and I was taken in by my grandparents who raised me. It was a very privileged upbringing, but they also raised me to be frugal and grateful for what I have. And I am incredibly grateful for what I have. I don't show off or anything, don't care for labels, and most of my clothing is thrifted. And my husband, 33 male, and I live within our means. The problem is our friend group has just found out that I'm rich and now they're mad. We had friends over for dinner, and the wife of my husband's best friend went into our office to take a private work call. And we've let friends in there before with no issue.
Found out my teachers gossiped about me behind my back. Get ready with me. So a couple of years ago, I was in history class and the teacher was checking our homework. I didn't do my homework because I feel like doing your homework doesn't make sense. The teacher asked me, why didn't you do your homework, Selma? And I said, because homework is ridiculous, and I was expelled from the classroom. It wasn't the first time I was expelled from history class, so I just waited outside until the teacher came to talk to me. After class, the teacher came to talk to me about how I could improve my behavior. He said he noticed a change in my behavior because I broke up with all of my friends. Because of that conversation, I was 5 minutes late for math class. When we were done, I was so happy to see that the door to my math class was still opened. It was a long hallway and I was at the beginning and the math classroom was at the end. Math teacher was at the door opening and when I saw him, I was like, keep the door open, I'm coming. But he saw me coming and he literally closed the door in my face. I was like, what the heck? So I just opened the door, sat myself down, and I said, I'm so sorry I'm late. I had to talk to the history teacher. So my math teacher said, oh, okay, all right. And I was so relieved. Then all of a sudden, the door opens, my history teacher storms inside, looks for me, points at me, and said, she's too late. She has to go to the principal's office. I was like, what? It's gonna be way worse. Let me know if you need a part 2.
Am I wrong for telling my mom and dad that they have to get their noses pierced if they want to see my daughter again? My husband and I traveled down to Mexico to visit with my family. I am an American citizen, but my mom and dad are not. My mom and dad got my daughter earrings for her birthday, but my daughter's ears are not pierced, and she's only 1 year old. So I told them I would save them for her until she was old enough to get her ears pierced. Well, we left my daughter with my parents while we went to meet up with some friends, and you can see where this is going. When we went to pick up my daughter, my mom showed us that we did not have to wait because they took her to get her ears pierced. So I got my daughter and dragged my husband out of there before he lost it. Then we went back to our hotel. I am absolutely furious, and my husband said my parents are not allowed to spend time alone with my daughter ever again. I went farther. I said I would not be bringing her or any kids we might have down to see my parents. And we checked out 3 days earlier.
Am I the asshole for telling my brother he betrayed mom, so why would he get half of everything? My mom died a few months ago, and she left my brother, who is in his 40s, some money. But I got most of what she owned. Some background to explain why mom did this and why my brother is angry. My mom was an only child for 16 years and she always wanted to get involved in her dad's business, but he didn't want a girl/woman taking over the family business. He was determined to have a son one way or another, and even though mom was prepared to leave school and work for him, by the time her brother came along, he made it very clear that even if there was no son, he would never let her work for him and take over one day. He would rather see the business close. This destroyed my mom. She loved her parents and felt so rejected. Mom's dad didn't get his way, however, because her brother wanted nothing to do with the business and refused to even work for him, let alone take over. My mom was estranged from her dad for many years because her dad made it painfully clear to her that he didn't value a daughter and never would, so mom stepped back. But when he heard mom had a son, he reached out, and when that didn't work, he waited until my brother was 18 and he offered him a job and the chance to run the family business. My mom was shocked, and my brother told her she better not tell him not to accept because he didn't like the fact she kept us from our grandfather, and prevented him running the business with estrangement. Am I the asshole for telling my brother he betrayed mom, so why would he get half of everything? Mom and him had a talk. She said she did not want him to grow up with the same disregard for women as her dad. He basically told her to go fuck herself, and he went to work for her dad. Years passed, and he regretted the strain between him and mom, and dad was disgusted with him too. He reached out after dad died and apologized and told mom he loved her, but things were never the same, and he talked about her dad like he was some amazing hero of a guy, which was difficult for my mom. So apparently when my mom made her will, she decided that I should get the most and my brother should get something but not an equal share, given he had the business and seemed perfectly okay with her being shut out of it for being born the wrong sex. My brother is hurt and angry about this now that she's gone. He asked me how she could have done this and why I'm not angry. I told him he betrayed mom, so why would he get half? He tried to say he didn't, but I told him he went to work for dad anyway, and then basically told her to go F herself, and even when they reconciled, he acted like the father who treated her like shit was some amazing person who needed his praises sang all the time. He said I was shitting on him for no real reason. Am I the asshole?
Get ready with me as I tell how the fight with my friend group got completely out of hand. I walk into the toilet and across from me was my entire friend group. I didn't even get the chance to say anything or all 5 of them started screaming at me. They said, "You did this, you sent everyone after us, how could you?" That I didn't do it, I didn't do this. I'm going home. It's called that girl Lola. She stands up, grabs her purse, and all of the other girls walked with her. My teacher didn't say anything. Felt so sad and so alone, but when I walked out of the classroom, my sister was there waiting for me. A week after this, we came at school again, and I was called in at the principal's office together with the popular girl, Demi. He heard about the fight and he wanted us to make it up. Obviously, that didn't work, and when I walked out of his office, the entire girl group was waiting for Demi. I had to walk past them, gossiping about me and giving me dirty looks. Week after this, we had spring break, and when we came back at school, something happened that I never expected. Let me know if you want to hear that part as well.
Am I wrong for asking our babysitter to set alarms when she's sleeping? So again, the babysitter was sleeping on the couch and our baby was crying for 30 minutes while she slept, and that bothered me. So the next morning, I asked her if she would mind setting alarms throughout the night to make sure she's awake since the baby monitor never woke her up. And I let her know it was not okay for her to leave the baby crying like that. I guess it hurt the kid's feelings because she mentioned it to my wife, and my wife is really upset with me, saying she's only 16 and that what I was asking for is very unreasonable, and that this has never happened before. So again, I'm being unfair and I should have talked to her first because this could have been a learning experience. She also said I was completely out of line as well. I'm not really worried about a learning experience, but I am worried about the fact that my children are cared for properly. So, am I wrong?
I just found out my husband is actually a girl. Story time. So I met my husband 10 years ago. However, we didn't start dating until about 5 or 6 years ago. Let's call my husband Mark. I met Mark inside of a club. It was very, very dark, but I fancied him a lot. And then I realised we actually go to the same university. I don't just go around kissing people, so I don't know, I felt a little bit awkward. And as time went on, we ended up crossing paths a little bit more and more, and we ended up dating and getting to know each other. I thought I was getting to know him anyway. Now, I'd like to put it out there that I am a straight female, and Mark knew this. Now, Mark asked me to be his girlfriend, and obviously I said yes, but I did find it a little bit strange because we had yet to be intimate. We had only kissed and kind of fondled. Respecting boundaries, maybe Mark wasn't ready for that. And then Mark told me that he is waiting till marriage. And this was a huge shock, because even though I don't go about, one-nighters, I still go about. However, I liked Mark a lot. I loved Mark so much, so obviously I respected what he wanted. And then we got engaged, we got married, and I was super excited on our wedding night, as you can imagine. And then I was super, super disappointed to the fact we did everything except the main bit, if you get what I'm trying to say. But I had a good night and it was whatever. Now, a little while ago, I brought up to Mark that why have we not slept together yet? Like, it's been so long we're married. This is weird. He said to Mark, like, you're hiding something from me, what is it? And that's when Mark came clean to me and told me that he isn't a boy and he is actually a girl. Now, would you believe me if I told you I burst out laughing because I couldn't process what he just told me or she just told me? Please, I literally just walked straight out of our apartment. I'm yet to go back. All of my stuff is still there. I just refuse to see Mark. You're psycho.
Am I the asshole for calling off the wedding after my fiance gave his ex closure without me knowing? I've been with my fiance Tom for 3 years now, and him and his ex Sarah were together for 6 years before we met, and their past relationship, has been a shadow hanging over us for so long. At first, I understood because they obviously shared a lot of history and breakups can be really tough, but we are supposed to be sharing a future together now. We're currently planning our wedding, building our life together, and I thought that he was done with the past. About a month ago now, Tom got a random message from Sarah asking for closure, and instead of telling me about it, he opened it and he read it and responded and ended up meeting up with her. I found out when I saw a message on his phone that said, "Thanks for last night," and my heart literally dropped. When I confronted him, he swore that nothing physical happened. He said that he just stayed over until early morning just talking. I obviously didn't believe him, but what's even worse is that he got so defensive and called me insecure for feeling betrayed. He said that Sarah deserves closure and that I should understand since he's with me now. Am I the asshole for calling off the wedding after my fiance gave his ex closure without me knowing? The more we talked, the more I realized that he does not think that he did literally anything wrong. I tried to explain to him how hurtful this was that he hid this from me, especially when he didn't need to, but he made me feel like I was the problem for being jealous of a friendship. Here's the kicker. Tom had the audacity to tell me that this needed to happen so that he could fully move on. He even suggested that Sarah comes to the wedding as a friend so that everyone can see that there's no bad blood between them. I was just stunned when he said this to me. Like, how could he think that it's okay to invite his ex to our wedding, especially someone that he feels like he still needs to support? I've since called off the wedding, telling him that I just need time to think, and my friends and family are completely split about me doing this. Half of them say that I should be able to trust him and know that nothing happened, and the other half are saying that I'm completely justified. Meanwhile, Tom's been telling all of his friends that I'm controlling and making a big deal out of nothing, and now I'm starting to second guess myself if I'm right in this situation. So am I the asshole for putting my foot down about this, or am I overreacting?
I've decided to break up with my boyfriend of 2 years because of a TikTok comment. Am I the asshole? Story time. Now, I'm no expert at TikTok, but I do like to post the odd thing, especially if they're trends. And I am such a consumer, so I'm always scrolling and just see all of these cute videos. And I wanted to participate in one of me and my boyfriend. Now, when I tell you, none of my videos have ever even reached more than 500 views. I was shocked when this video of me and my boyfriend reached 4.8 million views. I was so confused, I was overwhelmed. I literally didn't know what to do, and suddenly I was this such like infamous person. Now, this feeling didn't last very long because these comments were horrendous towards my boyfriend. Not only was everyone calling him a huge red flag because of how he reacted to the video, but I had girls from the video literally sending me proof that they had slept with my boyfriend whilst he's been on holiday. I didn't want to believe any of this when it first started coming through. However, because there was so many, I had no choice but to. To be honest, I was more hurt about how my boyfriend treated me compared to him cheating on me. The comments really brought to life how bad this man has been treating me for the past 2 years. Now, my boyfriend says I'm being stupid and it's TikTok and it's probably 13-year-olds commenting and I shouldn't be pressed about it. However, I am, and it's affected me, and I'm gonna break up with him. I just need to know, am I the asshole here?
Am I wrong for keeping a caricature of my girlfriend and saying she's being ridiculous? So like I said, in the cartoon, my ears are exaggerated and so is my girlfriend's nose. She has a slightly bigger nose than normal, but it's only noticeable when pointed out or actively compared with others. Anyways, I figured she hated it when she was silent during the reveal and then walked off. I paid the man for his work, took the art, and then went after my girlfriend. That's when she explained in the car he basically reignited her insecurity about her nose and she didn't want to see it. Alright, cool. So I understood but already paid for it, so I just kept it in my cubicle at work. Long story short, she saw that the art was in my cubicle and we got into a tiff about it. because apparently I shouldn't have kept it after she told me how it made her feel. I said she was being ridiculous. That's where you messed up, since it's in my cubicle and couldn't just throw it away. Am I wrong? I can understand why he kept it, but I can understand too why she's upset.
Am I the asshole for not letting my mother-in-law redecorate our nursery? So I'm currently 32 weeks pregnant with mine and my husband Felix's child. It's our first child. Things have been going really well, and one of the great things about my husband is that he's a builder, so everything went up pretty fast and pretty smoothly. We agreed at the start what kind of vibe we wanted to go with, and it's pretty much finished at this point. My mother-in-law has always been the typical monster-in-law, but she's been a little bit better since the news came out that I was pregnant. Though that is not to say that there hasn't been a single issue, because she did tell me that I needed to lose weight because it's not healthy for me or the baby. I'm not at any unhealthy weight, and she knows that I used to struggle with eating disorders. In the past, I've just tried to keep my mouth shut and let Felix deal with it. As the nursery has become more and more completed, she's decided that she wants to come over a lot more often. And of course, she invites herself. I'm currently working from home, and she pops in on the regular, and then she asks me when I'm gonna have lunch, and then she'll be like, oh, can you pop in something for me for lunch too? And then after that, she will wander into the nursery and start rearranging things. Am I the asshole for not letting my mother-in-law redecorate our nursery? I know this sounds so stupid, but one time she literally bought an entire bag full of IKEA stuff and put it in the nursery, and it doesn't match the theme at all. But I've never really said anything other than like, thanks for the thought. Yesterday, when she came around uninvited, she looked me up and down and was like, really? Joggers? Thank God Felix isn't here. And then after that, she proceeded to walk into the nursery and ask where the pillow that she had put in the crib had gone. She also asked me why I'd taken out the fairy lights that she put on the wall in the baby's room, and I just explained to her that they could be a hazard for the baby, and I obviously don't want there to be a hazard for my baby, so I took them off. And she was like, oh, well, I've been a mother 3 times. You should really start taking more of my advice. She continued saying, while looking in my eyes, you're really not going to be a good mother at this rate. What? I don't know if it was the pregnancy hormones or what, but I just stared at her for a minute and told her to get out of the house. She got really uptight about it and then ended up leaving. So obviously I talked to Felix about it, and he said that he's going to talk to her and tell her that she really shouldn't be reorganizing anything without our permission. I'm just wondering if it was the hormones and I'm being unreasonable about this.
Get ready with me as I tell how I got in a fight with my entire girl group at school, and it got completely out of hand. A couple of years ago, I had a friend group at school with 5 girls. Always had a great time until they started making mean comments about me. One girl was very popular, let's call her Demi. I knew Demi since primary school, and every week she chose a new best friend. I always biked to school together with Demi and another girl out of our group, and one day Demi decided that she thought I wore too much mascara. You wear so much makeup, you look just like a Barbie doll. We don't like the makeup you wear. I said, we? You've been talking about me behind my back? Said, about what? Said, about the fact that you think I look like a Barbie doll. Said, you literally just told me you think I look like a Barbie doll. Asked the girl who was biking with us. Demi just called me a Barbie doll, right? She said, I didn't hear anything. What? I was very sad that day when I arrived at school. Before I could talk with the other girls of the group, Demi talked to them. I sat myself down in the classroom, they came in with the entire group, ignored me completely, and sat themselves down at the other side of the classroom. That day, no one of my friend group spoke to me, and it was the exact same the day after. Only thing they did was giving me the worst attitude. After 2 days, I got a text during the lunch break if I wanted to come and talk to them in the restroom. During that lunch break, I was sitting with another group of girls and I had told them the entire story. But I didn't know they repeated the story to their entire class. So when I came at the restroom at the time we discussed, the entire hallway was filled with angry boys and girls. Heard a couple of guys say, I'm gonna hit them, they're so mean. A couple of girls in the restroom shouting at my friend group. was like, oh my god, this was not supposed to happen. I walked into the restroom to tell my friend group that this was never my intention. But then it got way worse. Let me know if you need a part 2.
My boyfriend's an A-list celebrity and I need to spill the dirt. Story time. So I'm currently dating a very private A-list celebrity and we're currently so private that my parents don't even know his name. This man has basically lived a life and a half and just wants the most simple, quiet, private life possible now. I will say is that he's in his mid-30s and he's currently still doing what he is famous for. He's had quite a bit of controversy in like past relationships. Now back when I used to live in LA, I used to host at this VIP bar and that's when me and this man, let's call him Mark, met. And we clicked straight away. Obviously, I knew who he was, and I thought it was going to be a one-night stand. However, it turned out being way more. Anyway, the reason I'm making this video is because you find out so much dirt and like drama and conspiracies whilst dating these celebrities that I can't keep it a secret. Like I need to tell someone. My best friends don't know who I'm dating, can't tell them. And honestly, it's killing me not being able to speak about it and I need to tell someone. Now I don't know what to do because I don't want to push him over the edge and say, I want to talk to my parents or my friends about this because they know I'm going out with a celebrity. They just don't know their name because I guess you can't trust anyone. Honestly, I have a lot of secrets that I now know about the acting community and honestly, it's a bit crazy. A lot of the dramas that I thought maybe were conspiracies aren't and they are true. A lot of people who we see on screen that like each other don't. The PR relationships, like just comes home and spills me new gossip every single day and has done for the past year and I'm struggling to keep it a secret. I don't know how these celebrities do it.
I just found out that my partner of 8 years lied about his age by a lot, and I just want to know what you would do if you found this out. So back in 2016, I met and fell in love with a guy, and I'll call him Max just for the sake of this story. Max and I hit it off super quickly, and our relationship pretty much immediately started. I was 21, almost 22 at the time. In the first week or two of meeting him, I asked him how old he was, and he's the type of person that just kind of looks like he could be any age. I had no idea at that point, so that's why I asked. At first, he completely avoided the question and was just like, how old do I look? And at first I guessed like 28 to 30. He smiled and just was like, yeah, you're right. But I pushed for the exact age and he admitted that he was actually 36. And then he asked me if that was okay with him, and at the time, my age gap allowance was like 7 to 10 years, so 15 years was definitely confronting. But we got along so great, and I really, really liked him, so I eventually just told him that was okay with me, but that would be like the maximum age gap that I would be okay with. And we went on to be in a long-term loving relationship for like 7-ish years. Currently, 2024, as you guys are probably aware of, and we are going through a very, very long, drawn-out, heartbreaking breakup. It's complicated, and I don't really have time to get into all those details right now. I just found out that my partner of 8 years lied about his age by a lot, and I just want to know what you would do if you found this out. He thinks that I don't express my emotions well, and I think that he's manipulative, and he just doesn't like it whenever I express a negative emotion. Currently, we are having to live together, but we do have separate bedrooms and bathrooms. About a week ago, he left to go on a much needed trip and I've been loving having the house all to myself. But yesterday, I stumbled upon the truth. So I stumbled upon an official document with his birthday written on it, and he was always pretty secretive about these documents. Like, he always made sure that I wouldn't see them. Y'all, the way that my jaw actually hit the floor when I read that his birth year is 1970, which means he is 24 years older than me. He is actually older than my mother, and I just feel so flabbergasted right now, and honestly, I feel like disgusting, to be honest. Like, that is just such a violation to me. I mean, this man lied just to get me, and then he continued lying. Like, was he ever gonna tell me the truth? So just to clear some things up, that means he was actually 46 when we met, not 36, and I was 22, just barely out of the home. At this point, I'm just questioning reality right now. Like, what else did he lie about? Does he have a family? Is he a criminal? I mean, who is this man? At this point, I just need some advice. Like, how would you guys confront him about this? Has anyone been in this type of situation before? And what happened when you confronted them? What did you say?
My husband's been telling his coworkers that I'm his sister. Yeah, his sister. My husband and I have been married for 3 years, no kids, a dog. I mean, life is good for us, or so I thought life was good for us. For the past 2 years, my husband's been working at this accounting firm that he absolutely loves. He's pretty good friends with his coworkers, and sometimes after work they'll get drinks or dinner, but I've never gone. Now, people might think this is kind of weird, but it's not. I've never asked to go. I have my own friends, my own life. I like my husband to have his life and be able to do his things, and I like us to have our own independence in our marriage. Looking back now, yeah, it's weird that he never invited me, not a single time. I've met all my husband's other friends that are not work friends, and he's met all of my friends, but yeah, he never invited me to any of his work friend hangouts. I didn't realize it at the time, but this whole secret started to reveal itself over a year ago. I was out celebrating a friend's birthday without my husband, let's call him Josh, when a guy that I had never met comes up to me at the bar and is like, "Hey, it's Kels, right?" I cannot hide a single expression on my face, so the man knew I was confused because I was literally staring at him like... And that's when he was like, "Oh, I work with Josh." And that made sense. I was like, oh, actually, now that I'm like squinting my eyes and looking at him a little closer, I feel like my husband had shown me a photo of this guy before. We had a little bit of awkward small talk. I mean, I was trying to be nice. Obviously, I wanted to make a good impression. It's my husband's coworker, but also I was celebrating my friend's birthday and I wanted to go hang out with the girls. So near the end of the conversation, when it was clear that, the conversation was ending, the guy goes, "I think it's really nice how close you and Josh are. I wish my brother lived near me and we were so close." And I mean, knowing what I know now, I wish it would have set off way more alarm bells, but I was like, the guy's been drinking, he does not know what he's talking about, and like, it's just not that big of a deal, whatever. Maybe he just has been thinking about his brother today, really wanted to talk about him with somebody. I don't know, none of my business. I guess it is my business. It was my business, I just didn't think it was. I never told Josh about this conversation, not because I was trying to hide it, but because, honestly, I forgot about it. I mean, it was a 3-minute conversation in my whole night, and when I got home from the bar, Josh was already asleep, so by the time we were talking in the morning, like, it's past. The thought is past, I never really thought about it again. But here's where everything really started clicking for me. Yesterday morning, I was taking our dog Monty out for a walk. Now, Monty's a pretty unique looking dog, so, I mean, you can tell it's him. If you've met the dog before, you know who he is. As we're walking past a coffee shop, this guy walks out and immediately lights up when he sees the dog. And immediately it's like, "Monty, it's so good to see you." And Monty is so excited. And immediately I'm like, oh, this must be one of Josh's coworkers, because Josh actually brings Monty to the office a few times a week. So I was like, oh, this makes sense. This is how you would recognize my dog, and my dog clearly knows who you are. Then he turns to me and he's like, "You must be Kels. I've heard so much about you." And I am like, "Oh, do you work with Josh?" And I was right. He was like, "Yeah, I do." And so we have a little bit of small talk, and, he's petting the dog. All's going well. But that's when he's like, "You are an incredible sister," walking Josh's dog for him. My first thought was to tell this man that I'm not Josh's sister. I am his wife. His incredible, loving wife. But I was like, this man seems nice. I don't really need to put him in that uncomfortable position right now. And honestly, I didn't even really know how to react. So I'm just basically standing there like, what do you say back to that? I had like a million thoughts racing in my head. And this guy looks at me so confused because he's like, what is up with this girl? Like, why is she just staring at me like that? All I managed to blurt out is, yeah, he's a really good dog, before I'm like, we have to get going, and just like skirt it off. Because what am I supposed to say in that moment? I tell Monty, "I'm sorry, bud, but this walk is getting cut short because I need to go contemplate my entire marriage." And the perfect time to contemplate your entire life is a walk home, so that is what I did. On this walk, a lot of things started clicking for me. Like, one is that Josh always told me that his company didn't allow +1s for holiday parties. Why did I even believe this? Every company allows +1s for holiday parties. He just was hiding me. Luckily, Josh is on a work trip for the next few days, so I can think about how I want to handle this situation, because I'm floored. Do I make the mature and rational decision and talk to him about this when he gets home? Or do I make a little surprise trip to his office? Because I'm kind of leaning towards the latter.
I'm going to call off my wedding. Storytime. So me and my partner were dating for 8 months before we decided to get engaged. This decision just felt right. I know it's quite quick. However, we didn't have any suspicions to not. We were both getting a little bit older. We both wanted kids. We were getting very aware that our timeline was getting smaller. So we just thought, why not? Shortly after this, I decided to move into her place to help pay off some of our debts, because I wanted these basically paid off before the wedding so we could then buy a house together shortly after the wedding. However, this was a huge mistake because she has been controlling ever since. And this all started with a joint bank account. And this weren't a nice way to try and get our debts in order. This was a way to control what I was eating, what I was spending my money on. She literally came up with these insane rules that I have to work 70 hours a week, Monday through Friday, and take any Saturday work that I can before we have kids. Now, I have this health condition where I have to eat a certain amount and more than somebody else because my body doesn't digest everything. My partner literally shouts at me for buying food. Obviously, this was getting a lot. I couldn't even be the main holder on the car that I bought and pay for. And I did discuss this with her before I started getting annoyed. And her mum even talked to her about this as well. And she still wasn't listening, was still being controlling, not letting me do anything with my money. Now, for a little while, I've been debating putting off this wedding and just cancelling it in total. And I've recently decided enough is enough. I've been putting this like huge plan together for the past few months. I've taken out a rental car without her knowing so it can go under my name and I don't have a control freak knowing where I'm driving. And one weekend, I'm going to drive to my parents' house and I'm going to take all the necessities out of the house because I know what she's going to do. She's going to lock the doors. I've got a brand new phone with a brand new SIM without her number in it. When she blows up my phone, I won't know. I've also taken out a bunch of money and removed my name from the joint credit cards that we have. I'm so excited for this next chapter of my life without her in it and to not be controlled every single second of my life. Now, this plan fell into action last weekend and I was so surprised. She obviously locked the door, which I knew she was going to do, but luckily I did already get the stuff out of the house beforehand. And I just drove. I drove as fast as I could to my parents. She didn't blow my phone up once. And I'm really confused by this situation because I thought she would. However, I'm gone. I am out of this relationship. I'm living a brand new life and I can't wait.
Am I the asshole for telling my husband that he'll never be allowed in the delivery room with me again? Me and my husband, who I'll just call Sean for the sake of this story, recently had our first child and the pregnancy went really smooth and he was amazing throughout my entire pregnancy. The problems all started when I went into labor. I was full term, 40 weeks and 5 days with a big baby, 9 pounds and 7 ounces, and the labor was absolutely awful. It started around 2 in the morning. I woke up with pain that was manageable, but I was definitely very uncomfortable. I wasn't yet at the point of needing to go to the hospital, but Sean refused to get out of bed to support me. He just kept saying that it's not proper labor yet and I need to get my sleep so that I'm ready for when it is. I went downstairs and things quickly progressed and now I was in a state of agony and I kept shouting upstairs for him to come downstairs. Finally, around 7:30 a.m., which was 5.5 hours after it all started, he finally came downstairs. We made our way to the hospital and I was in active labor for 10 hours. Sean was in and out of the room, just lollygagging, going to make coffee, going to get food, going to make a call. Am I the asshole for telling my husband that he'll never be allowed in the delivery room with me again? He probably left a total of 10 times. He left like one time an hour and each time he left it was for like 20 minutes at a time and each time it was always a different excuse. The worst part comes next. So I delivered my beautiful baby boy and luckily Sean was in the room at this time, but I ended up needing stitches because I tore pretty badly. Sean says to the male doctor that is stitching me up, "Do you think you could add a few more stitches for me, mate?" I'm pretty sure he was obviously expecting a laugh, but the room literally fell silent, completely dead silent. I was so mortified, embarrassed. I was so upset, and Sean knows that having a male doctor down there is very scary for me, and instead of helping me and consoling me, he just made it 20 times worse. I've told him that in the future, if we end up having more kids, I want my mom in the room instead of him, and I don't want him anywhere near me giving birth. And since I've said that, he has apologized to me profusely, saying that it was nerves that made him act that way. I just cannot get over how let down I feel about the situation. So I want to know if I'm the asshole for this.
Am I the asshole for returning my mother-in-law's backhanded birthday present? Story time. So my mother-in-law, to put it plain and simple, hates me. Like, we don't get along. We never have got along. Or should I say, she doesn't get along with me. Because I honestly don't have an issue with her. And she seems sweet, except for when she hates me. I don't want to say she's obsessed with him, because I actually don't think she is. However, she does put him on a very high pedestal. Honestly, always sides with him in an argument, that sort of vibe. However, one thing this woman has always mentioned to my boyfriend is that I need to lose weight. She says it in the most narcissistic way possible. Like, she'll plain right to my boyfriend in front of me and say, I just think you can do so much better. Like, you can get yourself a gym girl. Like, what are you on about? To be fair, my boyfriend, let's call him Mark, doesn't stick up for me as much as he should do. I think Mark is actually a little bit scared of his mum. I mean, same. You know, I understand it. Let's get on to the birthday present because I am honestly so shocked she did this. Now, there is a really expensive gym near us, and by expensive, I mean expensive. Now, this is actually the first birthday present that I opened from her. It's actually really nice. It was a joint membership for me and Mark to go to this gym. I was like, oh my God, that's so sweet. Thank you. I was actually really appreciative of it. But then the presents got worse and worse. So I then opened a couple of clothes that she got me. These clothes were severely undersized, and I kind of was like, these won't fit me. Like, do you have the receipt so I can at least exchange them? Because I did like them, to be honest. She was like, no, I purposely chucked them away so you can eventually fit in them. As a bit of motivation. I didn't ask for that. To kind of brush this off and continue opening 2 more presents she got me, and one of them was meals for weight loss, and the final one, it gets worse, was one of them hoops, you know, them weighted hula hoops that people use to lose weight. It was one of them. I was catching the gist she was trying to throw me, basically. I kind of sat there in a bit of shock, like, how do I respond to this? Like, you're literally calling me fat in front of everyone right now. So this obviously turned into a little bit of an argument because I did say to her, like, I can't ever wear them clothes. They're 4 sizes smaller than what I am. Currently, I'm only a size 14. I'm not even that big. Basically saying how long she's been telling me to lose weight, and it's finally time I start taking some actions, and she was just trying to help me. What she doesn't get is that I don't feel the need, neither does Mark, to lose weight. So I said to her that I am 100% returning these clothes, whether I have a receipt or not, because I'm not keeping clothes that are 4 sizes too small for me. She said this is completely disrespectful, it was a present and I should be appreciative of it, but no.
I lost my virginity to a homeless man. Let's talk about it. I understand that this sounds absolutely insane, but I need you to just stick with me, okay? Just stick with me. So I'm 21 years old and I have this job working at this office, and not gonna lie, like, I was not treated the best there. I worked with some girls who are not very nice to me, and a lot of the times I would eat lunch by myself. So one day I go to sit on this bench that's right by where I work, and I sit down and I see this guy who's like playing his guitar, very attractive, and I keep coming back and I notice that he's there a lot. One day we're out there and it starts raining, and we both like go under this gazebo so that we don't get wet, and he's kind of chatting with me, and I find out that he has a dog, and that is where he tells me that he actually is homeless and he sleeps like under this bridge most nights. So I'm getting to know him a little bit, and I come back the next day and like the next day after that, and I just keep like trying to interact with him. And one day I buy him like something to eat and his dog, and we just chat for a while where he tells me like he chooses to live this way, all this stuff, blah blah blah. He has a very charismatic personality, and he's just like really fun to talk to, and he's like wanting me to be adventurous with him and like just skip work and hang out with him for the day. I'm like, I can't do that. And there's just a lot of differences between us. Then one day I come out for lunch and I see that he's kind of like hunched over. He's not being his normal self. He says he has a really bad migraine, and I'm like, oh, I can go like get you something. He's like, don't worry about it, it'll pass. And so I go back to work and I go home and I try not to think. But all night I am worried that he is going to like get seriously hurt or just not be feeling good. So I put some like pain pills that I had got when I got my wisdom teeth taken out. I bring him something to eat and something to drink, and I dress really cute because I guess I'm trying to impress him, and I go down there. At first he's like, you can't come down here at night, like it can get kind of dangerous down here, you should go home, blah blah blah. I'm like, I just wanted to check on you. And he like thought it was very nice that I brought him something, but he did inform me that he is a recovering addict and he cannot take the pain pills that I brought him, but it was very nice of me to do that. Throughout this time that we've spent together, I realized that I just really like him a lot. He's not like anybody I've ever met, and while I'm there hanging out with him, he's like, you know, you should probably go. And I'm like, what if I don't want to? Then he starts kissing me, then things go a little further, and I did not inform him that I was a virgin. So I kind of freaked out after it was all over because I just like, I don't even really know this guy that well, don't know if he has something, we didn't use protection, so I'm like freaking out, and I just dip right after. And I don't come back to see him for like over a week because I'm just like panicking on the inside, just like about everything, like can't believe I did that, all this stuff. He like leaves me a little note kind of by the office where I work, basically saying like, you know, let's talk, he misses me, come come back and see him, blah, blah, blah. And I want to, but I'm scared, and my best friend invites me to go out to this bar that night, and I'm like, you know what, instead of going to see him, I'm just gonna go to the bar. I get to the bar. It's supposed to be like this double date between me and my best friend and these two guys, and I noticed that the band playing, the drummer, is the guy. It's the guy. He comes up, swaggers up, interrupts my date, and basically is like, can you give me a ride home? And obviously we're not gonna like divulge all his information to them, and I'm like, yeah, absolutely. After that, we talk a lot, we hang out a lot. I know him, but I feel like I don't know him, and there's like just kind of some weird things about him. Things that just don't really add up. And then I miss a period.
Would I be the asshole if I told my landlord about my roommate's husband? I, 18 female, just started my freshman year of college last week. At my university, it is not mandatory that you live on campus the first year, and I did not want to live in a dorm, so my parents helped me apartment hunt. They mostly just gave me tips and helped me when asked because they wanted me to pick where I thought would be best for me, since I'm ultimately going to be the one paying the rent. I chose a place close to the campus, a 5 to 15 minute walk, depending on which building you're headed to, and with great amenities in relation to my rent payment. It's not campus owned, but it's exclusively marketed to students and has a questionnaire on the application for the purpose of placing you with your roommates that ask about your major, Greek affiliation, clubs, etc. Anyways, I applied, got accepted, and got a letter 2 weeks prior to move-in with my apartment number, bedroom number, and the name and phone numbers of my new roomies for a 3-bed unit. We have a group chat and started to get to know each other. Layla, 19 female, is a sophomore. Mina, 23 female, is a college super senior. I found out what they study and what they're like, what they hate, what they're allergic to, their ground rules, etc. Everything seemed great. Then the day I moved in, I learned Mina is married. Her husband, Kurt, 25 male, is nice, but he didn't leave. After a couple of days, I've come to learn that he lives in the apartment with Mina. Definitely not what I was expecting and not what I signed up for. The apartment complex does not do co-ed living unless you and another person apply together for a 2-bed unit. I ended up asking Mina offhandedly where Kurt stays just to confirm, and she said he lives with her in her room. She asked me in a joking tone if I'd be hush-hush about it because the leasing office doesn't know, and it's the cheapest option for them, with all the amenities they want until they get a house together, which they're planning to purchase or finance in the spring when they're sure that Mina is going to graduate. They're also apparently trying, or will start trying, for a baby because they're ready for a family. I'm upset and uncomfortable. I don't know what to do. I want to report Mina to the leasing office and get her removed, but I'm worried even though they're the ones breaking the rules that I might just be overreacting. I really don't like living with a grown man. I don't know. When I signed up to live with other girls, primarily in my age group, I was excited to move in with people that I wouldn't feel weird about walking around in a sports bra and gym shorts, and being able to go to the fridge in the middle of the night for a snack in my underwear, and not having to lock the door every time I go in or out of my room. But I don't feel like I could do that with Kurt here. I've already caught him looking me up and down, and I really don't want it to go past that. And there would be drama on top of all of this. Would I be the asshole if I just report the situation to my landlord? No. I really don't think you would be, because you are paying rent and this is what your expectations were, to just be with girls in here. So it is not unfair for you to have those feelings and want him.
In every relationship I've been in, my friends have told me to dump my boyfriend. I never listened, and I really should have. Believe it or not, your friends know you pretty freaking well. They basically witness every stage of your relationship. You know, there's like the honeymoon stage where you're super happy and they're really supportive, but then the minute that's over, they will be able to tell if things are going south. When you start complaining to them that your relationship sucks and everything's going downhill, and they politely suggest, have you ever thought of maybe breaking up with him? Say yes and do it. Overall, listen to your freaking friends.
I have a 9-year-old daughter who I named after my late grandmother, Annabelle, and I'm currently pregnant. If I'm having a girl, I want to name her after my other grandmother, Rose. My sister got pregnant about 5 months before me and says she wants to name her baby Rose. I said our kids can share the name, but she says I already have Annabelle and could have named her Annabelle Rose, but passed up on the chance. So now I can't have Rose. I told her I'll look for something else, but reserve the right to use Rose if I want to. Then I fell in love with the name Rosalie. It honors my late grandmother, my boyfriend loves it, and it won't piss off my sister. A couple of weeks later, my sister gives birth and announces her daughter's name is Rosalie. I am beyond upset because now she's trying to snatch both names from me. My mom calls me to say she knew my sister was planning to do this and hopes I'm not upset because this means I can take the original name I wanted, which was Rose. But I told my mom I'm sticking with Rosalie. She said it's impractical because both Rosalies will have the same surname. My sister is a single mom and my boyfriend will be taking my last name. My sister then calls me to say I'm an inconsiderate prick and that I'm being petty. She can name her kid whatever she wants and I can't monopolize the name. I said true, so by that same logic, I can use Rosalie. She says having 2 Rosalies will cause problems, and I say she's the one with the problem so she can change her kid's name, or just deal with it. She cursed me out and hung up on me. My mom, dad, and brother are all on her side, and it's just been confirmed I'm having a girl. So, am I the asshole?
The guy that I was seeing literally paid somebody to break up with me. Let's talk about it. So in college, I had been kind of like casually dating this guy. Like, we definitely weren't hooking up, but I was thinking that it was going to lead to there. And we had gone out with each other a few times, and I thought we just were like dating. All of a sudden, his texts start getting super dry, like they're just very short answers, and like he wasn't ever the best texter to begin with, but it just got like progressively worse. And you can tell when somebody is losing interest in you. I swear, as a girl, you can just clock that immediately. I'm at work and I'm explaining to my friend, like, him and I were supposed to like hang out, but I haven't heard from him. I feel like he's ghosting me, and she's basically telling me like it's not even worth it. You guys haven't even really spent a lot of time together. You haven't slept together. Like, just don't worry about it. And I'm just an overthinker and overanalyzer, and I'm like, okay, like, I'll just let it go. I end up leaving my shift for work, and I'm leaving work. I'm walking home. It's like not a long walk from home, and this guy is like standing there. I'm like, okay, weirdo, creeper alert. Like, let me walk really fast by him. He says hey, and I obviously ignore him because stranger danger. And he calls my full name, and I'm like, okay, cool, because now I have a stalker, so now I have to figure out what's going on. And I'm like, yeah. Actually, what I really said was, I don't talk to strangers, and he decided to be a little smartass, and he was like, well, that's not true, because you're talking to one right now. We kind of go back and forth for a little bit, and I'm like, why are you even out here waiting for me? And he's like, it's about Diego, who was the guy that I've been casually seeing. I immediately go into panic mode. I'm like, oh my god, did something happen to him? He's like, why would you think something happened to him? I'm like, because you're coming here. And like, in my delulu brain, I think the only way he would ghost me is if something happened to him. Stranger boy tells me, no, I'm actually here because he sent me to break up with you. What? And like I said, I'm delusional, so I'm like, there's no way that that's true. Like, there's no way that he sent you to break up with me. Then he digs the knife in a little deeper, and he goes, well, actually, he paid me to come break up with you. I am outraged at this point. I'm like, are you kidding me? We've barely even dated. Like, we barely even kissed. We haven't even. And he interrupts me and goes, oh, had sex? Yeah, I know. Okay, thanks, Diego, for telling everybody our business. So my mind is spinning at this point. I'm like, okay, so he paid you to come break up with me. How much did he pay you? He just like shrugs his shoulder to that stupid boy shrug. He's like, oh no, like $50. $50. I'm like, you're so hard up for cash. You took $50 from somebody on your team to come break up with his girlfriend because he was too pussy to do it himself. And he's all like, I think you're taking your anger out on me when you should really be directing it at him. I'm like, well, he's not here for me to take my anger out, and you are. So this is what you get. And now that we are in this situation, he has now become my partner in this. And I'm like, after a little bit more talking, I'm like, do you think I should contact him, like, to see why he's breaking up with me? He's like, no, definitely not. But do you know how hard that is for me? Because I'm the type of person who needs closure, okay? And I don't want you to ghost me. I actually want you to tell me why you do not want to be with me anymore. I like to learn. I need to know what's going on. And he's like, no, if he is too pussy to come say to you he had to pay me, he's definitely not going to give you a reason as to why he broke up with you. I'm like, that's a very good point. He's like, look, it's about to snow. I used to live where it snowed. And he's like, why don't you get in my car? I'll take you home. I'm like, oh, so now you're trying to kidnap me. Just kidding. He gave me a ride home. Turns out I actually have him in a few classes, and we kind of run into each other, give each other, some quick little flirty banter back and forth. Still think it's wrong that he took money and broke up with me for somebody, but whatever. And now stranger boy, who's not actually a stranger anymore, I do know his name is Dallas, he asked me for a favor. He needs a favor from moi, a girl he got paid to break up with.
There's an edit. I'll be talking to Layla tomorrow when we've got some alone time. Also, I need to clarify something that seems to have been misunderstood. Mina and Kirk wouldn't be homeless. They would just have to move back in with their parents. When I said in my explanation that they would have nowhere to go, I mean as far as I know they don't have relatives in town or a friend with an extra room. So Mina would likely have to switch her classes to online or take a gap semester or a gap year before finishing her degree. That is if she can't find someone to stay with, if she gets removed from her apartment. Also, she and Kurt aren't broke college kids. They both come from relatively well-off families. I'm guessing because they each have new, pretty expensive cars with no payments. And Nina has mentioned to me that she'll be graduating debt-free and has never had to take out a loan. This is all on top of the fact that Kurt has no job, which got confirmed to me like an hour ago. And they've both talked in front of me about how they'll be able to afford a $60,000 down payment on a house in the street. They're also looking for a home back in the city they're from.
which is far more expensive than buying a place in the rest of the state. Maybe I'm being a bit presumptuous, but I think they would have been able to financially handle moving into a different place. I'll update again tomorrow after I've talked to Layla. Update. A lot happened yesterday and I'm sitting in the campus Starbucks with a quad latte right now to avoid the incoming hell at my apartment. For starters, I was thinking about several things at once and said that Kurt and Mina have a $10,000 down payment. $10,000 is what Kurt's father is going to throw in. Mina and Kurt currently have $60,000. I spoke to Layla yesterday between classes. I ran into the library, we chatted, and it turns out she hates leaving with Mina and Kurt, but she's afraid to tell her parents because it's been so long already. But she'd need to get money for the room change fee from them. I asked why she didn't just make something up, but she said that she has a really hard time lying to her parents and she would still be in the apartment complex and is worried Mina would come find her and grill her about why she switched. She said that she didn't actually realize Kurt never left until around a month into living there and she thought it was just temporary, but she eventually came to learn that Mina and Kurt married in the summer after Mina's sophomore year. And they moved into the apartment complex afterwards with the intention of splitting the rent so they could get the cheapest and nicest deal. They had already been there for a year when Layla moved in and was placed with her. And she also didn't want to speak up because their other roommate, Kristen, was also married and had her husband living with her and was in on the scheme with Mina. She was terrified that I would bring along a live-in boyfriend or husband. Layla also said she felt like if I spoke to the office, Mina and Kristen would band together and say she was lying and it would just be her word against theirs. She's so much more conflict shy than I am. I asked her if she would feel comfortable backing me up if I went to my parents about the situation and got them to complain to the landlord on my behalf. Layla said she'd support me and was tired of living like this. I also told her about catching Kurt eyeing me, and she said she's caught him checking her out several times, even when Mina was in the room, just while she wasn't watching. He also apparently made some bordering on creepy comments about her, especially when she comes home from working out and is in leggings and a tank. And the one time she tried to go out with Mina and Kurt to the college bar to try and make the best out of the situation, he flirted with her and a couple of Mina's friends every time Mina stepped away. This felt like the final straw for me and confirmed that I was worried about Kurt. After I left the library, I got into my car and called my parents. I told them everything, including what Layla told me, and they were pissed, to say the least. My dad told me that he was going to call first thing in the morning and keep calling until he got my landlord on the other end. Mom said she'd come down to the office in person since she wouldn't have work that day to also speak with the landlord and be there for me in case Mina got mad at me. My aunt, my mom's sister, lives in my college town, so if I ended up needing somewhere to stay for a few days to get away, I can stay there. The office opened up at 7 this morning and it's almost 9:30 for me. Dad just texted me saying he got to speak with the landlord and this will be taken care of soon. Mom is on her way to the office and is supposed to call me when she leaves. I'm not sure if I'm jittering from the caffeine or anxiety, but I keep backspacing over typos. Every time I get a phone notification, I just stare at that shit because I'm expecting Mina to start cursing me out because she magically knows exactly what I'm up to. I have a class this afternoon and some assignments to take care of, but I'll try and update again tomorrow if anything happens. I'm gonna just throw it out there. Layla is so lucky that you became her roommate. That is such a shitty situation to live in, especially with Mina's husband. Oh my god, he's a douche. I probably would have had somebody come over and kick his ass. I would have said something. It's not your fault that they're trying to break the rules, especially if they have that much money saved and they're trying to find the cheapest. No, he needs to be removed from that apartment. It's not fair for girls who were expecting to live with other girls their own age to have that experience ruined for them, especially if that's what they're paying for. They didn't pay for somebody to sneak another roommate in. Even if they had nowhere to go, that sounds like a them problem, not a you problem. And it shouldn't be on you to have to keep your mouth shut and live in an uncomfortable situation. And I'm gonna keep an eye on this story because I want to know more.
This is why you should always trust your gut. In the early 1970s, a college student decided to hitchhike his way home after class. A car pulls up, a man offers him a ride, and he climbs in. As soon as the car started moving, the student felt totally uneasy, like something was wrong but he couldn't quite place it. Without saying anything, he waited till the next time they slowed down and he flung the door open and ran away. 2 years later, he's flicking through TV channels when he comes across this special interview with a death row inmate. And it's just the audio recording, so he hears the interviewer ask the inmate, "Why did you remove all the door handles inside of your car?" The man just goes, "Well, the first time I tried to kill someone, I picked up a college hitchhiker who got smart at some point and jumped out of my car. So, lesson learned, remove all the door handles." When they showed his picture, the student knew immediately that he was supposed to be the first victim of John Wayne Gacy, aka the killer clown, who had killed over 30 men and boys in his clown room and stuffed them into his basement.
So in one of my videos, I started it off by saying that girls can be FBI agents, like you can just find anyone, and a bunch of guys were in my comment section being like, guys can do that too, women aren't special, like, and whatever, the usual. And I didn't really pay it any mind, but then some guy was in my comment section and he was like, oh yeah, if you're so good, then you find something about me. And I was bored and I had free time, so I went on Instagram and looked up his same TikTok handle and found his account, and I just commented, you use the same profile picture on Instagram that you do TikTok. And he was like, do better, find something more personal. And then some girl comes in the comment section and reads this man to filth. She's like, your name is Zach, you grew up in Michigan, you went to NSS high school, you're best friends with Chelsea, she's married to Donovan, and they have a kid together, you like Eminem and Tupac. All that from a private account. He asked and she said, I can do it, but it's gonna cost you everything.
Get ready with me while I tell you about the time my husband forgot that he cheated on me. So, about a year and a half ago, I found out that my husband has an affair. We split up, obviously. I couldn't handle it. And for most of our marriage, we had like a really, really good relationship. Like, we were the people that like everybody looked at and believed in true love. We just had a really, really good relationship until this happened, which is what everybody says, right? So we split up. I'm still heartbroken because I still love him, and he gets a new girlfriend like not too long after. And guess who it was? The girl that he cheated on me with. And his mom never liked me and obviously loves her. Isn't that always how it goes? So I find out not too long, like a year and a half later, that he is in like a really bad car accident. And I'm still his emergency contact, so they call me up to the hospital. I rush up there, obviously because I still care about him. Like, I wanted him to get hit by a car, but not actually literally. You know what I mean? So I go up there, see that he's still alive. I'm like, great, see ya. Don't want to be here anymore because I know the new girlfriend's coming up here. If she's not here already, she's coming up here soon. So he wakes up and he looks at me and he's like being all lovey-dovey, like, hey, baby, da-da-da-da. I'm like, excuse me, sir, we are no longer together. What's going on? Turns out he's suffering from some short-term memory loss, and you know, I'm not saying he deserved it, but God's timing is always right. Anyway, they want him to move back in with me to kind of get him more acclimated and see if his memory will come back. And my first thought is, fuck no, fuck that, and fuck him. But at the same time, I really still care about him, and like, I want him to get better, and I want him to get out of my life. At the same time, I don't want him to get out of my life because I still love him. There's all these conflicting emotions. And remember, his mom hates me and loves his new girlfriend, aka his mistress. Anyway, girlfriend finally shows up to the hospital, and him and her are starting to argue because he wants to go home with me, and he doesn't remember that he's not my husband anymore, and he's basically like, leave me alone, like, I don't want to be with you. And she's like, but you told me he loved you, or you told me you love me. And he's still wearing his wedding ring, mind you, and I guess I'm still the background on his phone, and she was real pissed about that. And I'm not gonna lie, in my petty heart, that felt real good. And I'm like, you know what, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to you argue with your girlfriend. And he's like, no, get out. I'm thinking he's telling me to get out. Turns out he's telling her to get out. And I said, I'm just gonna go. So she leaves. I go back in, finally agree to let him come stay with me because I'm not a monster. I really do want him to get better. I do miss him, but like, I don't want to get back together with him. And I can see like that's his goal now that he's woken up, now that he knows what's going on. He just could not believe that he did that, but he did do that. So like, my feelings are still valid. So I'm starting to get him moved in, and forgot to mention that I have a boyfriend at the time, and he shows up at the door. So I got my ex-husband with memory loss, who doesn't really know he's my ex-husband, and my new boyfriend at the door. So awkward.
Am I the asshole for spending a large amount of money on a trip with my dad instead of paying the debt on my boyfriend's house? I, 29 female, recently got in a fight with my boyfriend, 30 male, and his family because I refused to spend my savings on a house payment. That could result in him getting kicked out of the house. So context, I've dealt with mental health problems all my life, but when I turned 20, I was at my worst. Due to that, I couldn't maintain a stable job while studying in college. My parents have always been supportive of me. They let me live with them, and my dad paid for my psychologist, medicines, and all of my college education, and maintained me until I was 24, while also taking care of my mom and my 3 younger siblings. He is a super hardworking man, and I've never seen him quit. To think he enjoys and loves me and my siblings the best he can. Top tier parenting, and I love him to death. Fast forward to this year. I have a stable job that pays really well, and I've started saving money for the past 5 years because I really wanted to do something for my dad as a thank you for all of the sacrifices he has done for me. His dream has always been to go to Disney World. We are not from the US. And stay in one of those fancy hotels, but he was never able to do it. And now that he is retired, he thought he would never be able to. So I've been saving money in secret to make it happen. The only one that knew about my savings was my mom, and she loved the idea. I've been with my boyfriend for 1.5 years now, and he has a good job, but he's not the best at taking care of his finances. He bought his house before we met, and he's still paying it. Due to his poor management of money, he has started to accumulate a debt on the house payments, and a few weeks ago he told me that there's a chance of him losing his house if he doesn't pay the debt. Last week I finally reached my goal and had enough money to take my dad on his dream trip. Just the two of us. I told my boyfriend that I was really excited, but he was livid. He told me how could I be so selfish and go on a stupid vacation when he was about to get kicked out of his house. He also told me that if we were in it for the long run, I should help him get out of that debt because it could eventually be my house too. We don't live together. I live in a small apartment. He also told me that You'll be back? All right. Are you taking the girls? What? Are you going to give me a kiss or are you not? You plan on just leaving and not saying shit? I love you. He also told me that his trust was betrayed because I was hiding the money I was saving from him. A good partner does not do that. I told him that it was not my responsibility to pay for his debt, but he kept yelling at me, so I left. He told his mom and sister about it, and now both of them have been harassing me, going to my apartment and my work, telling me how horrible I am for not helping him and trying to convince me to pay his debt. I get that my boyfriend is going through a hard time, but this is something I've been working really hard to achieve since my dad is starting to have difficulties to walk, and his eyesight and health in general is getting worse. I don't want to wait any longer to take this trip. Am I the asshole? No, it's your money, and I think it's really sweet that you decided to do this for your dad after everything he's done for you. I would personally walk away from this relationship. I understand he's going through a hard time. You guys aren't married. It's not your responsibility. Even if you were married, it's not your responsibility to get him out of a debt that he's accumulated on his own. When he realized you had money, he thought it would be like a quick way to let me get mad at you and hope that you're this pushover and you're just going to be like, oh, okay, well, here. And it's good that you're standing your ground because it's not going to end at this. He said that you guys could eventually live together. He wants you to move in there so that you could pay half the bills to make it easier for him. And what happens when he mismanages his money again? Is he going to expect you to pay the full mortgage for him without really getting anything? And if his family's going over there harassing you, why don't you tell them? I would have told them, why don't you guys go get the money and bail his ass out if it's such a big deal? It's not my job to do as a girlfriend.
I had a crush on my brother's best friend. We're gonna call him Pedro. One day, my brother and Pedro had a plan to go to the beach together, and then Pedro invited me. And I was like, let me check if I have something to do. I'm going. I'm gonna go, Pedro, don't worry. The night before, I was like, I need to look scandalous, like so scandalous. So I remember I wore this two-piece bathing suit. So long story short, the day came and we went to the beach. So we get to the water and immediately I go in. I wanted to show him, I'm a bra girl. Oh, this is the best part. So I'm coming out of the water and I'm trying to look like a baddie. I'm trying to walk out all cute, the hair is wet and everything. And I noticed Pedro was looking at my legs. So I was like, maybe he's trying to shoot his shot. So I went to go tell him something. And I was like, why do you keep looking at me? And he was like, look at your legs. I look at my legs. There's a whole ass piece of poop from the beach water. I have a movie idea. Hear me out. A woman in her mid-20s decides to sell her eggs. I mean her eggs. The eggs. She finds out that a couple purchases her eggs. But there are rules when it comes to this stuff. She's not supposed to know who they are. She's not supposed to have any sort of contact with the child. Understandable. So this couple used this woman's egg. They got pregnant and had a beautiful baby girl. But 3 years later, the mother gets into a tragic accident. About 6 months after the accident, the man meets a new woman. She's kind, mysterious, and she treats his daughter as if she was her own. What this man doesn't know is that woman is the mother of his child. Does the woman know that that's her kid? Will the father ever find out? Did the woman plan this all along? And was his wife's accident really an accident?
I think I might be interested in best friend. let's talk about it. Okay, let me explain. Do you guys remember when I was telling you about my cheating ex-boyfriend and he like wanted to level up basically, and the girl who was cheating on me ended up being my boss and they were getting married? Okay, do you remember that story? And remember how I asked the hot neighbor guy basically if he wanted to be my wedding date after I like divulged all of my drama to him, and he said yes. Okay, so my brother ended up getting me this position because, you know, I lost my job and I'm trying to venture out on my own. My brother got me this position being a mascot for his hockey team. And just so you know, I am qualified because I used to do it in college, and also I used to be a figure skater, you know, so I know my way around the ice. Okay, so I show up for my first day, and when I get there, the new guy on the team ends up being hot neighbor who agreed to be my date to this wedding. So when we find out, like, that is where the connection is when I get to work and he's there, I'm like, oh, I guess you can't be my date anymore, like, that really sucks. He's like, no, it's fine, you know, we met as neighbors and we can keep it platonic. And like, I'm kind of bummed about that, but also there's kind of this guy that I've been flirting with online who I found out is the captain of the hockey team. But I'm kind of torn because I know that he's engaged because I've met his fiance before. So I'm like, oh, sorry, you just a cheater like my ex-boyfriend was? What's your problem? So obviously these two things are on my mind, and I'm texting my two best friends, and one of them ends up being the girl that my brother's dating. So she like knows all the info of the hockey players. And she's like, oh my gosh, they're both so cute, da-da-da-da. We're just going back and forth, you know, gossiping a little bit. And she tells me, she's like, you know, did you hear what happened to that one guy who had a fiance? And I'm like, no, what happened? She's like, she called off the engagement. Go look at her Instagram. I see the Instagram. They're not following each other anymore, which, you know, that's a telltale sign. And also, like, both of them are erased from each other's social media. And I find out that the engagement has been off. So that's why he's been flirting with me a little bit. And then she says, you know that they're, like, best friends, right? And they live together in your building. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh. So the two hot guys that I both have a thing for live together and they're best friends. Great. Wonderful. So I'm back in my house. I'm doing some work on my computer and I get a text from the one guy that I originally invited to be my date. And he said, hey, I need some help gardening. Because remember, I caught him naked gardening. He's like, I need some help gardening. Do you want to come over and give me some advice? And he's like, by the way, so-and-so's here. The other guy who had the fiance who I was flirting with earlier today. So obviously I put on a cute little outfit. I bring my dog. I go up there and one has his shirt off and the other ends up taking his shirt off. I don't know if that was like a competition man thing, but there's a lot of muscles happening and I'm just seeing everything. Have to get myself back into focus and help them garden, which I feel like it was just an excuse to get them to invite me over, which is fine. I had no problem with that, but I was getting very distracted by all the hot male around me. And I don't know if you've ever been interested in two people at once, but you know sometimes like when you're around them, you might gravitate towards one or the other. I literally cannot decide which one I like more. Like I just found myself leaning into both of them, flirting with both of them, and neither of them seem to really have a problem with this. But there's no way they'd be both down to date me, right? I think I might have feelings for my boyfriend's brother. Let's talk about it. So my best friend has two brothers, one who's a little bit older than me and one who's a little bit younger than me. I am like this is on its last leg. So I started dating the older brother and we have like a very on again, off again relationship, like very toxic, and it probably should have ended a long time ago, but I just can't. And my bestie has always given me shit because I look at her younger brother and have always kind of thought he was cute. I had a thing for him. But like, we'll deny it until I'm blue in the face, but because she's my bestie, she can tell. One night, things go a little too far. And this is a night where me and older brother are on a break. And mind you, he's the one that wanted to be on the break. And younger brother, let's call him Baby Bennett, because Bennett is their last name and he's younger than me. Even though he's not that much younger than me, I call him a baby because honestly, it's a way for me to disguise my feelings for him. If I'm teasing him and ribbing him, he won't know that I like him, right? So like I said, things escalate that night. I walk in on him spending some alone time with himself. And I don't immediately close the door. And he asked me to stay. And that's all I can say about that interaction. Other than it doesn't go much farther than that. But still probably inappropriate if I'm just on a break with his brother. You know what I mean? Not too long after that, older brother comes home. We get back together. Surprise, surprise. Like I said, we are a very on-again, off-again relationship. A little bit goes by and still on-again, off-again relationship with older brother, but we are officially broken up. We are taking some time to really reflect on ourselves. And during this time, guess who comes back? Baby Bennett. And he's not looking so little anymore. He is looking good. Real good. But we have not had much interaction after that little thing that we shared, so it's gotten to get really awkward. Especially because he's going to be working at the bar that I work at / kind of own with my grandma. I feel a little mushy. See, because unbeknownst to me, my grandmother hired him to run the food truck that's like right outside the bar. So that means a lot of awkward run-ins for me. Thanks, Grandma. And all these feelings and all these things are coming back into motion and making me feel things, and I have to see him, and sometimes he takes his shirt off when he's outside and I can't stop looking. And then my wonderful sweet bestie asked me if he can stay with me for a little bit at my place. Because guess what? She doesn't know what went down a few years back. No one does. So I feel like it would be rude for me to say no to letting him crash with me for a little bit because we've all been like a second family. So now he's staying in my apartment, walking around in his boxers with no shirt on. And his brother, who they don't get along at the best of times, just found out that he's staying with me. What am I gonna do?
My stepbrother confessed that he has feelings for me, and now I'm catching feelings. Disclaimer, is not my story time. My dad was single for years after my mom and him split. I decided to move in with my dad because my mom and I don't have the best relationship. I was floored when I got to my new high school. There were so many cute boys, including my stepbrother. His mom was single and she was looking for a man. My dad and her met at a yoga class. They hit it off right away. I mean right away. A month into their relationship, they wanted to move in together. During that month, I developed a crush on several boys, but my stepbrother was not one of them. You see, he had a girlfriend, and I am no homewrecker. But when we moved in together, we started hanging out a lot. He was making the effort to be with me all the time. First, I thought it was kind of sweet. Like, okay, we're like stepbrother and stepsister now. But no, he broke up with his girlfriend and he started hanging out with me every day after school. We started watching movies together. We were cooking together. We would do all our chores together. Then finally, our parents told us that they were engaged. So we knew this was going to be for the long run. Prom was nearing and a boy asked me out to prom. He grabbed my arm and made me swear that I wouldn't go out with this boy. And I asked him why. He said this guy was a player, that he would only try to do the dirty with me. Then he confessed that he was jealous. Part 2 is a story time about how I'm catching feelings for my stepbrother. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. That's when my stepbrother confessed that he was jealous. I mean, I knew that he liked me, but I didn't know that he liked me. Essentially, he told me that he did not want me going out with this boy to prom because he was really bad news. So I told him that I wouldn't. Went back to the boy and told him I couldn't go to prom with him. After that, my stepbrother asked me if I wanted to go to prom with him. Okay, everyone in school knew that our parents were engaged. Essentially, we're stepbrother and stepsister. But let me tell you, after his confession, I could not stop thinking about him. I mean, his room was right across from mine. He had so many girls chasing him at school. A few days later, his ex comes up to me at school and calls me a slut. Apparently, the rumor was going around that him and I were together. This girl was not happy. When I got in his car to go home with him, I broke down and started to cry. Then he told me that he told his ex that he had a crush on me. And then we kissed. And I had never been kissed like that. He was so sweet yet so passionate. We stare at each other at the dinner table. He tried to kiss me again at home, but I didn't let him. I'm gonna have to update you guys. What should I do about this? Story time about how my date put something in my drink. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I have the worst luck with guys. I'm an extremely shy person. So I signed up to every dating app you can imagine. I matched with this guy on Hinge and he suggested that we talk for a few weeks before we even decided to meet up. And he meant like seriously talk. We texted pretty much all day long for 4 weeks. In the last week, we decided to FaceTime. At this point, I was completely and utterly obsessed with him. And then I realized that he looked like Ryan Gosling. Huge coincidence because Ryan Gosling is my biggest celebrity crush. After the 4 weeks, we decided to finally meet up. Second crazy coincidence, the bar we chose was local to both of us. Little did we know that we lived 2 minutes away from the bar in opposite directions. We went straight to the bar and started ordering drinks. We both had 2 drinks, and after 30 minutes, we ordered another set of drinks. Usually on a first date, I would never go for a third drink. I liked him so much and I was so comfortable that I decided to get the third drink. Not even 4 minutes after I finished the drink, I start feeling so dizzy and sick. He obviously noticed right away and suggested that we go get some food. We walked around the corner to a pizza place and grabbed a bite. Suddenly, I'm in his apartment. He starts kissing me and tries to go, down there, and I kept saying no. Kissing became more aggressive, eventually leading him to pin my arms down to my sides. Out of nowhere, a UPS guy shows up and starts knocking on the door trying to get a signature. I ran out of that apartment so quickly, I reported him the next day. But when they tested my blood, they said there was nothing in my system. So basically, it's my word against his. Guess what? This guy has not stopped messaging me. I need to catch him in the act. What should I do?
This is why you should always keep your head on a swivel. In 2017, an elderly woman who lived alone thought she saw something moving in her backyard and went to the window to have a look. As she's looking around, a shadowy figure emerges right on the other side of the glass, standing in her backyard. Terrified, she keeps an eye on the figure while calling police, but by the time she hangs up, the figure's gone. When the police arrive, her front door is unlocked, so they go inside and they find her still sitting in front of the window looking for this figure. The police search the backyard, but they don't find anything. When the police go back inside to search the house, they quickly find some large footprints that couldn't have been hers in the room that she was sitting in and all around the first floor. That's when they realized what was going on. She wasn't seeing a shadowy figure in her backyard. She was seeing the reflection of someone in the room with her.
I recently found out that my fiance has hid her massive debt for me for our entire relationship. I'm thinking of calling off everything and leaving, but everyone around me says I'm overreacting. So, over the last 48 hours, my life and relationship have basically gone off the deep end, and I need some advice. I, 26 male, have been with my fiance, 28 female, for a little over 3 years now. We've met through friends and started dating soon after. I proposed at the beginning of the year and we were planning to try and get married by summer. Due to a certain worldwide event, we had to put that off. Outside of the normal relationship trouble that most people have, our relationship has been great. I really feel like she is the one and I loved her, but it turns out she's been lying to me about her financial situation. My fiance has never been in a good situation financially. She never went to college and works as a full-time server. This never was a problem for me. I went to trade school and made enough money to support both of us if needed. I have had to give her money before to help her out when we were dating, and this never bothered me. We ended up moving in together, specifically to help her out in this area. That was never a problem for me, as I really don't care about money. However, this week I found out that she's been lying to me about how bad her financial situation really was. When we moved in together, my fiance claimed she only had about $6,000 worth of credit card debt. I gave her the money to pay that off when we moved in together, so that it wouldn't be that much of a problem in the future. Well, it turns out that was a lie. This week, I found out that she has much more debt. Over $110,000. She did not tell me this. I found out this when a debt collector called me. It turns out that when she moved in with me, she didn't inform any of her creditors that she moved. Even though I didn't care about the money, this pissed me off to no end. I confronted her yesterday about this. She claims that she was so afraid she was going to lose me at the start of the relationship, she decided to just not tell me about her massive debt and was going to wait until after we were married. For 3 years, she just decided to lie to me. I called off the marriage then and there and packed a bag and left for my parents' house. She called me nearly 60 times since then and I've ignored every one. When I told my parents about this, they said I'm being immature and petty. According to them, this is not a big deal because everyone has debt nowadays. And if I love her, I need to understand how scared she was to tell me. I do love her, but she lied to me for 3 years about this. Along with this and the fact that she was so far in debt, it will become my problem if we marry. Everyone I've talked to says I need to look past this and go back home. But I honestly am thinking of just calling her and telling her I'm done and we're over. I feel like I need some advice here. That's a lot of debt. I want to know what the hell happened. Did she get a house and get foreclosed on? I don't think he's wrong for calling it off because that's true. She's working as a server. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but she's not doing another job. She's not doing anything to really try to get herself out of this hole. But now what happens when you get married? If you have kids, are you going to want to stop working to be home with those kids? Then that debt is solely on his shoulders. And he should know before you guys are married whether or not that's something he wants to take on. And if he doesn't want to take it on, it is not his fault. There is nothing wrong with choosing to walk away. There's only so far love can take you before financial situations really, really put a strain on your relationship. And only the strongest of relationships will survive.
This is a story time of the time me and my brother bailed my mom out of jail. I've done a lot of story times about my mom. I've done a lot of story times about my brother. So why not just do a whole story time about us three as a little trio? Also, peep the new headband. I know. Adorable. About a year ago, my mom decided that she was going to turn herself in for the warrant she had out for her arrest. I know you guys are like, what the fuck? So considering the fact that I've done a story time about the time I had a warrant out for my arrest, the apple does not fall far from the tree, baby. Basically, my mom has like a little bit of mental illness and she was going through a time in her life and someone tried her and she simply had to beat the girl's ass. It wasn't even a matter of my mom being wrong. Like, this girl started beating up my mom, so my mom whooped her ass worse and she just happened to call the police first. Basically, my mom never really took care of it because she was going through stuff. And then one day when she was living at my house, she was just kind of like, you know what? I think I want to get this off my record. So anxious about it and she really, really wanted to just get it over with because who wants that on their name? So I was like, yeah, mom, like, I'll go with you to turn you into jail. Like, we'll go together. Like, it's a family affair. It was like a Tuesday night and we were like, let's drop you off at night so that you're there for the night and then you can
can leave in the morning. And she's like, okay, she's so anxious, freaking the fuck out. My mom is a smoker, so we're just kind of like, how the hell is she gonna go without her bologna cigarettes? Like, they're so gross, they smell like bologna. We go and we literally cannot find the entrance to this jail. We're like, if we can't find the entrance, then God doesn't want us to do this tonight. We're like walking all around Googling things, like where the fuck do we get into this jail? And then finally we figure it out. And my mom's just puffing her cigarette like, I'm not gonna have another one for like a day or two or whatever it might be. My poor mother, like literally my mom does not deserve this. Like she's such a good fucking person. Like she did not deserve to have to go through this. So finally we find the spot and we're like, okay, like saying our goodbyes. We're like crying even though it's gonna be 24 hours. I guess if she's going to prison for 12 years. She's like, baby, as soon as I get my first phone call, I'm gonna call you. Like I'm gonna tell you how to bail me out. Like all this stuff. So the next day comes around and she's like, okay, you guys can bail me out. Like yay, like I'm out of here, babe. Mind you, my poor mother's like acting all institutionalized. She's acting like she'd been there for 10 years, but really had been like one night. So then my brother calls me and he's like, it's my birthday. Like, let's go get lit. And I'm like, oh yeah, we can, but like, we gotta go bail mom out of jail first real quick. And he's like, oh yeah, like, let's go do it. Like, come get me and we'll go bail mom out. My brother's in for anything. Like, I could call him and be like, we gotta go light this house on fire. He would be so down. So I pick him up and we go to like the service center where like you bail people out and like give them the money. And I don't have a valid ID at the time. I didn't even have a license and I also had a warrant out for my arrest. So I was like, please don't ask my fucking name. We go up to the service center. We're like, oh yeah, we're bailing out Antonia. And then they're like, is this her? And they show us my mother's mugshot. And I will say my mom was slaying in that little mugshot. She was boots down the house. She was absolutely camp. But because I didn't have an ID, my brother actually had to use his ID and bail her out himself. And ultimately what I have to say is like, if you don't have a friend that would bail your mom out of jail, then they're not your friend. I think every friend I have right now would bail my mother out of jail and I love that. And then we all got lunch and we went out for his birthday and we never had to worry about it again. So yeah, my mother is just that bitch. She takes a really good mugshot and my brother is the most loyal person in the world. Love you guys. Bye.
Yes, this really did happen. In 2015, a man woke up to a strange post-it note sitting on his desk. On it was a to-do list that he didn't recognize in handwriting that didn't look like his. Since he was up late the night before doing some work, he assumed he must have written out the list when he was half asleep and kind of forgot about it, so he just crumples it up and throws it away. 2 weeks later, he wakes up to dozens of these post-it notes all over his wall, and they're all blank except for one that in the same weird handwriting says, "Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you." Now feeling totally freaked out that some crazy person is crawling around his apartment at night, he starts looking for signs of a break-in, but there aren't any. Instead of calling the police, he shares his experience on Reddit asking for help, and one user's comment literally saves his life. Turns out the man was writing the notes to himself and then forgetting because his brain was slowly dying due to a carbon monoxide leak that was only discovered because a user suggested he install a detector.
Get ready with me while I tell you the craziest / weirdest things that happened while I worked at Starbucks. I swear I can never spray just a little baby amount. I just quit my job at Starbucks after working there for a little bit over 2 years. There was a lot of shit that we had to go through while I worked there, so let me tell you about the craziest, weirdest stuff. Okay, starting off strong with probably the craziest thing that happened while I worked there was when a car drove through our store. Yep, you heard that right. A car fully crashed through the front of our store. Now, sadly, I was not working at this time, but I lived literally like right across the street from my Starbucks. I can literally like see it from my bedroom window, so I heard everything happen. And it was just this little old lady who, I don't know, maybe was drinking or just like couldn't see. She just, crashed right into the front of our store while we were open, like people were sitting in the cafe. But that's not it. This had some definite chain reactions that lasted months. Because Starbucks doesn't really give a fuck if something happens to one of their stores. They're gonna take their time to fix it. Because she crashed through like brick and glass and water pipes and everything. They had to get building permits from the city, which took months. I had a really, really terrible manager at this time, so she really did not help with anything. I don't have a car or any way to get to another store, so that's why I worked at one that was right across the street. I was out of a job for 3 weeks while they tried to find me a store that was close enough to my house. Mind you, my manager was just like, either you can use vacation time or work at one of the ones that are listed on this list. Mind you, they're all 45 minutes from my fucking house. I hadn't even worked there long enough to accrue vacation time. So then when they finally did find me a store that was, mind you, still 15-minute drive away from my house, I had to take a $10 Uber there and back every single day, which would be fine if I really, really liked working at this store. But no, somehow it was even worse than my original store. The customers were worse. Manager was terrible. I have major beef with this manager to this day. It was me and a couple other people from my store that were working at this new store. The manager made it very, very clear that we are not her partner. She had a box of snacks in the back that literally said on it, "For this store's partners only." She wrote me and all my other coworkers from my original store a big long text about how it was so inconvenient for us to be there, how we were taking hours away from her partners, and we don't seem grateful. Like, girl, I promise we do not want to be here as much as you don't want us here. And she wrote me up for being late, and mind you, everything that she had listed was like I was maybe 2 or 3 minutes late. And You're not my fucking manager. You do not get to write me up. I had to end up being there for like 5 months. 5 months of dealing with this bullshit. When we finally got back to my store, my manager was promptly fired. Thank God, because she was terrible. We'll say for some reason, a constant thing at both of the stores that I was at, my original one and the new one. Tell me why people were always shitting on the floors in the bathroom. Like, it happened multiple times at both stores that I was at. I had to close the bathrooms because there was shit on the floor, on the walls, on the toilet seat. Like, what is it with people and missing the fucking toilet bowl? And especially at the store that I transferred to, there was like crack needles in the baby changing station. This one girl came in our cafe and was just dripping blood. Like, didn't say anything about it, was just dripping blood all over our cafe. Okay, go to part 2 for the rest of the stories. Just trust me, I have plenty. Get ready with me while I tell you the weirdest / craziest things that happened while I worked at Starbucks. This part 1, make sure you go watch it because I told you guys about how a literal car crashed through our store. Let's keep it moving because I have plenty more stories to share with you guys. So this next one is really special. We had this one girl come in like almost every single day. She was definitely a crackhead. Like, she would literally have us make her drinks in 3 separate cups and then take a little sip off the top of each cup and then tell us that we didn't fill it all the way. The crazy part of the story is that she was always wearing like super loose clothes. Like a long sleeve shirt that if she bent down, her titties would literally come out, and like sweatpants that were always sagging. But one day she comes out of the bath and she's like walking up to grab her drink that I am making. And I'm standing there arguing with her about how I definitely filled the cup all the way. And then I like look down a little bit and notice her pants are sagging so low that her hoo-ha is out. Like, I'm talking to her looking at these lips and I look down and another pair of lips are looking at me. When I tell you I literally like audibly gasped, I had no idea what happened. I literally in the middle of the conversation, I just walk away. I'm used to her bending down and seeing, you know, maybe a nip slip, but your whole pussy's out? I couldn't do it. And trust me, she was not our only crazy customer. This one customer that came in every single day without fail. Still comes in every single day. Thank God I don't work there anymore. And he was just homophobic as fuck. He literally would call my coworker the F slur if he looked at him the wrong way, that he was gonna punch my coworker in the face, meet him outside, everything. And mind you, everyone in my store knew about this. Like the manager, everyone. No one ever did anything. And some of my coworkers were even still nice to him. Only was he just homophobic, he was so rude. This happened just a few days ago. He ordered a plain bagel and he was waiting for a few minutes. We were really busy. He definitely was not the only person there. He asked at least 3 of my coworkers, where's my plain bagel? Where's my bagel? Where's my bagel? Like, it's coming, we're busy. We finally get him his bagel, and I don't know if this has anything to do with, but my coworker, who is gay, to hand him his bagel after he had already waited like 10 minutes for it. He goes, I don't want it anymore, keep it. And just walked out. Why are you asking us 100,000 times if you don't even want it? Also, we would be yelled at like that at least 3, 4, 5 times a day sometimes. Because for some reason, Starbucks is always out of something, like a syrup, peach juice, it's always something. People treat us like it's our fault. Like sometimes we even be out of a few things and food. I cannot stress enough how many times a day I would hear, well, what do you have? Like, babe, take a seat and relax. Not our fault we're out of something. Go to the store that's 2 minutes down the street. Oh, and also don't get me started on when people would order secret menu items and just expect us to know what they are. I'm so sorry. I do not know what the under the sea refresher is. Like, one time I had this mom come in with like 5 of her kids and every single one of them had a picture on their phone of a secret menu item. And every single one was a Frappuccino. 100 different customizations. Like the Snickers Frappuccino, the Mr. Beast Frappuccino. Like, what the fuck is that? Once again, the best part is I never have to deal with any of this again because I don't work there anymore. Bye guys, love ya.
This is a story time of all the funny, crazy, embarrassing, ridiculous things that has happened with my grandma. For reference, I have the coolest grandma on earth. She's a lesbian. She's like in her 70s and she has like usually purple hair. So like if you're catching the drift, she's just a cool grandma. She's like the coolest out there, but she's tried to play me a few times. I was like 9, right? 9-ish. I had moved upstairs for my grandma and we basically lived with my grandma. So like every day after school, I'd go over to grandma's house and hang out with Miss Grandma Graham. My favorite parts of going to my grandma's was the fact that she had internet and like a computer and I could just be like a little menace online and play Girls Go Games. Also really loved Shane Dawson and like Smosh or whatever at the time. And like Ray William Johnson. Yes, I know I'm like showing my age right now. I get it, I'm old. At the time, there was this big trend of reacting to this one video where there's like the 2 girls and there's like 1 cup and like, you know the gist. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. So on this particular day, I decided to watch his little, Shane Dawson's little reaction video to this video about 2 girls and this 1 cup. And in the comments, because he has this crazy reaction, he's like so disgusted and thinks it's so funny. In the comments, there's this like link so that you can watch the video. And I was like, I want to watch the video. If it's that gross and shocking, like I'm sure I'll be fine. I was in my little bedroom that I had at my grandma's house and my grandma just so happened to walk into the bedroom the moment that the video starts. And you know the music. If you've seen the video, you know the fucking music. She walks in the room and she looks at the computer and then looks at me and I look at her and I just shut the computer and there's silence. And she's like, yeah, I think it's time you turn the computer off today. Okay, that was embarrassing for several reasons. I mean, like, my grandmother just walked in on me watching Corn on the Cob, and also now she definitely thinks that I'm not straight, which is a fair assumption, but still, I was like 9, you know? Literally doesn't say a word to me about it other than to shut the computer and that my computer time is off. And then a couple days go by and my mom starts talking to me about wanting to go through my history on my computer. My mom tells me, Grandma thinks that you might have a corn on the cob problem. You know what I mean by corn on the cob, come on. Awesome. Well, I didn't, but yeah, thank you, Grandma. Forward a few years and I hadn't really dated any boys and I was like a teenager and I wasn't really interested in dating. I was more interested in my studies, you know what I mean? My grandma at Thanksgiving dinner looks at me in front of my Jehovah Witness uncle, by the way, which to him it wasn't Thanksgiving. No hate on Jehovah Witnesses either. I'm just saying, like, let's not talk about this right now. Looks at me and says, Emily, I just have a question for you. Are you gay? You can be honest with us. Grandma, it is Thanksgiving dinner. It is Thanksgiving dinner. Oh my God. Obviously, she's not going to care. My grandma's gay. Like, literally, I've been going to Pride Fest since I was 4 years old because my grandma is loud and proud, baby. At the time, I didn't really know the spectrum of sexuality and, like, being pansexual and, like, all those things. I didn't know what that was. I was just like, no, I just think Jennifer Aniston is hot. I don't really know what to tell you, Grandma. Like, that's just about it. I'm just like, Grandma, you've been boiling that inside of you since you walked in on me watching Two Girls, One Cup.
I just came to a crazy realization and I need to share it with everybody right now. Back in high school, I thought I was doomed and that I would never have any real friends. And now that I'm in college, I'm realizing that everybody I'm friends with is going to be invited to my wedding. And it's just so nice to know that I finally have my people. Okay, anyways, it gets better.
Am I the asshole for encouraging my brother to purposely plan his wedding on a weekend my wife is busy so she can't attend? Let me start this off by saying I love my wife. Hopefully that will soften the blow, as I also say that she is an absolute nightmare around my brother. I wouldn't say my brother is the easiest person to get along with. He has a sarcastic sense of humor that can be an acquired taste for some. He likes to keep a small circle of friends and doesn't make a huge amount of effort to get to know people he knows he won't vibe well with. Still, I have introduced him to many people in my life and have never gotten a reaction like the one my wife exhibits. He has easily fit into my friends group up to this point. The way he has described it from his point of view is this, copied from our text. Every time I interact with her, I feel like I'm in one of those uncanny valley nightmare scenarios. She feels like a one-dimensional character whose personality is hypocrite. It's as if she doesn't have a personality other than being outraged about something. His partner is a very easygoing guy and has become one of my closest friends. I thought he and my wife would really get along, but because he and I only hang out around my brother, his opinion has been tainted by seeing nothing other than this awful side of her too. My brother and his partner are getting married. Last weekend, my brother came to me and said he wanted me there, but he didn't want my wife to attend. He said he knew what an awkward position it would be if he didn't invite her, but he didn't see another solution. Because he and his partner aren't planning a ceremony that has to be booked months in advance. They are having a courthouse wedding and then hosting a celebration at partner's parents' home. I suggested a weekend I knew she was going to be out of town on business. I would tell my wife she was invited, she would say she couldn't come, and all would work well. He and his partner agreed that it would work and we moved on. Last night, I got a text from my mom saying it was awful that I was conspiring against my own wife and that planning this behind her back was beyond disrespectful. I pointed out that I was simply doing it to prevent a fight, but she wasn't hearing me. I can't recount every single topic they've argued about, but most of the incidents boil down to my wife assuming the worst of my brother in every situation, with no intention of ever hearing him out or getting to know him without conflict. Okay, here's an example of one of the situations. They've gotten into arguments before, but I've always been there to step in. Unfortunately, it's usually my wife who instigates them. One occurred because she was talking to my brother's partner about her brother going into a community college. My soon-to-be brother-in-law offered to help him look into scholarships and grants to go to a proper university, which set off my wife to start up a rant about how community college was an equal, credible option. My brother's partner clearly didn't mean any harm by the offer. My brother caught wind of what was happening and stepped in, so we had to leave arguing. My argument is that I'm not a classic asshole, something I would assume my wife would agree with, which would make my brother not a classist asshole since we share similar outlooks. The only difference between us two is that my wife has taken the time to get to know me. OP says she picks a fight over the smallest perceived slight against her. Most of these aren't even malicious. There have been many other times when small things set her off. It only seems to happen around my brother, and it seems like she sees the worst in him and the people he surrounds himself with. I step in whenever things start up between these two. But there is very little to defend my wife against these situations. I stand by her, but I can't admit when she's wrong. The things that she's gotten angry at my brother for are usually non-issues. He has made no effort to get to know her, all of which have been shut down. I don't think the way he went about it was the right way. I think he should have told his wife that she wasn't invited, but that he was going to go because this is his brother and it is his family. And she has no right to interfere in that way and prevent him from going just because she's not invited.
Now that I've told you why I don't party, I want to tell you my craziest party experience because it was quite the ride. It was quite the whirlwind. One thing about me is I was so messy always. Like, my roster was very long and I never had any problem with them all being in the same room because I knew none of them were getting any. This particular night, a few of them were getting some and they were all in the same room. Okay, so let me set the scene for you, okay? It was New Year's Eve and me and my best friend Kelly were like, we need to go to a party. Like, we need to get lit. We need to have fun. Found out about this party that one of our guy friends were having and we were like, oh, we should go there. Like, it'll be so fun, but we need a ride. We need a ride. At the time I was talking to this one guy who was like so beautiful. Like, imagine the most beautiful person you'd ever seen, but dumber than a box of rocks. Not even saying that to be mean, but like genuinely, like there was nothing going on up here. Now, guy happened to be best friends with my brother and he was coming over that night to like hang out. And I was like, okay, well, we all need a ride. Like, we're all going. My brother, Kelly, my man, like whatever. Like, we couldn't find a ride, especially not a ride that we felt would be sober and safe. So I was like, why didn't I just call up my ex-boyfriend, duh? This was like the boyfriend that I ended up beating someone up over because he walked out of their house and was cheating on me. So like, I really didn't care about his feelings. I call him up and I'm like, oh my gosh, me and my brother and my best friend like need a ride. Like, are you going to this party tonight? And he's like, yeah, do you want me to come get you? And I'm like, yeah, like come get me, babe. Obviously when he pulls up, said guy jumps in the car and he's just like, what the hell? And he's silent, like doesn't want to speak. And I knew that as soon as he got to the party, he was going to hook up with someone because he wanted to piss me off because I just pissed him off. The party and everything's fine. Like, all my friends are there. So we're all chatting and hanging out and drinking and having fun. And then doesn't the guy I had just broken up with walk through the door? This guy was literally the worst breakup of my life. I did a story time on him. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm overcompensating. I'm being silly, hilarious, adorable. I want to make it look like I'm having the absolute best time of my life. Like, I'm all up on this one guy's ass. So doesn't he walk up to one of my absolute best friends and start chatting with her? And I'm a little crunk at this point. They're giggling it up and I'm catching on. I'm like, oh, interesting. So like, my best friend is nice. I decide, since I'm obviously jealous and crazy, I'm gonna text him and be like, do you want to come home with me tonight? Like, I miss you so much. Like, just trying to piss him off and piss her off. Like, I want to show that I still have some hope. But mind you, the other guy that I've been talking to is sleeping at my house because he's my brother's friend. At this point, I got a ride from my ex-boyfriend with my side piece and I'm texting my other ex-boyfriend asking him to come over. Nice, Emily, nice. First, my ex is like, yeah, like, I want to come over. Like, I want to see you. I've missed you this whole time, blah, blah, blah. Honestly, I think that was enough validation in my messy little mind to know that I still had him wrapped around my fingers. So I was like, you know what? Never mind. At some point in the night, I decide I'm ready to leave. I want to go home and get the night started. Because, baby, this is just the beginning. Similar to how I was trying to show that I had hold on my ex-boyfriend, the one that drove us there was trying to show that he had hold on me, which he did. I am cranked at this point. I cannot handle my liquor. If I drink 2 shots, like, I'm done for. Yes, at some point in the night, I decided that my ex was looking very nice and scrumptious. So when we got home, I hung out with him in his car and then went inside and slept on the couch with my side piece. All in all, that was the night I lost 3 people off of my roster. It was a very sad night for me. Honestly, everything happens for a reason because after that, I was forced into finding someone that I ended up dating for 6 years. Everything happens for a reason, baby.
Am I wrong for telling my mom she doesn't understand because she's never been pregnant? I, 28 male, was adopted by my mother. She was incapable of conceiving a child after having a hysterectomy due to a horrible accident. She's grieved her uterus and biological children, so it's not a subject we bring up. Well, my fiance is 27 weeks pregnant and has been diagnosed with hyperemesis gravidarum. We finally got a diagnosis after no one was listening to us, and we're finally trying to get her body back on track. But some things are just too much, and after a little research, it seems like it's just very severe throwing up and nausea during pregnancy. So we had my mother and father over for dinner yesterday, and my mom wanted to teach my fiance how to cook an authentic Italian meal. After many apologies, my fiance said she just couldn't take the smell and went upstairs. My mother is short-tempered, she's old-fashioned Italian and very strict and judgmental. Am I wrong for telling my mom she doesn't understand because she's never been pregnant? My mother wanted to teach my fiance how to cook an authentic Italian meal. After many apologies, my fiance said she couldn't take the smell and went upstairs. My mother is short-tempered, old-fashioned Italian, and very strict and judgmental. So she began to go on and on saying this is not how you treat a guest, especially an in-law, and how she'd driven 40 minutes to come and do this. I tried to explain the situation and she insisted my fiance was just being overdramatic. That's when I said you wouldn't understand because you've never been pregnant. That's when my mom bursted into tears and they left. My dad called me and said he agreed, but I still need to apologize. My mom had locked herself in the bedroom for the night, crying, and of course I feel bad for my mom, but she doesn't understand. Top comment says your mom was out of line and needed to be set straight, but you didn't set her straight. You went for the jugular. I don't even like my mom, and I wouldn't say that. Am I wrong for getting a hotel room for my spouse, me and my daughter, instead of forcing her to share a bed with her cousins? I normally get along really well with my in-laws and find my mother-in-law to be awesome. My sister-in-laws, brother-in-laws, everyone are just great people. We were headed out that way to go spend some time before school starts again, and it lined up with when 2 other families were coming into town. This meant the bedrooms we'd normally stay in were packed. And while my husband and I had a room and a bed, our daughter Cass 8 didn't have a spot to herself. So my sister-in-law suggested that she just double up with her cousins. Cass was not happy about this and said she didn't want to. She was pretty adamant about it and has never shared a bed with anyone, and I wasn't about to force her. I figured that us leaving to get a hotel a few miles away would free up some space and make it easier on everyone. They were all taken aback by this and kept telling me it made no sense and was spending money when they didn't need to. Am I wrong for getting a hotel for my spouse, me and my daughter, instead of forcing her to share a bed with cousins? I said I know it's fine, but that Cass isn't comfortable and I'm not going to force her. They kept pushing back, saying that all girls share beds and more stuff on how girls are used to seeing each other change. They emphasized that it's normal and it's weird for us to be upset about it, and they also asked why was she so uncomfortable. And one of them even asked her in a way that's meant to guilt, like, why does this even make you uncomfortable? Don't you want to spend time with your cousins? We ended up getting the hotel room, but they brought it up every day and kept almost making fun of my daughter, indicating that she's both weird and spoiled. I've never in my life shared a bed with anyone other than someone I'm romantic with. Even as a kid, I'd never get a shared bed. I didn't even change around girls except for in gym class. And generally, even in gym, I'd change in the restroom because it felt really inappropriate. I didn't think it was weird, but the entire family, the women at least, do.
Am I wrong for slapping my cousin, 9 male, in the face after he kicked my cat and causing a huge family fight? Oh shit, family drama, let's go! Okay, so this happened last night. I've just woken up to the biggest shit show of my life. Please kill me. My cousin Tom usually comes to my house every couple of weeks or so as part of our family meetup, and to say he's a pain in the ass is an understatement. As some context, I hadn't woken up in the greatest of moods as I ate something bad the night before and was suffering from pretty severe food poisoning. Later, after I was done puking my guts up, I decided to relax and watch some Netflix on my Xbox with my kitten, Penelope, who was sitting on the carpet next to my bed to take my mind off it. Fast forward about 30 minutes later, and Tom storms into my room and demands to go use my Xbox as he was bored and had nothing to do. At this point, I'd usually just end it there and allow it, but I was really in the won't take bullshit mood and told him to get out of my room. He wasn't having any of that and promptly walked up to my bed and started screaming shit full volume into my ear, at which point I just told him to f*** off. He turned around, turned back again, and kicked Penelope into the side of the bed. I got out of my bed and slapped him as hard as I could around the face, whilst telling him to never touch my cat again. He ran out of my room, slammed the door, screaming and crying, and I can faintly hear him speaking to my uncle. I didn't hear a word. My dad came steaming upstairs, stormed into my room, and shouted at me like he never has before. I managed to faintly squeal out the words, "Dad, you kicked Penelope," or something like that, and then he stopped, walked out of my room, and stormed downstairs to the rest of my family, where he starts yelling at what I assumed was my uncle. This didn't stop until I passed out of my bed from the stress of the whole thing. Back to now. I have dozens of notifications telling me I'm a horrible person. Family won't speak to me. I have 20 missed calls from unknown callers. News has spread and I frankly can't take it, so I came to vent here instead. Whoa. But what my problem is that when something happens, if my kid comes crying to me, right? Oh, this person did this. You can't, parents automatically, oh, what did you do to my child? They need to step back and think, what did my kid do first? You're a big 9 years old? 9 years old is inexcusable to kick a cat. Sure, slapping is wrong. It is wrong. Reaction, not the action, right? You kicked her cat, I would slap the shit out of you too. Like, it's instant reaction. But like, you're a grown-ass uncle, you should be like, yo, what did you do to piss off your cousin? Why would she slap you? Have a conversation. You can't be all aggressive mojo jojo, you know what I mean?
Storytime about how my fiance cheated on me with 10 other girls. So a little background information, I met this guy on Instagram and we're gonna call him Bryce.
Now, when him and I met, he was stationed in Korea, and he refused to ask me to be his girlfriend until he came home. So I waited an entire year for him to ask me to be his girlfriend. Which low-key should have been a red flag, but he made it seem romantic in some twisted, weird way. So fast forward, he comes home in February, and he kept to his promise. The first day that we met, he asked me to be his girlfriend. So I say yes, fast forward. Him and I start having a ton of arguments because of things that he was doing while he was in Korea. Fast forward, we're officially together for 9 months. So fast forward, of course, he gets deployed to Europe in like September of 2022. So this man decides that he's going to propose to me in July and then beg me to get married to him before he leaves. Now, I may have ignored the first red flags, but I'm not dumb. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend cheated on me with 10 other girls. So like I said, this man begs me to get married to him before he leaves, and thank goodness I didn't, because divorce papers would have been served the same day. So fast forward, he starts acting super weird. He's going out 24/7. He's getting drunk. He's not wearing the ring that he begged me to get him. Yes, he literally begged me for a ring so that way women would know that he had a girlfriend. Well, then of course I get a DM from a girl on Instagram asking if him and I were still together. And then after talking to her, I realized he literally made a Tinder 2 days after he got deployed. And what was his excuse? Oh, I wanted to meet friends to teach me German. And listen, I was not born last night, so I kept that conversation going because I wanted to get to the bottom of what the fuck was actually going on. And then, of course, he finally comes clean that he cheated on me with a bunch of girls. Oh, and you want to know the icing on the cake? One of them was a minor. Yup. After I leave him, he has the audacity to ask for my ring back, but I threatened to tell.
How should I, male 45, deal with my wife, 47 female, who would prefer working for minimum wage instead of using her law degree? For some important background, my wife has a chronic fatigue syndrome. She worked full-time for a few years after we got married. She's an attorney and was earning $75,000 a year. In 2010, however, her illness became too much to manage while also holding down a job, and for the next 9 years, I was the sole breadwinner in our family. We've paid roughly $500 each year for her to maintain her law license, even though she's not been using it. This has been an incredible strain, particularly once we added a couple of kids. But during that time, I never pushed her to go back to work because I understood that it might be just too much for her to deal with. But 4 years ago, a mutual friend of ours asked my wife to occasionally spend a few hours per week helping out in a clerical role for minimum wage, and she agreed. This gradually turned into my wife working 15 to 20 hours a week and occasionally working as much as 35 hours in a week. She would come home utterly exhausted and would sleep through most of the following weekends. After a few months of this, I pointed out to her that she can physically manage regularly working in an office for that amount of time. Perhaps she should consider doing much more lucrative legal work instead. I noted that she could work from home, no need to get dressed up or deal with the commute, and that if she billed 5 hours per week, 1 hour per weekday, she could roughly double our household income. Even so, I only offered this as a consideration. I did not insist. Several opportunities have presented themselves over the past few years for her to resume work as a lawyer. Although she sometimes expressed minimal interest, she did not actually pursue any of them. When our friends ask, she continues to do clerical work at minimum wage. Last December, after a year of particularly acute financial stress, I finally put my foot down. I told my wife that the family needed her to start earning more money. A small wills and trust practice would be a low-pressure approach that would give her all the scheduling flexibility she could possibly need. I reiterated that I was only asking her to do work from home for 5 hours each week, and I offered to help her get started. I also started setting deadlines by which I would ask her for a report progress toward the goal of starting a new law practice. Over the first 6 months of this year, I know she has grudgingly made some effort to move in this direction, but still does not seem inclined to actually start doing legal work. I've about reached my wit's end. I love my wife and divorce is absolutely not an option, but I'm starting to really resent her unwillingness to take steps necessary to help carry the family's financial burden. I've used every gentle approach that I can think of to tell her how important this is to me. A couple weeks ago, I was literally about 10 minutes away from demanding that she find a marriage counselor for us to talk to, but I ended up pulling back last minute because I don't think that she would take that well, and I also feel like that's one of those bridges that, once crossed, can never be uncrossed. So I'm asking for advice. My husband had a threesome with my best friend and his girl best friend, so I got angry and I hooked up with his boss, and now I regret it. My brother had to have surgery, and I wanted to be there for him, so I ended up staying about 2 weeks. I always knew my best friend had a thing for my husband. She admits it multiple times, but I would just laugh it off because surely my married best friend wouldn't my husband, right? I didn't catch them. My husband's girl best friend is just that insane that she casually admitted it to me as I was cleaning the kitchen when I got back. I thought she was kidding. No, she wasn't. I asked my best friend if this was true over the phone call. At first she denied it, but then she broke down sobbing and admitted to it. I was so angry, I threw all of my husband's into a big suitcase and tossed it on the front lawn. I locked the door and piled a bunch in front of it, like the couch, an end table, etc. So the dumb couldn't get in. Of course, when he got home from work and couldn't get in, he started panicking. He banged on the door and shouted for me to let him in. I just stayed upstairs with our dog and let him tire himself out. Eventually, he left, and from what I know, he stayed the night at his girl best friend's.
apartment. They probably too, all while he was crying over me. Dumb. A few weeks of him blowing up my phone and pleading with me, I finally let him come home and we talked about it. He was sobbing and apologized to me, said he was a and he needed help. I told him I want him to go to therapy, as well as us going to couples counseling. He agreed to it without any fight. He slept on the couch while I slept in our bedroom. My best friend hadn't even made any moves to contact me or apologize for being the homewrecker she is. My husband ended up having some sort of work dinner party a week or so later that he needed to attend and invited me. This was the first time he's ever invited me to anything like this. Pretty sure it's because none of his female coworkers know that we're married. Or I'm assuming that's just the case because of how shocked they seemed to meet me. At the dinner, his boss, 50-ish male, was chatting with me, newly divorced, and I asked him how that was. I made sure to ask loud enough for my husband to hear me. We ended up chatting all night, and my husband ended up scurrying off from the dinner table and told me he was gonna go home and told me to get an Uber home, clearly pissed off at me. Needless to say, his boss was shocked at how he treated me, and I couldn't help but play up the sad, lonely wife bit. It ultimately ended with us going back to his house and hooking up. When I woke up that morning, I did end up Ubering home. Since then, his boss has sent me flowers to our home, called me a few times, and my husband is completely aware of this, and now the regret is sinking in. The guilt and worry has started to eat away at me. The revenge felt nice, but now, clearly, it's eating at both of us. I'm gonna find a lawyer and start the process soon. I just needed to tell somebody that isn't my family, because they don't even know the first detail about this. Edit. Forgot to add that when we had our first therapy appointment, he never showed. He was gonna head there after visiting his sister, who lives just a few miles from us. I sat there and waited in an office for over an hour before I just went home and saw his ass sitting on the couch texting on his phone. He knew we had an appointment that day because I texted him multiple times about it. He had no intention whatsoever to fix this, give me closure, or to start fixing his sex. I wouldn't feel guilty. Oh, hell no. I'd probably go out with the boss. You guys might be more compatible than you think, and you deserve way more than someone who's going to fuck your best friend. We have an update. So, update. My husband had a threesome with my best friend and his girl best friend, and I got so angry I hooked up with his boss, and now I regret it. It's been a wild few weeks. We started the divorce process. Soon-to-be ex moved out. Reluctantly, I may add. He moved in with his girl best friend, now fiance apparently, and they're expecting. It's his, I think. The girl best friend's parent found out what she did, and let's just say it's not going well. I told my best friend's husband everything. He didn't believe me at first, but I just started showing him all the texts, photos, etc. He just broke down. He kicked her out and she showed up with her shit, thinking I'd let her move in. Long story short, I had to call the cops to get her off of my property. Good. I haven't kept in contact with the boss, honestly. He bought me a few gifts, but I politely told him no. He was pretty nice about being rejected and told me it was worth a shot, LMAO. My family found out shortly after I made the post. The Reddit post was blasted all over TikTok, and my sister actually sent it to me, talking about how wild it was and I had to come clean to her. Lol. I have found out many things since the process began. My husband was the cigarette of the office, being passed around by all of his female coworkers. Do you know how many apologies I've received? I'll be set for a lifetime on apologies. But I mean seriously, why does the office have that much sex? Once the divorce is finalized, I'm selling the house and moving into something smaller. I hate big houses. I always liked small spaces. I found a cute apartment that's 1 bed, 1 bath. It'll be perfect for me and my dog. I know the divorce is going to become nasty, especially with girl best friend being his fiance now. We've already had to get a forensic accountant involved since he's accused me of stealing his money and wiring most of it into my bank account. That was weird. Other than that, I'm doing good. I actually feel relieved and to start doing things that I love doing. I'm gonna get back into my book club. I'm gonna start exercising how I used to. I still exercise, but stopped doing it so much because he hated girls with abs. I'm gonna be me again. I hope he becomes him again and finds happiness, truly. Also, all of the dude bros defending him, calling me a terrible wife, sending me death threats, vulgar messages, etc. I hope all of you choke on my soon-to-be ex-husband's dick while you're so far up his ass. Edit. I don't know why I'm being called homophobic. I haven't said a single thing about gay people. Can y'all stop pulling shit out of your asses? LMAO. I'm also glad that you didn't let the best friend in and you kicked her to the curb. I'm glad you told the husband everything, because if your life is going to come crumbling down, theirs deserves to crash and burn as well. It was only 10 hours old and I really, really wish there was more updates. This got good.
Story time of how I got out of an abusive relationship with a C-list celebrity. Trigger warning, I will be talking about domestic violence. I'm not going to say his name in the video because honestly I'm just scared of him, and I'm sure you guys are going to guess in the comments, so guess away.
So this all happened 9 years ago. I was super young and naive, living in LA, working as a cocktail waitress at a strip club called Deja Vu. It was in the Valley. So one night he comes in, he's super stunning. I recognize him right away. He was on a famous daytime soap opera and I knew exactly who he was. He came in, went straight to the bar, and just stayed there with me the entire night, begging me for my number. Eventually, I gave it to him like an idiot. He manipulated me. He was absolutely charming, of course. And 2 weeks into the relationship, we had been going to amazing restaurants, and he was so charming, and, you know, life was perfect. Until one day he calls me and tells me that he has a substance abuse problem. Of course, like an idiot, I'm like, I want to help you. I want to change you. Come back for part 2. Part 2, I tell him I want to stay with him and help him through his addiction. This was so naive of me because I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I go over to his place that same night, I make us dinner, and he's acting really strange, and I realize, oh my gosh, he must be on drugs. Like, this is the first time I'm ever seeing him this way. And suddenly, he begins to accuse me of being an escort and a prostitute, and he says that he has evidence. He shows me all of these, like, printout pictures from an escort website when clearly it's not even the same person as me. And I had to spend the whole night trying to convince him. It was a huge fight. And then he asks me to quit my jobs, and I told him I will. He offers me $4,000 a month to live off of, but I told him I don't want to be with him for the money, so I didn't take it. He took that as basically me saying that I'm not going to quit being a prostitute. So then eventually I stopped going to auditions, answering my phone calls. I ignore my family because I'm just afraid of him thinking that I'm looking at my phone too much or that I'm talking to other people. Part 3, it got so bad that he didn't believe a word I said. I offered to have cameras installed in my apartment so that he could watch everything I was doing because he had accused me of having men over my apartment. And then he asked me to take a polygraph test, but somehow he finds a con man. This con man fakes the polygraph test and tells him that I failed every single question, even the question about my name. That night we go back to his place. He calls me a bunch of names and does other things I don't want to say exactly, but I survived. I got out. He held me in his house for 16 hours against my will. I was begging him to let me leave, and he wouldn't. Eventually, when I did leave, he apologized. He had broken my apartment key, my credit card. He had ripped apart my purse, searching for things, and I did get out of the relationship, and he is the most terrible person I know. So if you are in an abusive relationship, please get out. Be safe and just leave.
I was dating a guy for 4 years. We lived together for 3 of them and I thought he was the one. But then I found out that he was cheating on me, so I broke it off and moved out. 4 weeks after moving out, I started to get served with court papers. Apparently, while we were dating and living together, he stole my ID and social security number. I was shocked to find out that he had taken out thousands of dollars of debt in my name. He took out cash loans, opened and maxed out credit cards, leased vehicles, and even started a business. I had no clue until I was served with papers for non-payment. Since he would normally get the mail, he hid any paper correspondence and kept me in the dark. Any calls claiming I owed money, I chalked up as spam. By using my ID, social security number, and falsifying pay stubs in my name, he was able to put me over $500,000 in debt. You know that feeling when your world is crashing down faster than you can rebuild it? That's exactly how I felt. I had no other choice but to file for bankruptcy. I even had a detective from the DA's office in my county contact me, threatening me with committing fraud. I worked with them to give them as much information as I had, which cost me a couple $1,000s in criminal lawyer fees. I filed police reports for identity theft, but he was never arrested. And things just kept getting worse. Before I knew about all the identity theft, a few days after I moved out, I confronted him about a cable bill that I knew was still in my name. I asked him to switch it to his name since I wasn't living there anymore. This is when he told me it wouldn't take much for me to hire someone to find you, bind your hands and feet, beat you senseless, and leave you in a ditch to rot. I couldn't believe he was threatening me and I was terrified. And here's the kicker. A few weeks after we broke up, I found out that I was pregnant. I now have a 3-year-old that he has no idea exists. I never wanted to talk to him again and I see him as a monster. After we broke up, I did some investigative work. I found out that he was married, obviously separated but legally married, had 2 kids, and over $100,000 owed for child support. He also had a domestic abuse case against him from his wife and was on probation for drug use. I feel like I dodged a bullet. However, having all this done to me has damaged me for future relationships. I haven't been in a relationship since and have no desire to be in one. I don't trust anyone anymore. Despite all that I've been through, I count my blessings, and my child is certainly a blessing.
I had a low-key mentee bee the other day. It's gonna sound weird as to why this gave me a mentee bee, but just like a little backstory is that for some reason, every man I've spoken to wants to become an influencer after we talk. Just like it's really weird about my job. So like it's a sensitive fucking subject for me. This motherfucker likes me on Hinge and he's like, hey, I followed you on Insta. I don't think you'll see it. This is my Insta. Like would love to talk to you more there. And he's cute. So I'm like, why would I not? My Instagram, I have a lot of like my podcast promotion clips, like the little clips that you guys probably see on here
that are promoting whatever week it is, like podcast episodes. I also have a shit ton of slutty photos of me. Like, it's like podcast promotion, but also like I'm looking like an absolute whore. I'm looking absolutely gorgeous. Like I'm looking stunning. You can go look, but it's not just flooded with the fucking podcast clips, okay? It's just like here and there. Every Friday, you guys get a clip. But this man DMs me and is like, oh my God, like I love your clips. Like they're so funny, your podcast clip. I'm not thinking anything of it, but then he's like, no, literally, like I can't stop watching them. I'm like, okay, like I'm funny. I'm not that fucking funny. Like you don't have to watch the clips like a million times in a row. He's like, we should get coffee sometime. I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, yeah, for sure. Once again, he's like, I can't stop watching them. There's so many of them. I'm like, okay, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, why are we still talking about my podcast clips? Then he's asking me, he's like, what do you use to edit the podcast clips? And immediately I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh, I don't use anything. Like I have an editor and she edits the videos for me. This man goes, damn, I thought you were the mastermind behind it all. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, haha, like I am, because I'm the bitch talking in the clips. I'm like, haha, I am. I like just tell her what clips I would like edit it for this week's episode and she edits all of them. At this point, I'm like, okay, this is very clear. This man could give a fuck about me and clearly wants to fuck the shit out of my editor because he's so impressed by her editing skills. Like, rightfully so. My editor is fucking, I can't even take myself serious. Editor's fucking amazing. I love her. That's why she works with me. She is apple to my eye. Like, could not be any happier with what she does for me. Like, love her to death, but she's not something I want to talk about with men that want to take me on dates. Like, why am I going to sit and talk about her for hours? Ben goes, well, what editing software does she use? At this point, I'm like, okay, this just sparked a mentee fucking be like, this man could care less about me. He really just wants to know about like the editing of the clips or whatever. I'm just fucking over it because I'm so sick and tired of like, it's such a trigger for me, you guys. Like, it's such a trigger. Because in the past, like, I have fully sucked a man's dick and we were like vibing, so I like liked a man. And then the next day he was like, we should collab. And like, collab, like I would be the only one posting and like I was the only one with followers, and like to get a message, like it makes you feel a little shitty. Like my work and men should never be in the same sentence together. Like, so now I'm like pissed the fuck off and I'm like, okay, this is annoying. Like I literally don't want to talk to this guy anymore. If you're wondering why I'm being dramatic as shit, it's because a bitch gets triggered by this. Like obviously you would get triggered too if you sucked a man's. And he was like, let's collab. Part 2. So after the man asks me about my editor's software editing, like what editing she fucking uses, I'm like, okay, this is not a man I want to continue to talk to. Like, I don't want to talk to someone when it's only about my work. Like, that's weird as fucking shit. I'm so fucking triggered by this. Like, I'm sending this to one of my hoes being like, is this not weird as shit? And he's like, no, it's weird as shit, Livy. Like, I'm like, this is just so fucked up. Like, I'm so over this shit. Like, why the fuck are you asking me about my editor's software editing? Like, I don't know. The next day rolls around because I left this man on red and I'm just expecting to like never really talk to him again. No, I get a DM from this man and he goes, didn't know it was that much of a secret, talking about my fucking editor's editing software that I have no idea about. I literally responded, I'm like, I have no idea what she uses to edit. Like, I do not know. And you're probably like, Livy, you're like weirdly triggered by this. You want to know why I'm weirdly fucking triggered by this? Since I gained a following, the men I've dated since then are fucking weird. One time I was having a conversation with a man in bed after we were literally, okay, we did fuck. We were literally just like sitting and talking and he was telling me about his life goals and dreams. He was like, yeah, I just like want my Instagram to look really good. And I'm like, oh, like 0.5 makes your Instagram look really good. And after I said it, I go, just making sure like you're not using me like I have a past with men, just like really being obsessed with my job. He's like, God, no, like I'd never use you, but like what other tips do you have? And I'm like, and I was dumb and I gave him tips. I gave a man influencing. I did that. Why? I don't know. I was a dumb bitch. If you're gonna post a picture, post it in 0.5. It looks great. If you go and look at this motherfucker's Instagram, every single post is in 0.5. Like the man is clearly trying to become an influencer. It's like, go walking, like do your thing, but like don't use me in the process. You know what? Maybe I am just sounding like an entitled fucking cunt and I just sound like a bitch. It's like, you're an influencer, like that's your fucking job. And I love it. I love influencing. I love influencing you guys. You guys want any tips and tricks, I'll let you fucking know what to use, what's the best. Just not the men I'm fucking. Like the men I'm fucking, can I have one break where I don't have to tell you what software editing thing my editor uses and like that 0.5 is so fucking good for Instagram. And like, can I just get dick down without you asking me like, what's the trick to blowing up on TikTok? Can I just get dick without you being so in my fucking business? Can I just do that without you asking to collab and like do these things, all these things? Can I just be a whore in private and we don't even talk about my work? Like, please. I might sound like a cunt and I get that. It's just that I'm fed the fuck up. Like, I am fed up with the men. It's really just the fucking men that I'm talking to as well. Like, if you're a man and you want influencer tips from me, babe, I guess I'll start a fucking masterclass. And I honestly don't even look at myself as one of those like trendy influencers that like I know the tips and tricks. I just do what works for me. But I just want to get dick in peace.
Am I the asshole?
I talked to my wife's boss about her being overworked. Now my wife is yelling at me about never trusting me again. My wife has been putting in 10 to 14-hour days chained to her computer for the past 2 to 3 weeks through weekends as well. To clarify, the last 2 to 3 weeks have been over 100-hour weeks. The whole year has been bad with lots of lost weekends and working over vacations. She wasn't able to take any days off for the holidays either. She's been screaming obscenities about her job, how she wants to quit, how it's ridiculous she's working so hard without any break. There have been multiple tear-filled days. I've been walking on eggshells doing everything I can to help her around the house and get her anything she wants. But I am on edge constantly watching for an explosion. Today, after working through the weekend again, she was screaming about other people she worked with screwing her up, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I texted her boss, who I'm semi-friendly with because we work at the same place, and said, 1, there are limits for human beings, and 2, this kind of thing can't be happening again next year. He agreed and said that he'd try to help. Either way, he did a crap job of keeping me out of his conversation with her about limits today. So she found out I'd messaged him soon after. Now she's telling me it was extremely misogynistic to message her boss to say she can't handle her job, which I didn't say, and it's going to set her career back for years. Says she can't ever trust me anymore to talk about work or how she's feeling. Generally threw me in the doghouse. Am I the asshole here? I honestly don't know. I can't stand to see her that strung out by work, but did I cross the line too far?
Story time about how my online boyfriend hired a hitman off the dark web to kill me. I've always been a big PC gamer. When I was in high school, all I did was go to school, come home, and stay up way too late on my PC. It was like an escape for me, and it was something that I really enjoyed. I was also one of those kids that dated online instead of in real life. I would usually block guys that would hit on me, but there was one that stood out. We met in a game and worked well together, so I decided to add him. He was really nice, always made me laugh, and he was a brilliant player. We got so close I gave him my phone number and added him on social media. One thing led to another and we started dating, even though we never actually met in person, although we were planning to. Things were going great until he started to get controlling. If I wanted to hang out with my friends in real life and skip a day in my room online, he would get mad. He would force me to FaceTime him when I was with my friends to make sure I wasn't with any guys. He demanded that I share my location with him at all times, and to give him all my passwords to my social media accounts, even my iCloud. When I finally stood my ground and told him no, he freaked out on me, which made me realize that this was heading south quickly. I told him I was starting to think that this might not work out between us. This is when things got crazy and he started threatening me. Part 2 of how my online boyfriend hired a hitman off the dark web to kill me. My online boyfriend continued to get more and more controlling. He told me to keep my webcam on 24/7 even when I was asleep or wasn't home. He wanted to know exactly what I was doing at every moment of the day. This is when I finally made it clear that I wanted to break up, and he went ballistic. He told me he knows where I live and he's going to show up at my house. When that didn't keep me around and I stopped talking to him, his threats kept getting more and more serious. He threatened to leak my private photos online if I didn't stay with him. I still refused, which made him even angrier. He told me he has connections online and he could ruin my life if he wants to. He also told me that if I leave him, he'll make sure that I regret it. I blocked him on everything and changed my number. A few months passed and I hadn't heard anything from him. One morning I woke up and had a bunch of missed calls and text messages from my online group of friends. They were freaking out asking me if I heard what happened to my ex. It turns out he got arrested for trying to hire a hitman on the dark web. They sent me links to a few small news articles about him confirming it, and I was horrified. The person he was trying to get assassinated was never confirmed, but I'm almost certain that it was me.
Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend she would be a bad mom because of the way she treats our dogs? I, 25 male, have a girlfriend, 24 female, and we've been together for 4 years and have 2 dogs together. We got them while being together, and neither of them have been from a previous relationship. My girlfriend wakes up earlier than I do and works from home, so it makes the most sense in my opinion that she takes the dogs out first thing in the morning as I do if I'm up before her. But every single time without fail, she makes them wait for hours until they're crying or jumping at the door, or sometimes just doesn't do it at all. And she always has an excuse. They didn't ask to go out. They've been playing with each other. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend she'd be a bad mom because of the way she treats our dogs? She'll say that they didn't ask to go out or her boss needed her to do something right away. I've talked to her about this so many times that the dogs are the first priority in the morning and nothing else should even be done before they go outside and do their business. She always responds with a huff and a puff, and I know I understand. I've now started to tell her that what I'm seeing from her towards the dogs makes me think she'll do that with future children. Like, what if our baby needs a diaper change? Is she going to wait until she had coffee and breakfast before changing the diaper? Or leave it for as long as possible until I end up doing it? Am I wrong for ignoring my soon-to-be stepmom when she called me the wrong name? I'm female 16 and my name is Andy. Just Andy. My mom's dad passed away a few days before she found out she was pregnant, and my mom was very close with her dad. His name was Andrew, but he also went by Andy. The technical female version of Andrew is Andrea, but neither my mom nor dad liked the name, so they chose Andy. My parents got divorced when I was 8, and while I still live with my mom most of the time, I visit my dad every other weekend. 3 years ago, my dad started dating his fiancée Kate, and for some reason when we met, she assumed my name was Andrea. And ever since I corrected her, she still continues to call me Andrea. Am I wrong for ignoring my soon-to-be stepmom when she kept calling me the wrong name? I told my mom about it and she told me just ignore Kate until she calls me Andy. Well, this past weekend I was at my dad's and we were visiting some of Kate's family. Again, she kept calling me Andrea and I ignored her. She got mad and asked why I'm ignoring her, and I said because that's not my name and you know that. Her dad and brother basically laughed, saying they thought I just went by Andy as a nickname, and I said no, that's my name. Then they proceeded to ask Kate why she's been calling me Andrea then. Later on, Kate called me a brat for embarrassing her and said I knew what she meant and I should have just went with it. I feel like in this instance, maybe I should have. Am I wrong for telling my son I'm disappointed he invited his girlfriend to his graduation instead of me? My son is graduating next month, and for some reason the school hasn't changed the policy to how it was a couple years ago. This means you only get to invite 2 people, no exceptions. I even called to confirm. The thing is, my son and his girlfriend have been together for 3 years and she's a year older, so already graduated. My son had a talk with me last week and explained that since he's only able to have 2 people, he'd like his girlfriend to attend. And that, to be honest, he just wants her and my husband there. He claims that he picked randomly between me and my husband, but I'm not so sure about that. I'm just really disappointed. Am I wrong for telling my son that I'm disappointed he invited his girlfriend to his graduation instead of me? He claims that he picked randomly which of us should stay home, but I'm not so sure about that. I told him I'll respect his decision, and obviously I can't force him to change it, but I am disappointed. I explained that while this is his moment, it's something I want to be there for. I told him I felt that it was kind of silly to have his high school girlfriend come over one of his own parents. He got angry at that and said I wasn't taking his relationship seriously, and he ended the conversation after that. My husband understands my frustration and even offered to switch, but I don't want him to miss it either. Am I wrong?
Things about people that I date that give me the ick. I hate hearing people sniffle. Like, cannot do it. But only, like, my friends, they can sniffle all over me. But, like, guys I date, fucking forget it. Like, forget it. Pointless stories. Listen, I'm one to fucking talk, but I don't like when you tell me, like, this gives me the ick so much. Like, if we're having a 20-minute conversation about a story of something that, like, could have happened. Example, like, oh my God, you could have went D1, but, like, you hurt your knee. Or, like, you could have been in the NFL, but, like, you had to have, like, ACL surgery. Why are we talking about it? It didn't ever happen. Like, I'm never gonna sit and be like, oh my God, I could have been the world's most amazing competitive cheerleader because I did competitive cheer for a couple years of my fucking life. Like, why are we talking about it? And they're so anti-therapy. Like, I don't need therapy. I don't need to talk to a stranger about my problems. Like, okay, like, you don't get it. And they're like, I got my boys. I don't need to talk to anybody. And it's like, do your boys have a PhD? Like, do they know what the fuck they're talking about? Like, probably not. I just feel like being so against therapy is such a fucking ick. It's like, what? Who? Like, okay. Like, clearly you have stuff that you want to talk about if you're so against it, that you're so defensive about not talking about it. Maybe just be like, I don't know. I've never really tried it. And stuff. I would never fucking do therapy. Okay, cool. Like, good for fucking you. Stay unhealed, okay? I don't care. Like, I could give a fuck. Why am I so angry about that? Also, if going out is like your #1 personality trait, like, I'm good. Like, babes, if it's a Monday night and you're texting me, haha, like, I'm gonna go get lit tonight. Ew, that's not cute. Ew. Why? It's a Monday. If you're late, I'm probably gonna leave. If we have set plans and you're like 15, 20 minutes late, not even is it an ick, it's a pet peeve, and I'm just gonna have a fucking attitude. Like, it irks me. I think it's because I have such time anxiety that I'm like, oh, I'm always gonna be on time because I'm a respectful fucking human being. So when someone else is late, I'm like, oh, you just don't respect me as a woman. If you're a slow texter, I'll fucking block you. Don't test me. No, I won't block, but like, I'm not having a conversation with someone who replies every 4 hours. Fucking forget it. Because my brain doesn't work like that. If we're not talking within an hour, I forget you exist as a human being. I get people are busy. I'm busy. But like, I don't know. I have a weird thing about me. I will fucking forget you exist. And I don't know why. But it just gives me the ick. It's like, learn to fucking respond, Brad. I also hate when men that are like in their 30s, 35 are like, I'm just like not ready to settle down yet. It's like, babes, you're old as fuck. When is it gonna happen for you? Before you bitches come at me for being ageist again, I just mean that are in their 30s and still in their hoe phase.
I didn't attend my son's wedding. I instead spent the evening with his ex-wife. Quick backstory. After graduating high school, my son moved 3 states away for college. At 19, he married a girl he met. I tried convincing him to wait because I personally felt he was too immature. They both dropped out and moved back here to his hometown. At 20, they had their first child, a beautiful little girl. 16 months later, my daughter-in-law gave birth to their second child, a little boy. After the first baby, my wife and I noticed our daughter-in-law wasn't happy. We both thought it was postpartum depression related. Just after the second arrived, my son and his wife separated. She would bring the kids over for a visit. It was then she began unloading on us. I know there's 2 sides to every story, but considering I know my son, I believed her. I sat my son down numerous times to speak with him regarding his marriage. He refused to take responsibility, blamed her for everything, even when I directly pointed out where he was the sole problem. They got into counseling, and for a year, things were okay on the surface. Our daughter-in-law filed for divorce. My son 3 days later was on Facebook announcing his new girlfriend. A month later, they were engaged. My son had forced his then-wife to become a permanent stay-at-home mother at the birth of their first child. She, of course, had no other family or friends here. She knew no one aside from us. She had nowhere to go with 2 small children. Unbeknownst to our son, my wife and I helped her financially and got her an apartment. Before the divorce was even finalized, we received a wedding invitation. I made it clear to my son I would not be attending and they would not have my blessing. His mother told him she would see to it that I would attend. I stayed consistent in my decision. I also asked him not to bring his fiancée around our house out of respect for the mother of his children. The wedding happened on February 11th. The night before, my wife gave me the final push. I did not attend. Our daughter also did not attend for the same reasons. My wife picked up our grandkids, got them dressed, and attended the wedding. My daughter and I decided to spend the evening with his ex. I couldn't imagine her sitting alone while her kids attended their father's wedding. She was taken aback that I didn't end up attending his wedding. We took her out to distract her mind. I just wanted her to know she'll always be considered family to us. My daughter also made a joke that they can drop the in-law status and just be sisters now. She was very tearfully grateful. I realized just how badly she needed our support, and specifically on that night. The next morning, my son called to tell me how much of a horrible father I am for not attending his wedding. A few days later, he caught wind that I spent the wedding evening with his ex. He said that was the ultimate form of betrayal, and further myself and his sister would have to earn a relationship with him on his terms only. Am I the asshole for deleting my cousin's precious wedding photos? I, 17 male, agreed to take wedding photos for my cousin Sarah's 26 female wedding. She wanted me to take photos of her getting ready, our grandmother putting a family heirloom necklace on her, the first look, the wedding, the reception, etc. There was also another photographer, a friend of the groom, who was taking photos of the groom and his side getting ready, and he was also taking photos at the wedding and reception. Since I wasn't a professional photographer by any means, I told her I would only charge her $50 for the entire day. And when I say the entire day, I mean it. From 8 a.m. until 10 p.m., I was taking her photos and basically being harassed by her bridesmaids, and my aunt. She was a full-on bridezilla the entire time. Not just to me, but basically everyone, including her husband. It was a long day to say the least. So, after all of that, I went home, edited the photos, and copied them onto individual USB drives for people she may have wanted to give them to. I texted Sarah a couple days later to let her know they were ready and that I would happily meet up with her to exchange them for the $50. She never responded. For the next 3 weeks, I texted, called, got in touch with her mother, my aunt, and even stopped by her house to try and get the photos to her. She evaded every single attempt. 6 months passed since the wedding, and I was at the movies with my other cousin, 19 male, who was Sarah's younger brother, and a couple of our friends. He tells me, "By the way, Sarah was wondering when you were going to give her those photos. She said she would pay you the $10 if that's the only reason you're taking so long." I was livid. First, it was $50. Second, that was the deal from the start. I told my cousin this and said to tell Sarah if she wanted them, she needed to contact me within 2 days so we could meet up with the payment, or I was going to delete them. This might come as a shock considering the title of this, but she never contacted me. The 2 days passed, I deleted the photos and erased the USB drives. Less than a week went by before my aunt called me in a fit. I threatened my cousin into paying me when she didn't have the money. I told my aunt that she has had a little over 6 months to pull together $50, which she knew was the agreed upon amount, that she refused to respond to me no matter what I tried, and that it was too late now because the photos were gone. My aunt, uncle, and a few other relatives have been refusing to talk to me or my parents because I deleted precious photos that can never be taken again, all because of greed. Literal quote. My mom thinks I should apologize and I'm just being stubborn. However, my older brother thinks I held on to the photos longer than I should have. I should have deleted them after the first week of trying to get into contact with her and being dodged/ignored. So, am I the asshole for deleting my cousin's wedding photos?
Am I the asshole for not allowing my girlfriend's sister to move in and changing the locks? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 27 male, have been dating my girlfriend Ashton, 26 female, for 2 years, and we live in a house that I own. She's finishing up her master's program, so I don't charge her rent. I pay for all the housing expenses, and in return, she chips in on groceries, utilities, and some of the household chores. I'm okay with the situation until she graduates, and we have always communicated well until now. Ashton has a hot mess of a sister named Anna, 28 female. Anna has burned most of her bridges with her family. She has 2 kids by 2 different dads, been married and divorced twice, hops on from one sketchy boyfriend to another. She's always in and out of work, always complaining about her situation instead of actually doing something to solve it. I gave up on her last year when she dated this guy who obviously didn't like kids, and kept dating him against me and her sister's advice. She moved into his place. This Saturday, we got a call that they were breaking up and she had nowhere to go this time. She hadn't been working and didn't have any rent money. Ashton wanted to know if we could take them in. I said absolutely not. Her sister was a leech and I also didn't want kids in my house. I work from home half the time and don't want 3 extra people in my space. Also, I don't want to get involved with her sister at all. I've supported her plenty over the last few years with rides, babysitting, and more, but I'm done. My girlfriend didn't take this well and she said she would help her sister if she could. I said fine, let me know where you take her and I'll bring some food, but it won't be my house. My girlfriend tried saying it was her house too. I said when she started paying the mortgage, she can decide who lives here. Her sister tried calling me individually. I told her the same reasons and also that I'd bring her food by when she finds a new place. I also gave her the number of multiple organizations that could help her, but she got offended. When I was at work yesterday, I noticed on my Ring camera Anna and her kids unlocking my front door with a bag on her shoulder. I called my girlfriend and asked her immediately what was going on. She said Anna needed a place to go for a few hours while her ex moved out of the apartment. I said, how did she get in the house because I locked it? Ashton said she made a key for Anna a few months ago in case she ever needed to get in. I told her to tell Anna to get out or I'd be calling the police. She then called her and Anna left, but not before calling me an asshole. Today I decided to change the locks and get a new garage access code. Ashton will now have to request access through the garage and I will have to give her access. She's upset, but I told her that it's going to be this way until her sister finds a new place. Because I can't trust that I won't come home and they'll be living in my house.
My boyfriend apologized for being too lazy to propose to me. I, 30 female, have been in a relationship for 6 years with my boyfriend, 30 male. While I feel like I've proven myself to be a worthy life partner, my boyfriend has not yet proposed to me even though we have established that we were dating to get married from the start. We do have conversations about marriage and starting a family along the way, but he has never acted on it, such as bringing me to do ring shopping. Admittedly, my ego has also hindered me from pushing for a proposal. Today, when I finally mustered the courage to discuss it, he confessed he's been delaying due to laziness. He's occupied with work, and while that's valid, I can't help but feel saddened that I may not be worth the effort to him. Living in Asia, it's common for children to stay with parents before marriage. Hence, another reason he cited for delaying the proposal is because he wants to spend more time with his mom. Still, I wonder if this comes at the expense of our time together. He has apologized to me, but I can't stop feeling very bitter about the situation. I'm not sure if I can move on despite his commitment to prioritize me more in the future. Do I take the risk and waste even more years of my life on this? My boyfriend wants to lie on his law school applications about how he's gay. My boyfriend's Asian American. He had a very high pressure and I'm pretty sure physically abusive childhood where his parents wanted him to go to an Ivy League university at all costs. He didn't get into any and believes this is primarily due to his race and not his merits. Because of this, he thinks it's completely acceptable to lie on applications if merit isn't the primary factor anyway. His parents have continued to put pressure on him either to get a prestigious job or go to a prestigious school for grad school. He seems to still want to please them. His application for law school is very good. Our university advisors think he's got a very good chance at getting into a top 10 law school. He wants to get into a top 5 and suggests to me that he pretends that he's gay. He's bi, not openly, but definitely not gay. we're dating. I said no, and after an argument, told him that I'll just break up with him to pretend he's gay if that's how he wants to do it. My parents think I was too hard.
My boyfriend can't hold down a job.
Go.
He's been fired or let go from every job he has had. We've been together for almost 2 years now, and we have lived together for 10 months. I knew very little about his personal life before we started dating, but at the time I met him, he was holding down a steady job. However, about 3 months into the relationship, he was let go by his employer because he took an extra week of holidays without it being approved. Sorry, how did that happen?
My king. My king. Come on now.
He just wanted to relax.
He's like, I just want to go to Bali.
Let me live. What the fuck? In his defense, it was a bit more complicated than that.
Oh.
He was also told that he didn't have to work for 2 months due to the seasonal nature of his work, so it was all a little bit messy and technical, and because of that, I didn't think too much of it. Soon after this, I found out it wasn't the first job he had been fired from. In fact, he told me he was fired from his first job due to not being trained sufficiently and subsequently endangering a colleague with machinery he was operating.
It's getting really hard to defend you right now, my king.
It was clearly a sore spot for him, so I didn't touch on it again. Although I started to worry, he enrolled for tertiary education, which led him to be hired in a new workplace. 3 days ago, he told me he'd been fired once again for retaliating against a bully at work. Again, he refused to go into any further detail. My heart sunk. I felt horrible for him, but a small part of me saw it coming. I am really worried about our future now. We live together, but with his parents because of the cost of living crisis. It's hard to imagine our future together, especially if we moved out of his parents' home. What if he loses another job and I'm left to pay off the rent on my minimal student income? My questions now are that I genuinely do not know what to do. He has untreated ADHD, which I believe could be a factor in all of this, although I definitely think there is a larger issue at play. Could it be irresponsible decision-making? General issues around anger? I love him with everything I have, and he's a great partner otherwise, but I don't know how long I can sustain this relationship with him if I'm constantly worried about him getting fired. Oh, okay.
Am I wrong for not wanting to attend my friend's wedding because she won't let my husband be my +1? This has a very complex beginning, so I will try to explain it as briefly as possible. When I, 26 female, met and started dating my husband, 40 male, he was my college professor and also my friend's, 27 female. Well, my friend hates him because she failed his class 3 times, and she thought that because we're dating, and I use air quotes because we weren't actually officially dating. Only my friends and his friends knew about our situationship. Well, my friend hates him because she failed his class 3 times, and she thought that just because we're dating, he would give her good grades, and the truth is that he never did that, not even with me. Another reason she hates him is because she had spent years playing Cupid because she wanted me to date her fiance's brother, 34 male, but I never liked him. We went on a date once and it was horrible. He was rude and tried to kiss me several times without my consent, so I haven't spoken to him since. My friend knows it, but she's still obsessed with that non-existent relationship. I got married 2 months ago and she attended, but she was visibly upset. Of course I asked her what was wrong, and she said it's only because I dated my husband for 1.5 years, and for her it was a short time. And being honest, I ignored her because everyone can think what they want, but then she started saying that I've known her brother-in-law since we were kids and that he was perfect for me. And I knew where that conversation was going, so I told her that I love my husband and that he is perfect for me because he makes me feel loved, and above all, he respects me. Like, he literally quit his beloved job when we started dating so they wouldn't kick me out of college. And I told her that for me, he is the person I want to spend the rest of my life with, and she got mad. A few days ago, she sent me her wedding invitation, and she only invited me and told me that my +1 must be a woman, which made me angry because I wanted to go with my husband, and I told her, but she said no because she doesn't like my husband. And I would have thought that maybe she sees something that I don't see, but it's not that. It's that she placed me at the same table as her brother-in-law, and his +1 is a man. And I know this because while we were putting together the finishing touches for the wedding, I saw it on her computer, and it pissed me off so much because she's crossing the line. I love my husband, and I know he is a decent man because everyone, my friends and family, adore him. She is the only one who doesn't like him, and it hurts me that she does this. I'm married and I'm not going to cheat on my husband or get divorced to date someone who doesn't care about my consent and treats me like I'm an idiot. So after thinking about it for days, I decided that if I can't go with my husband, then I don't want to share a table with her brother-in-law. And she said that she's not going to change that, so I told her that I'm not going to attend because it's disrespectful to me and my husband, and of course she's angry because she wasn't going to try anything, which I doubt. But honestly, I don't want to sit alone all night next to a person like that. Am I wrong for that?
My family has always had this tradition where the first child born after the loss of someone in a family gets the late family member's name as their middle name. Almost a year ago, my sister lost her 2-day-old son, Philip. I found out I was pregnant a few months ago. She wanted me to continue the tradition our family keeps and give my baby, if a boy, the middle name Philip. My husband and I do not want to continue this tradition. She asked why I wouldn't want to honor Philip and why it was him the tradition was getting broken on. No. She asked if I saw him as meaning so little, and I said, no, of course not. I feel terrible. She's so angry at me, and my parents are unhappy too. My husband hates them for putting this pressure on us. AITA? Okay, so what do you think?
I think you gotta name that kid Philip.
I do too.
I don't think you have any way around it. I, 24F, work retail. My sister, 29F, has always looked down on me for it. She has said everything from I threw my life away by not going to college to I wouldn't know what hard work is because I only work retail. I mostly just don't talk to her at this point, and I try to pretend she's not speaking whenever she's talking. This year has been rough on everyone, and she lost her job. I was working Black Friday this year, like always, and 2 weeks ago, my sister asked me if I could pick her up some bargains since I would have access to them. I said no. I told her she doesn't get to look down on me and insult me and how hard I work and then try to benefit off of it. She's saying I'm an asshole now because I wouldn't help her and that I should have thought of her kids and the extended family. But I don't feel like I owe my sister after everything. Is that wrong of me? There's a lot of hierarchies and a lot of these jobs are up here, these jobs are down here.
Toxic.
It's really toxic, and it's really just everybody kind of projecting their own insecurities about what they're doing.
Am I the asshole for describing my wife as fat to our young children?
Yes, 100%. Yes, you don't have to read anything else. Woo!
You wouldn't have to read. We could just go.
My wife, 41, and myself, 44 male, both work in education and believe in properly explaining things to our children. 4 female, 5 male. We have agreed to never use, quote, because I said so, reasoning with them. My wife is unfortunately around 3 stones overweight. Her weight has crept up gradually since having the kids, and I don't think she has even been aware of this gain until I gently raised the subject with her last year. She agreed she needs to remedy this. Since then, we have worked together to shift the excess weight, and I'm proud to say she's lost around 10 pounds. But she still has a lot of work to do to reach her target weight. She is best at sticking to her diet if there is no temptation around. So for Easter, I got her flowers instead of an egg. She seemed happy with this. Then, yesterday, my children were arguing over a missing Easter egg, each accusing the other of eating it. I knew instantly what had happened. I asked my wife to tell the children where the egg, which was quite big, had recently gone, and she admitted she had eaten it. My son, whose egg it was very upset and confused and asked his mom why she had eaten it. My wife replied that she would replace it, which would be impossible as it's now after Easter.
Because kids on clearance.
Kids care.
No, it's on clearance. It'll be even cheaper.
I pointed out that she has not answered the question our son had asked. He was very upset and kept asking why she had stolen his egg. I felt it was unfair she hadn't properly answered this, as he was getting more distressed. My wife completely threw me under the bus here and said, quote, because I wanted a chocolate, but daddy didn't get me an egg. They already know the importance of healthy eating, so I explained that mommy was not wanting to eat too much sugar. Several, but why questions down the line, and I finally said, quote, because mommy is fat and she needs to work on this by not eating sweeties.
Oh my God.
I used the word fat because my sister is fat and always says it is not a shameful thing and she prefers to be described this way. She says to not use the word implies there's something wrong with being fat. I probably was an asshole to presume my wife would feel the same way about this term, and I wonder if I should have said overweight instead. My wife hasn't spoken to me since this and has seemed very upset. I feel terrible for upsetting her, but I think she was wrong to have taken our little boy's Easter egg without asking, and wrong to have blamed me for her actions. I regret upsetting her and possibly using the wrong terminology, but I had run out of ways to explain to the children why I hadn't bought my wife an egg. But I do feel I might be an asshole for upsetting my wife.
Oh, you are, bro.
Asshole. Oh.
How about, you know what? I forgot.
How
It's
about-
my fault.
I thought your mom would really love flowers more.
Or I forgot.
Because he didn't want to be, he didn't want to take any responsibility.
No,
he wanted to be on her. She was responsible for eating the egg. Your mom's fat. She shouldn't have eaten your fucking egg. Am I the asshole for making inappropriate noises when my mother-in-law called my husband's phone at 2 a.m.?
Yeah.
My husband Kevin and I got married months ago. Ever since we moved away, his mom started calling more often. She had a mental breakdown when she heard we were moving. She begged we stay near because she, quote, needs him, even though her 2 older sons are there. She'd call at random times, then start calling in the middle of the night, specifically at 2 a.m. I thought that was so weird, but she said she wanted to hear Kevin's voice, but was too busy to call during the day. Kevin responds to her call every time, saying he's worried there might be an emergency. It's exhausting and completely ruins our alone time. I asked her to call at like 10, but no, she kept calling at 2. Kevin said he can't bring himself to ignore her calls and asked that I be patient. Last night, I decided I wasn't having it. I waited until Kevin was asleep and put his phone on vibrate and waited for her to call. 2 o'clock rolls around and the phone starts vibrating on the nightstand. I stretch my arm to answer and then I start making noises from the bed. Few seconds in, she ends the call. I woke up to a complete disaster with Kevin angrily asking what the fuck I did last night when his mom called. Clearly, she was livid and mortified because Kevin said I just traumatized her by having her think we were having when she called.
I mean, she fucked up for sure.
I told him what I did and insisted it was just out of frustration, but he said I shouldn't have done that and I embarrassed him and made his mom uncomfortable. I told him to just tell her I was behind this and he said, quote, "Oh, don't worry about it. I will." Then demanded I apologize to her immediately, but her shaming texts made me refuse. I might have went about this the wrong way, but I was just frustrated. Am I the asshole?
Yeah. But like Kevin's the problem.
Kevin's a little bit of a mama's boy.
Yeah, in any in-law situation, like, you know, the thing about parents is it's like they have these weird expectations of their kids. It's like, I made you. And some parents have a hard time letting go. And as adults, we have to learn how to say no to our parents sometimes. Kevin's the problem. And she fucked up because she did this thing, which was ridiculous, funny, but
Hilarious.
ridiculous. And then but now they can team up against her. So do you want to be right or do you want to be happy?
Mm-hmm.
She did not choose happiness.
No.
She chose wanting to be right and get back and try to get even. And like, listen, if you want to get even, get even. And you could, people can say like, yeah, tit for tat, but it often doesn't make you happier.
I'm considering divorcing my wife because she can't get over her mom dying. My 36 male wife's 33 female mother passed away 5 years ago from lung cancer. It was not a peaceful or easy death. Our lives understandably went on pause after the diagnosis, and we both spent a lot of time off work helping care for her mother. My wife had a pretty typical showing of grief at the time, cycling through different stages. Same with our 3 kids. After she passed, however, my wife got really bad. I totally understand this. I can't say I know exactly what she went through because I haven't had a parent die, but I understand how devastated she was. For months after, she could barely function. I gently took over pretty much all the responsibilities in the household and with the kids. She had been attending grief counseling since the diagnosis and continued after her death. None of this is the problem. I endeavored to be as supportive as possible. She cried on my shoulder every night for months, and I just thought that this was the worst of for better or worse. The problem is that after 5 years, she does not seem any better or more functional. She stopped grief counseling about 4 years ago and refused to go again, stating it would not help her and that nothing could. About a month before any major holiday, she will have a major downturn. In bed half the day, crying all day, does not want to interact with the family, does not have the energy to do anything around the house. This will go on every single day until about a week after the holiday ends. Every holiday is intense grief just as much as it was 5 years ago. October, November, December, and January, her mom's birthday month, every year are particularly bad. I am essentially without my wife and am a single parent to my 3 kids. Altogether, she's completely incapacitated by grief for about 6 months out of the year and has been the past 5 years. When I say incapacitated, I mean incapacitated. When she's in the depths of her grief, she is completely incapable of intimacy with me or the kids. There's no cuddling, spending time with us, going on family outings. I've stopped asking her if she wants to talk about it because she can't get any words out between sobs if she tries. What hurts the most is that the kids have stopped asking or being concerned. If they see their mom in bed when they get home, they just go about their day and might casually mention, "Oh, Mom is sad today, if their siblings ask or I ask where she is. They don't really seek affection with her anymore because they rarely get anything more than tears. I've discussed this with therapists, my parents, friends, etc., and I know all the rebuttals people have for this. So let me repeat them. She is unwilling to go back to therapy for grief counseling or to see a doctor for depression. Yes, I know she's severely depressed. I can't force her to go to the doctor. I've tried so much. Yes, it really is just as intense as it was 5 years ago. No, I will never tell her to get over it or blow her off. On my worst days, I just give her space and leave her be. Most days, I try to offer her some comfort. If you want to judge me for leaving her alone, whatever. But know that I feel like I essentially have caretaker fatigue at this point. No, she does not have a history of depression, but she does have ADHD. Don't know if that's relevant. I feel like my wife died when her mom died. I would do anything to get her back, even a small piece of her, but she doesn't seem to be willing or able to move on past her mom's death. I feel awful for considering a divorce, but I don't know what else to do.
Another one. Okay, let's get into it. Wow, I never thought this would happen to me. This is something different, y'all. This is a Hinge dating experience, so let's get into it. Let's see what we're talking about. This just happened and I need to vent because I am shocked. I matched a guy on the app. He seemed like a great guy and was really enthusiastic with his texting. He had a lot in common, so we had a lot in common. We matched on Wednesday of last week, and after 2 days, he asked me on a date. We agreed on mini golf, and he asked me what my ideas of a date was, and I suggested mini golf. Today, Saturday. We kept texting every day about random shit. We even shared our experience on the app, and he said how some matches had stood him up on dates and ghosted him. Same to me. And how that was terrible and not something you should do. He told me about an illness that had him in the hospital for a month. We shared details of our life and work in the app, and he was quick to answer. He seemed like a great guy. He was always flirty. I was flirty back. Winky face emojis were rampant. And we even talked about catfishing in our last exchange that we had, because I told him that my nickname I have on Hinge is not my real name, and really I changed it for safety. He constantly said that he was excited for our date and how the week had just flown by because we had been constantly messaging, and that basically he had a good feeling about us and that he was excited about the festivities coming up and having someone to spend them with. And I have to admit, I was excited too. We only message on the app, and I don't give guys my number until after the first date. Smart. Today, Saturday, I get up and start to get ready. I messaged him to say that I have a tendency to be fashionably late, so I was just letting him know just in case. The last message he sent me was at 8 p.m. about how I could have messed with him by making him guess my real name, and that catfishing is done because it'll be obvious once people see each other. I go shower and I get ready. I don't get a notification of a message. I continue to get ready. As I said, he would answer back quick in less than 10 to 20 minutes to me. That's nothing. I even said to myself that I'm getting nervous because he always responds. So in my mind, I think that if he stands me up, I'll just go to a mall that's nearby. I always make backup plans because of what I've read in these subs. I check the app again, no new messages. This is just our previous conversation. I get in my car and I start to drive. 30 minutes later, no notification. So I'm like, I wonder what's happening. I check the app to see just in case, and I didn't get any notification. And what do I see? He unmatched me. Everything. Our entire conversation is gone. Oh! Sorry, I'm gonna have to do a part 2, and I will link it in these comments down below. I'm sorry, I haven't thought about doing that before, but we on to bigger and better things now, okay? So look out for part 2.